Hello. Now, this might not come as much of a surprise, but I am a pretty big fan of the Godot engine. Um, I have over 3,000 hours of it, and that's just what Steam has recorded. Um, and right up front, I'm gonna mention I don't really know how to use the 3D side, but the 2D side, I have used extensively, and it's fantastic, and I really enjoy it. I think it's one of the best engines out there, frankly. I know my first really popular video on my YouTube channel was comparing Godot with the Unity engine. I don't even know how many views that video has. I mean, it was... I don't want to say it was a cynical video to make, but comparing the Godot engine to the Unity engine just doesn't do it justice when talking about the good parts of the Godot engine. The Unity engine is just different. It appeals to a very different sector of the game development industry. And maybe it would be more appropriate to compare the Godot engine with the open source community. I know that there's Bevy, is GDevelop open source? I can't really remember. And then there's quite a few others. And I think, it's not controversial to say that out of all of these, Godot engine it's the most capable. It has... it has a really conscientiously designed workflow. All around, it's a really good engine, and it's customizable, so, this is one of the really good parts about a lot of open source software. So even things like Linux and, actually most open source, I can't even think of it. Linux comes to mind as a very customizable piece of software. You can install a different desktop environment. You can use Godot without even using the graphical editor if you wanted to. You can recompile it with plugins or things you want to change about it. You can change the font in the script editor. You can change the color scheme, which I haven't actually done in a while because I like the default color scheme now, but you can do it if you want to. I did change the font, though, into a nice sort of monospace pixel font, which I use in-game as well, which is kind of nice. And it's just, there's a lot of ways that Godot can really behave beneficially to support the game application that you're creating. I find the Unity engine, I have used it. It's got some very sophisticated and advanced features. I tried to figure out the UI toolkit, and I couldn't really, and I was a little bit unwilling to go through the tutorials. So to this day, I don't know how the Unity UI works, but it looks very impressive and sophisticated and everything like that. But it runs into being quite complex for me, I think. The Godot, I've used a few engines. I have made little games in Unity, although they're not published anywhere except, I think, my Unity account. And I tried Unreal for a bit, but that just doesn't interest me as a piece of 3D software. And I tried Phaser, which I thought was pretty good, although I was quite young at that stage. Out of all of them, I find that Godot has the best UI toolkit out of any of them, and this is because it's quite complex at a certain level. If you want to account for mobile displays, which are all different resolutions, but also if you want to if you want to do something very simple, like you just want to put a button, you can just do that. I didn't even figure out how to add a button in Unity Engine. I know I was working on a 3D game as well, which isn't really my area of expertise or my comfort zone. So of course that could have something to do with it. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of emphasize that the Godot engine, it really exists at a... It's a very, very usable engine. It's very convenient. And it's quite accessible. I know it sometimes even has a reputation for being a bit too beginner friendly. I mean, I've got Steam reviews right now which are deriding my old games for being built in the Godot engine, which they say is a useless engine. It's, you know, it's minimalist, you can't do anything with it, and that's why my game is bad. And to some degree, this takes the burden off of my 17-year-old self for making a game that wasn't that good. But, you know, it's got this reputation, and it's just not a... It's not a well-founded reputation. You know, I mentioned before, Godot Engine, it isn't the Unreal Engine. I mean, the Unreal Engine, you can do incredibly complex and sophisticated things. I imagine if you have a team of people working together, the Unreal Engine must be incredible to use, because it has all these features and very, very heavy coding and very high fidelity stuff. This isn't any good for me as a solo developer who only barely knows how to code in Python, but it's, you know, it's got its place, and likewise the Unity engine has its place in the kind of more sort of business commercial cross-platform you know, indie development sector, really. You know, I'm really not an expert on either of these other engines. I've got 3,000 hours using the Godot engine, and I've used it since 2016, which is 7 years. So I guess I could say I'm somewhat of an expert in Godot engine. I'm a little bit informed, at least. I know how to use it. But like I said, even the 3D side of things, in all of my Godot time, I've touched it maybe 2 or 3 times. I could probably find my way around it, but it's frankly for me, it's the math which I just can't wrap my head around. It's quaternions. I swear to God, I hope I will never have to live in a world where I have to deal with quaternions, because they are confusing and they hurt my brain. Anyway, the Godot engine, one of the things I like about it is the user interface. I guess I can start the video proper by talking about the user interface. As I said, I just want to kind of introduce where I am with most of this stuff. You know, I don't really have a lot of experience with other engines, but Godot Engine I do like. And as I said before, comparison videos, like the Godot versus Unity one that I made, or any of the others, they just don't do it justice. You know, for the actual what's the word now? Virtues of the engine? Something like that. Well, let's think about the UI first of all. I mean, it's got this very nice flat design, which I think is nice. It's quite calming to the eyes. It's quite you know, it looks technical. It doesn't look flashy. It doesn't impart a design onto your project. I know this is kind of you know, Sprite, which is again a completely different piece of software. It has a very strong pixel style to the whole editor, and very strangely, even by default, it defaults to a 2x pixel scaling, which is okay, but when you zoom out, you have to change the settings to be able to see your sprite at a 1:1 pixel scale. I'm not sure why they do that, but the point I'm making is that the Godot engine doesn't enforce any kind of style, really, onto your project just from the UI itself. It's a very minimalist style. It's very essentialist. Where there's a rectangle, there's a rectangle. It doesn't have any beveling. It doesn't have any shadows, particularly. The buttons, they have a little bit of a, you can have a blue outline is the default focus mode. There's a little bit of an impression with some of the buttons, but there are also stock button classes with none of these frills. You can have a little field to place some text in, and that's completely what it is. It's a very lightweight engine, and I think this is probably a recurring theme in the engine, is that it's very lightweight, which is also like a fantastic thing about it. But yeah, it's reflected in the interface as well. Personally, I think it looks very nice. Comparing it to Unity, which I just said 5 minutes ago I was going to try not to do, it has a nice sort of dark theme by default. And this is just a default. You can change it. I know you can change it in Unity as well, but for some reason I really like the way that the flat dark theme looks. I find that it integrates very well on Windows, where you have a lot of rectangles, and even the Windows 10 taskbar, which I'm looking at right now, it is it's a dark colored rectangle, much like the panels of the Godot engine, the tabs and such. And I also find, if you use, KDE Plasma on Linux, or if you use the GNOME desktop environment on Linux, it isn't quite the same. I think the Linux environments tend to be a little bit more rounded, but I know for the longest time I was using a dark theme with a lot of, hard rectangles on my Linux installation, and the Godot engine is very readily sort of naturalized to the desktop in that way. And that's, it's a small thing, it's a small thing, but if you are running a piece of software which doesn't feel natural to your desktop, it does something to your subconscious. You just don't want to have it open, You kind of want to close it, and I don't really find that to be the case with the Godot engine. I don't leave it open because I've got the hour counting, and it'll make me it'll stress me out if I'm getting free hours counted on Steam that I haven't earned. So there is that, but when it's not being tracked on Steam, on Windows at the moment, I've got a custom installation of the Godot engine, which I'll explain in a minute, for the Steam integration. And ironically, it doesn't actually count hours in Steam because it's a custom installation. So I just have the engine open, and it's very lightweight. It doesn't really take up any resources, even with my project open. It just sort of it idles there, and it's completely fine. So as for the UI, one thing which is quite frequently mentioned about the Godot engine is the fact that the Godot engine is built in the Godot engine. So essentially all of the UI objects which you see, the text fields and the buttons and the drop-down lists and the, what do you call it, when you have a field with a number and you've got the two arrows to increase or decrease the number, all of these are nodes in the engine, it doesn't make a huge difference, especially if you're just coming to the engine from a state of not knowing anything about it. But it makes a difference in that, for one, if you wanted to poke around in the source code as a Godot Engine developer, which is how I started off. I was looking at the Godot Engine as a game developer. I wanted to figure out how to use it, and at some point I found myself on the GitHub page, and I was looking for how to contribute to the engine. And I'll get onto the development side later. I'm just going to keep in mind I do want to talk about that. But yeah, so you can poke through the source code. You can pretty much... I don't write any C++ in my spare time. I have no particular reason to learn that language beyond what I've picked up. And because it's using the exact same node system, you can pretty much figure out how to make changes to it. If there's a margin issue with one of the UI elements, you can just edit a number, or you can call a property of another node, and it's fairly straightforward. And I contributed a couple of things, very, very small things. I mean, we are literally talking about 2 or 3 lines at a time that fix a little alignment issue in the UI, but it's a nice feeling that the engine is very self-sufficient isn't quite the right word, but self-manifesting could be the right word. It's something that's very special about it, that is kind of, it's below the surface of what you see. The Unity engine, now I could be wrong, is not built in the Unity engine. The Unity engine is built in some language, maybe C variant of some kind, and it's from what I understand and what my friends have told me, it's a bit messy. I think the fact that the Godot engine is built in the Godot engine requires the maintainers to maintain a level of connection and awareness of the usability of what they're building. And in fact, this brings me back to another thing that I want to emphasize, which is just how usable the engine is. I mean, it really is very, very usable. If you want to, a minimal project, you can add some nodes and stuff, a very minimalist, lightweight project that you want to build, you can open it in a fraction of a second. It doesn't have any delay. The engine executable is it less than 50 megabytes? It might be less than 30 actually. It's a very, very small engine, and it opens very quickly. And I can tell you this is not the case on even a very minimalist, project in any other engine, aside from Phaser, which almost doesn't count because it's a JavaScript framework. In any of these other engines, it is a much more committed step to try to run your project. In the Godot engine, you just hit F5 and you are away. It just starts up. And this is again, it's a very small thing I'm talking about, but it really helps. If you just want to make a lot of rapid changes. I could imagine the difference between waiting 1 second and 10 seconds is it's an order of magnitude, but over the course of development, if you start up your game, I could see you starting up a game 1,000 times. That's a massive amount of time that you're saving, all in all. And it makes the act of opening your game a lot more accessible. It kind of, psychologically, it's less intimidating to launch your game. You're not thinking, okay, well, I'm done, time to take a pause, I'll open my game. You know, you're thinking, I'm still working, I'm going through it, let's open the game, let's check this out. It doesn't have this disruption in the flow of development, the workflow. And you know, the workflow in Godot is second to none. I mean, if you really get into a flow with it, you're just adding stuff, you know. You have that little Control-A shortcut to add a node, and you know, you type in the name of what you want. You can use the arrow keys to search up and down in the scene tree. You can attain a very quick workflow, which is why this engine is so popular for game jams now. I think for the Game Maker's Toolkit jam, there were hundreds of Godot projects. For the Ludum Dare as well, there were hundreds. Which, you know, because the engine is so lightweight, you can make a game very, very quickly. You know, I've used it for many game jams, and I think, you know, game jams are hard work anyway. It takes a lot of time to think and to organize stuff, but just the fact that the Godot engine is very lightweight, and it's not that it does stuff for you. You know, like the Unity engine, it has maybe, I can't prove this, but I think it has a stock character controller. It has shaders built into it. It has quite a lot of stuff built into it. The Godot engine, it doesn't have that much built into it, but what it does have is very minimalist, very essentialist, and it allows you, if you know how to use it, to make something very quickly that is very independent of the design choices of the engine developers. And I think that's really, I mean, that's an important thing. I mean, it's kind of a big topic of how the choices of the engine developers will influence the game that you make. But, you know, you can think about it, and again, comparisons here, but the Unreal Engine, the engine developers made certain decisions about the inclusion of shaders, about, you know, the way the shader graph stuff works, or the visual coding, and the choice of scripting language. Is there technically scripting in Unreal? I'm not sure. It might just straight up be functional programming. I don't know. I haven't really used the engine. But the point is, you can only make some kinds of games with Unreal Engine. And sometimes you start up a game and immediately you're just like, aha, this was made in the Unreal Engine. Or this was made in the Unity engine. You know, it has a feeling to it. And this is because, you know, your game is partially made by the engine developers. And one of the really powerful things about Godot, I think, is that the engine developers don't intrude on the creative aspect of your game. You know, there's a... you know, there's a way you can think about it, that there's kind of a veil between the developers of games and the developers of the engine. And this is, you know, I mean, there's a lot of proprietary software which works under this system, but essentially the way that the Godot project is run is a very effective way in supporting this division of labor. And this isn't an issue with most other softwares. In fact, I think other open source projects like Firefox, most internet browser users are not programmers. Most 3D modelers are also not programmers, so the Blender Foundation also doesn't have this issue. The issue is quite exemplified with things like Linux and the desktop environments available on Linux. You have essentially, my belief here is that developers who are working on desktop environments and UI developments for Linux, they learn the Linux ecosystem, and as they are working on the usability, they just get to grips with all of the command line tools, or they get to grips with using a tiling manager like i3 or something wild, and they eventually lose sight of how to make the actual operating system usable, in a really pleasant way. And this is the explanation that I can think of for why Linux is kind of user unfriendly in a few ways. But anyway, I'm not really making a video about Linux. I'm more thinking about the pipeline of game developers who eventually become engine developers, and how the way that the engine is developed helps to prevent game developers from sort of having this newcomer unfriendly hole of experience and familiarity. I mean, I'm talking about it as a technique. It's just there's like two guys who are really good at their job, which is Juan Linietsky and Akians, who are the two maintainers who I know of, although in the last year or two they have added many more people. They've added Yuri is one of them, and there's a few more. I'm very sorry to any of them that I can't remember their names, but they're expanding, which is always a good thing for them. But essentially, yeah, they just do their job really well. I know there's a lot of drama right now, in fact, about the way that the organization is run. There's a user called X-Rays who made a very long book, essentially, about his negative experiences with the Godot Engine development community, and essentially the underpinning is that this engine development team is a cult. It's he was talking about how the maintainers are exploiting people's sense of belonging to I suppose essentially farm people for programming output. And that's not good. I mean, this guy feels this way. He says a lot of crazy things in his book, so I'm not really sure I go with him all the way, or even a little bit. But I did read his book, and essentially what I can glean from it is that this person had a lot of independent ideas about how the Godot engine should focus its resources, or what features should be added, and essentially this guy is a game developer. He's working in the engine, but the engine is just these a handful of people who are it's entirely down to their discretion what really goes on, and so trying to balance the needs of everybody with the fact that at some point they just call the shots, is a really difficult ongoing problem. And essentially what this person X-rays with his book Waiting for Blue Robot, and I do recommend you read it because it's interesting. I mean, it's being widely derided at the moment, and I honestly understand why. It's kind of insane, but it's an interesting read about his experience. So, hold on, where was I now? Anyway, it doesn't really matter. The point is that the Godot Engine team do a really, really good job, and it's important to remember as well that, you know, the Godot Engine isn't the be-all and end-all of game development. I mean, it is in a very special place, and I think its sort of thematic implications go a lot wider than just the Godot Engine. And I think, you know, sometimes I think, how are the maintainers, you know, able to continue their job with this much riding on it? But they just do. I mean, if you think about what the Godot Engine is, it's the biggest open source game engine. And okay, well, there's a lot of things which are the biggest open source something, and they also aren't that good. But if you think about, you know, what is you know, a video game, you get into a lot of thinking. At the most general term, you can say that it's just stuff that's entertaining, stuff that you want to do on your computer. You know, it's stuff that tells a story or represents an environment or does something interesting. You know, it's you know, it entertains the artistic attention of the human whatever. And the Godot Engine is the biggest truly free tool to do this, which is a really big deal. I mean, Linux is one thing, and people, you could make a similar argument about Linux being, you know, the one, you know, the biggest free way to run your computer. But that's quite abstract. I mean, what do you actually get from running Linux? I mean, yes, your computer works in a sensible way, and you don't have viruses and just awful stuff happening all the time. But you know, in a very sort of fundamental way, if you wake up a caveman from a cryo freezer and you tell him, this computer runs Linux, he isn't going to care if it runs Linux or if it runs Windows. He cares that it's a computer and he can do stuff on it, and he can play video games, and he can watch movies on it. And there's all these colorful and interesting things. And that's what the Godot Engine kind of facilitates. You know, it allows you to make these interesting things. And I think that really can't be understated, because it is the biggest free one. You know, the Unity engine has a flavor, the Unreal Engine has a flavor. All things considered, if a game is made in Godot Engine, you don't really notice it. It's just, you know, you just know that information. It doesn't leap out at you unless you leave an icon somewhere in the game files, or if you know, I suppose some of the particle effects can be a little bit characteristic of the engine, but that's really the only thing I can think of. Everything else is very, very ubiquitous, very clean, very generic in a sense. So anyway, the fact that it is just a handful of people making it is kind of important to remember, because you can think that in a vacuum, yeah, so this is where it's at. This is the open source community's efforts to make something, and that's people from all around the world connected by the internet. There's no, you know, biases in gender, race, or sexuality. It's completely free and open. It's still a handful of people who are just doing a really good job. And yes, that's what I think X-Rays is missing out here. But anyway, let's I've been talking around the Godot engine for a little bit. I think it's, you know, I can be a little bit more specific about things that I like about it, because I mean, there's just a lot of things in the Godot engine. You know, there's the 2D node system and the 3D node system, or the spatial nodes. Although actually, aren't they called? I'm kind of naturalized to Godot 3 at the moment. This is, at the time of recording, I haven't really. I've played with Godot 4 a couple of times. I've done I think 2 or 3 jam games, and that's very fun. And you know, I'm really excited for doing a big project in Godot 4, but I haven't really adopted the terminology. So I would just like to apologize in advance if I end up saying things like spatial nodes, which I'm pretty sure are just called Node 3D now. Or, you know, Sprite versus Sprite 2D. Where Sprite 3D was always Sprite 3D, but still, you know, little things like that. Just be aware, okay? But anyway, the Node 2D, Node 3D, and the control nodes, which I believe are the same in Godot 4. There's no naming convention change for them. These are the 3 main categories of nodes. You know, these are you know, well, actually, I don't know if I should also explain. If you're watching this video, you probably know a little bit about the Godot engine, but just in case you don't, one of the major sort of mechanical hang-ups the Godot engine has is that everything in the engine is based around nodes. And a node can be a sprite, it can be a physics body, it can be a collision shape, it can be all of these things, or anything. You know, it's a little bit different from Unity, where you just kind of have objects and then you add components. It's an entity component system. In Godot, that entity component system is a little bit more atomized, where things are very much what they are. But anyway, there's the 3 major kingdoms of nodes. You have the control nodes, you have the node 3Ds, and you have the node 2Ds. And I have very positive things to say about, frankly, all of them, although I don't know a lot about the node 3Ds. The node 2Ds, you get things like, I mean, right off the bat, there's this nice z index thing. And you can just choose whether or not, you know, there's a the 2D side of Godot is pure it's pure 2D. It's not a projection from a 3D plane. It is 2-dimensional proper. So you have an issue of, you know, the draw order of different nodes, and the way that the Godot engine solves this issue of the draw order without having an actual 3rd-dimensional z-axis is that they use something called the z-index. And the z-index it functions very similarly to a z-axis. It's, you know, although it's, you know, it's integers, so you can't have z-index of 0.5 or something silly. You know, that the higher the number is, the closer to the screen it is, and the lower the number, the further away it is. And this is available in any 2D node, and it is useful. You know, I'm not saying that this is unique to the Godot engine. There are many things which are unique to the Godot engine, but you know, this is mainly, like I said earlier, the comparisons only do so much, and I think it's important to just be able to say, damn, Godot engine got a z-index, you like to see it, it's cool, and it's useful, and I mean, it's indispensable. You have to figure out what order the nodes are going to be drawn in, you know, there's a lot of ways that you can do that. There's also a node called a Y-sort node, which is quite similar. It essentially sets the draw order based on the y coordinate of the objects in there. So this is useful if you have a kind of top-down 2D or an isometric 2D game, and you want to allow your player character to walk in front of, some vegetation or in front of another player character. And I'm not sure if you can really imagine what I mean, but it's quite useful. And it's very simple to use. You literally just take the Y-sort node, and anything that you want to be sorted by Y, you just add it as a child of that Y-sort node, and it does it for you. Now, I do believe that it is overridden by the z-index kind of thing, so if you have a z-index higher than a z-index of something else, as children of the Y-sort, the higher z-index is going to take priority, I do believe. But again, this it just works. It works really well. I use this in pretty much every game that I release, because at some point you're going to have a z-index you just want it to draw correctly. Another way of specifying the draw order, which actually confuses me more often than you would probably assume, or at least it used to when I was learning the engine, is the actual order of the nodes in the scene tree. Now again, if you're not familiar with the engine, the scene tree has it is a tree. You have a list of nodes from top to bottom that are children of other nodes, parents of other nodes, and they essentially get drawn from top to bottom. You get, the node that you put right at the top of the scene tree will be drawn behind everything, and the node that you put right at the bottom will be drawn in front of everything. And it goes sequentially, and that works perfectly fine for most things. I said I needed to tweak the z-index in almost every game I release. I actually don't know if that's true. I usually would probably just use this system if I want to, specify a shadow on a player character, for instance, which I do have in many of my games, a little drop shadow. You just put the shadow sprite behind the other sprite. You put it in terms of the scene tree. You just put that node above the other node, and you solve that issue. You get that part of the game working, and it works very nicely. There's other aspects of the draw order system as well. There's the canvas layer, and you gotta love the canvas layer. I mean, I know I do. It's very useful. I do think that's a 2D node. Let me just check right here. So I got this thing open, and actually, yes, canvas layer is a child of the node 2D class. Canvas item is actually a little bit different, which is a parent of the node 2D and the control nodes, but essentially you don't really have to worry about canvas item. I don't actually know what that involves. Canvas item has some properties about color modulation, about visibility, about materials, things like this, which are properties that any control node or node 2D will have. The node 3Ds, last I checked, kind of have their own area of the engine. But anyway, what was I talking about? The canvas layer in regards to the draw order. If you have a canvas layer, essentially you can choose to draw everything on a new layer. It's another way of quantizing your draw order. You can. I usually use canvas layers for stuff like health bars or UI elements that you want to appear on the screen over everything else, and importantly, things that are independent of your camera. Because, that's right, as any good game engine will have, you have a camera. And the camera it'll specify a region of the screen to be drawn, or a region of the game world to be drawn to the screen. Which is a very fancy way of saying that if you move the camera, your little aperture into the game world will also move. And sometimes you want things to stay essentially attached to the camera. And you could do it by attaching things to the camera. I guess I don't see why you couldn't do it that way. It would be a bit weird. But even better than that, you can just specify a canvas layer, which is actually, hold on, I just gave out some misinformation. I said that it was a child of the Node 2D, and it isn't. It's actually a child of Node, which is the ancestral, node of all of the nodes. So it's not actually related to any of the 3 major kingdoms of nodes. It's its own thing, but essentially, if you have a canvas layer, it's going to draw on your canvas independently of your main your camera or your main sort of game world view. And it's very useful. And in fact, one of the really good things about the canvas layer is that you can have more than one, and you can specify which layer they are. So, an example of this is that you have some UI elements in your game. You have a health bar, you have, a mini-map or stuff like this. And then your player hits the escape key. And you have to spawn in a settings menu. But you don't want it to really interact at all with the UI in-game. You want the in-game UI to be completely out of the way, but maybe you're spawning stuff in and out all the time. You're doing something a bit dynamic with the scene tree under your UI canvas layer. So what you can do instead is have another canvas layer, which is just ordered on top of the other canvas layer, and you put your settings menu into that one. And, you just solve the issue completely. You can do what you want, and you don't have to worry about stuff from your UI popping on top of your canvas layer. And again, this is quite a small thing, but it makes a big difference, at least in my opinion. It's a very intuitive way to go about something as important as the draw order issue, Well, aside from the specific 2D drawing stuff, because I am a game developer. I'm not an engine developer really at all. So when I'm thinking about sort of the really finicky details of how the 2D pipeline works, I really don't know that much about it. So I guess I'll leave this. I've heard that the 2D pipeline is very sophisticated, and it's very good, and it supports Vulkan, and it supports OpenGL and GLES 3 or maybe 4. I don't really know. There's a lot of resources available in case you want to learn more about the really, like I said, the finicky details of the 2D drawing stuff. I don't know that much about it though. In most of the time when I'm using the Godot Engine, I'm not interfacing with that. I'm interfacing with, maybe a Sprite 2D. And the Sprite 2D is, as you can probably guess, it's a node, and it is the node responsible for drawing most of, or if not all of the sort of gamey graphics that you have. So you can do it in a different way with the texture rect. Is that what it's called? Texture frame? Something like that. That's a control node though, and I'll talk more about the control nodes a little bit later or at a different time. I've got the Godot engine open here in the background in case you're listening to me clicking around. I'm gonna go take a look at a sprite, which you won't be able to see, but it'll help my sort of my mental clarity for this kind of thing. So if I just open up, I don't know, something random. I got a shadow sprite open right here, which, like I said, you aren't able to see. I think at this point in the video it should still be B-roll of my wonderful video game, ULTRAFUN. You can play that on Steam if you like. It's very fun, it's very exciting. It's everything you could possibly want in a video game, and hopefully even considerably more. But anyway, I'll keep the self-advertising to a minimum for a second. So the sprite, it's quite a good... I think pretty much every game engine is going to have some analog to a sprite. I mean, for the Godot Engine sprite, it's very straightforward. It has a texture, and a texture is actually another type of entity in Godot, which is not a node, it's a resource. And actually, I haven't really got into the resource thing, so I guess I could go over that now before I completely forget about it, because it's a little bit of a niche aspect to the engine, is that in addition to nodes, which are kind of game entities, and you interface within the logic of the Godot engine with nodes, instead you to interface with sort of the data side of things, there's a resource format, which you can have an image or a PNG file is a resource, kind of, yeah, a resource is kind of a little condensation of information about something that's on your disk, or a data structure, that kind of thing. So I know I can just give examples of resources instead of trying to define it off the top of my head. Like I said, you can have a texture. It's a solid resource. You have tile sets when you're working with tile maps. That's a resource. You can have sound files, audio streams. Those are resources. There's actually loads. I think a polygon is a resource. A collision shape is a resource. And it's really quite a good idea, because it allows you to define very... I guess this is just what it's like in object-oriented programming all the time. I really couldn't tell you where you just have sensible data structures. But anyway, that's what a resource is. And the sprite takes in a texture. And that texture, I'm looking at it right now, you can have various types of texture. You can have, animated textures. You can have image textures. I believe image textures are the main... no, I think it might actually be a stream texture, which is a subtle difference to do with how this is managed in memory. You don't necessarily have to work out which. There are, by the looks of it, maybe 10 or 15 types of texture resource available, and you don't have to mess around with figuring out which one to use, because when you are creating your sprite and you just want to load a PNG file or a bitmap file into your sprite or into your texture resource field, you just hit the load button and you click on the image, and it does pretty much what you want for you. I know there are use cases for pretty much all of these. There's a camera texture, which I believe is what a camera can draw to. So if you have, I believe I mentioned a camera quite recently, which is, it allows you to see a little space into your game world. Well, you can have a camera texture, which, correct me if I'm wrong, you can use to represent what your camera is seeing with the camera texture. And there's also others. There's the viewport texture. I don't know what that is, I'm going to be honest. The noise texture. And just based on the icon, you can see it's got a little bit of a messy, noisy screen. I don't know. Anyway, loads of textures. I do not have to elaborate all of these. But it gives you a lot of versatility. And clearly all of these have some utility. It's quite good, and not all of them, I imagine, would be strictly used in the sprite node. So you could have a gradient texture, which actually, I'm just gonna do a bit of live. Yeah, this is the one that I'm thinking of. The gradient texture is used within the particles system. So most notably, at least, you have a particles 2D node. I'll get into the particle system later because I could talk about that for a while. You have your particles 2D node. You have your particle stuff resource. I can't remember what it's called right now. And then within the particle stuff, whatever, you have a lot of properties. You have like the color, you have the scale, the size of the particles, and what you can actually do is use this gradient texture to adjust, the color over time or the scale over time with respect to the lifetime of your particles. So you can have it expand, you can have it shrink, you can have it change color, and that's enabled by the gradient texture, and you get this nice little window where you can define the different colors along the gradient, and it'll sort of seamlessly flow between these colors, and it'll mix them, and it's just really helpful. It's really good. It's one of the things that makes the particle system really sophisticated. And apparently, yes, you can even put that into a sprite if you really wanted to. I don't know exactly what that would look like. I suspect it would just draw a gradient, a little rectangle with your defined gradient as you put it in the editor. I'm not going to experiment with that right now. Because, I mean, you guys won't be able to see it. I could do this another time, but anyway, you have your sprite, and the point of the sprite is to render out the texture to the screen, not to interpret, the gradient to change the behavior of particles, and not to, interact with the camera in a certain way or do anything like this with the viewport. Essentially, it is just designed to render the texture that you put into it, and that's very straightforward. That is hopefully unambiguous. I think the sprite is actually one of the simplest nodes in the entire Godot engine. It's definitely it's like one of the first 5 that you learn about, because it's the one that allows you to draw a picture in your favorite image editor and then put it into the game, and that's really important. I mean, even if you want to put the beloved icon.png into your game, by default, if you drag that from the file system dock into the scene window, it'll come out as a sprite. So yeah, it's a very good node. There's also a setting for normal maps, so you can create a bit of depth on your texture. Personally, I've never used this. I'm not entirely sure how you would go about using this, but you could. if you wanted to. I expect perhaps you could have an interaction with a light node. Who knows, truly. It takes in the same sort of array of textures. I imagine you would just put another stream texture or image texture in there, and it would do the normal map stuff, and it would be fine. Like I said, well, I actually have used it, but it was a long time ago, and I don't remember what happened. I don't think I used it correctly. So, anyway, there is very sort of convenient support for all this kind of stuff. And then, yeah, you have a few. I'm just reading down the properties now. You have some of these nice sort of convenient options. You have, one of the things that the sprite node does is draw a texture to the screen. So you need to have some properties to allow you to draw it in the right location, in the right orientation. So you can center it, you can set the offset, apparently you can animate it, which is, if you have a sprite sheet, and I know for a fact that some developers do put a sprite sheet into their Sprite 2D, and they animate it using the animation. So they specify, a sprite sheet, assuming everybody knows, I don't know if they necessarily do, is a grid of sprites. So you have a little you need to essentially specify how many columns of sprites are in your grid and how many rows. And then you'll be able to go frame 1, frame 2, frame 3, just sort of left to right, top to bottom, easy enough. And you can do that with the sprite. Now, personally, I don't really like doing it this way. I prefer using something else called an animated sprite. And an animated sprite, to me, is a little bit better. I mean, it is specifically implemented to permit you to animate things. So maybe it's just very good for that reason. But the sprite, I know that some developers, because I have worked with them, do prefer to use the sprite sheet method. Which you can't do in an animated sprite, as far as I'm aware, unless this is changed in Godot 4, which it might be, but I don't personally think it is. The disadvantage of doing it in a sprite is that if you have multiple animations, you have to define the boundaries yourself. So maybe frames 1 to 13 are your walking cycle, and then 14 to 17 is your attack. You will have to manually create the logic to make sure that you're playing frames 1 to 13 when you're walking, and 14 to 17 when you're attacking. And that's not really a lot of work. You could do it in about maybe 45 minutes to get that down and get that, all set up in your head. But if you have something else, like an animated sprite, which does work differently, so if you have an animated sprite, you don't really have the option of using it in a sprite sheet. What you have to do instead is, instead of just taking in a texture resource, you have this other thing called a sprite frames resource. And what that does is it takes in a whole series of images, PNG files usually, and you can define animations. Each animation, it has a little group of PNGs. So essentially, when you're actually using the animated sprite, when you're actually, playing animations with it, you just tell it what is the name of the animation. So you can have a walk animation, Okay, in your walk animation, you just add the 13 frames, and that's that. You can just call in your GD script just animated sprite dot play walk, and it'll do it. It'll just you can set it to loop. You can set the speed of the animation, anything like that, and it'll just work. And then you can set a different animation, which is called attack, and you put frames 14 to 17 in there. And then again, you can set whatever properties you like. You can add more frames, you can add empty frames, you can do whatever, and it'll just work. And it's a really versatile way of doing it, because it allows you to make very quick iterative changes. And that's, I said earlier, one of the really good things about the Godot engine is that it is so suited to quick and iterative changes, like in a game jam. You need to get an idea and you want to tweak it. You don't want to have to make lots of essentially meaningless changes, like if you wanted to change the frame the animation frame boundaries in a sprite sheet. Say your walk animation now has 15 frames. Well, now you have to change the numbers that you're using for your attack animation and the animations after that. Again, maybe not a lot of work, but it's an extra step which contributes to the cognitive load of using it. And that is just, if you can avoid that, it's a really good thing. If you can have a really streamlined workflow, where you're using the animated sprite and you literally just put in those extra frames and that's it. That's my preferred way of placing animations into the game. So yeah, personally, I do use just the sprite node for things that aren't animated. Surely I do have a reason for that. I'm not sure what the reason is, but will it come to me? One thing that the sprite does have that the animated sprite doesn't is the region setting. And this is only useful in very niche circumstances, usually when I'm dealing with shaders. It essentially allows you to define only a specific part of the sprite that you want to draw. So maybe you just want like a little island of 32 pixels in the middle of your sprite and you don't want to draw the rest of it. I would usually use this if I'm adding something like a shader or something like computationally a bit unusual to create an effect. I don't think I could probably count on one hand the number of times I've actually used the region setting for a sprite, but I have used it, and that is something the animated sprite doesn't have. I think aside from that, I would only use the normal Sprite 2D node when I do not, or when I want to make it obvious that I'm not animating anything, just so that I can see, like, if it's just a drop shadow, clearly that's, well, not necessarily clearly, but for my games, that is never going to be animated. The characters don't move that much. They're not going to be deforming the shadow in any way, and that's just how I like to try and make the scene tree really nice and clear for me. Now, I think just while we're on the topic of other nodes that I like, possibly my favorite node in the entire engine, and I do not say that lightly, because there are a lot of nodes which I really like. I mean, the sprites are really good, camera is a solid one. They have nothing on the particles node. And I think, in fact, if I'm ever playing a game and I'm going to identify what engine it is. I usually am not able to identify when it's a Godot Engine game, except for when I see the particles system. And, you know, maybe being able to tell what engine your game came from can sometimes be a bit of a almost a derogatory effect against the game. Luckily for me, I really like the particle system, so it generally makes me think, oh, this game used the particles system in a way that is very close to what the defaults were. That's fine, there's no issue with that. But the thing is, the particle system is immensely versatile. So when I do see that, it does count a little bit against the game, which I know I just said that it, you know, I kind of suggested that it doesn't for me, but it actually does. I changed my mind in the last 20 seconds. You know, I think if the particles node is being... You can just have it emit a stream of little rectangles, and it doesn't look very good, but you have so many properties. I think the main one, which isn't utilized very well, is the emission shape. Well, let me before I go ahead and start elaborating on the details of the particles, I can get into a little bit more about the sort of macro structure of the node, because it is also a fairly complicated node. The idea is that the particles 2D node has what's called a process material. And this is a resource, a material resource, which contains a lot of information about the continued behavior of the particles. And with the exception of the CPU particles node, which I will not be discussing now or probably ever, all of this stuff runs on the GPU. So you get to define a whole lot. I don't really see the purpose of elaborating through very sort of dry things. You can set the lifetime of a particle, the amount of particles, the speed scale of the whole particle system, the amount of particle behavior that gets pre-processed before the particles appear in the scene. I mean, these things all have their utilities. If you want an explosion to just appear really fast, sometimes you want to put a little bit of that pre-process in to make it... what that basically means is that it computes for a number of seconds before actually adding the particles into the scene. So you could have a bit of a dynamic particle system already computed through that dynamic, just already there. And yeah, I use that for muzzle flashes sometimes, or explosions or things like that. Not all the time, but I have used it that way. And you have lots of properties in the process material. I highly recommend, if you are a Godot Engine developer, which, I mean, based on how far into this video we are, I imagine that you are. You probably are. I recommend you just look at the process material, the particles material node specifically, because there's a couple you can have, and just play around with some of the effects that you can get. Like I said a minute ago, you can have gradient textures, which will allow you to make changes in your particles' behavior that are dynamic in time. So yeah, you have the color ramp. I'm just kind of looking at them now, and it's very versatile, but I can't explain all of these. It's not worth it, and also you just have to give it a try. I think a really nice little trick is to change the particles texture. which is the actual, by default, you just get this little 1 pixel square, which, as you might imagine, is not super interesting. You can change the texture of the particle, so you can change it into a sort of, I would usually use some size of a circular pixel brush. So you have the 3px pixel brush, which is kind of this cross shape, and that one, in my opinion and in my experience, looks really good, and I recommend test and play around with spinning that, making it fade in and out, shrink and grow, accelerate and orbit, and all these other very fun things. I mean, you would be surprised how many effects you can do with this. And especially, you know, what you might see in the inspector is not everything. There is actually even more functionality to this node. If you... Now, again, this may be slightly different in Godot 4. I'm pretty sure it will still have the concept of the emission mask, but it may be located somewhere differently on the screen. So in Godot 3, you have this little, when you've got a particles node selected, near the top of the screen where you have all your sort of tools and your cursor modes and the view settings, you'll have this particles drop down. And you can click on that and you go down to load emission mask. What an emission mask is an image file which defines the areas where your particles will be emit. So if you want to have, for example, a structure made out of particles, what you need to do is load an emission mask, and you can set it to emit particles in that shape. So particles will spawn anywhere that there's a white pixel, and they won't spawn anywhere that there is a transparent pixel. I think maybe it's white and black, maybe it's white and transparent. I can't remember perfectly. I think it is white and transparent. But yeah, and that is immensely useful. You can use that, you can play with some of the settings to create a scene that you like, and it becomes a very powerful tool. If you don't like using a whole emission mask, you can just use the sort of quick and dirty emission shape setting, which is in the particles material, and most of the time that works fine if you just want to create a little circle or a little square. Okay, we have a little bit of an intermission right here, because during the production process for my wonderful YouTube video, in fact quite early on in the lovely production process, there is a leak in my roof, and it's not just any leak in my roof. The leak drips down right where my computer chair is. Right there. See? Look at this. So I'm going to have to relocate in order to finish this video. Well, I suppose instead of that I can take a somewhat different approach. I can talk about what got me into Godot Engine development to begin with. So the Godot Engine is not the first visual engine, nor is it the first framework in general that I worked with. I tried to use the Unity engine in about 2013 or 2014, when I was working with a Dragon Ball mod community for, well, it was originally for Half-Life 1, and then they decided to make essentially the same game but in a different engine, and they decided they would use the Unity engine. So to try to catch up with the knowledge, I decided to try to learn the engine, and I did not like it. It was difficult to understand. I mean, a large part of this was due to the fact that I would have been no older than maybe 14 at the time. But anyway, that was my first impression with the Unity engine. After that, sometime after that, I decided to try programming in the Phaser framework. Now, for those of you who don't know, Phaser is a JavaScript framework, and it essentially abstracts most of the really tricky stuff, so you don't need to worry about rendering, you don't need to worry very much about creating the window itself. I mean, I didn't have any web development knowledge, so it was a really straightforward way to get into game development. Essentially, if you're using an engine, like a framework, where it is, there's no visual component, it is writing JavaScript. It was very difficult to keep my projects organized. So I did release my very first game, which was called Don't Be Still. Now, only the most hardcore of Alex Horatio fans will remember Don't Be Still, but it was essentially, the idea was that once you start moving in a level, you cannot stop moving, or you die, and you also lose health if you get attacked by some enemies and things like that. So at the time, I decided to go for a very minimalistic style, and that worked, because I couldn't make any graphics, I couldn't organize any graphics. I mean, I was placing enemies by programming in their coordinates into a Sublime text, which was fine for the scale and type of that project. And frankly, I've been thinking I could go back into Phaser sometime if I get some time, but no, eventually it got a bit tricky to use, because you can't iterate very easily over multiple features, not with the speed and convenience of a visual editor, even arranging menu items, unless I wanted to get out the graph paper and start drawing my menu items literally onto the page and doing some math to figure out where I want to put them. It just, I didn't want to have to do that particularly. I wanted to be able to try multiple things as quickly as I could. So for whatever reason, I think because Phaser was an open source framework, which was part of the reason I used that, I decided to go to the Godot Engine, which is popularly another open source MIT licensed engine. And that ended up working really well for me. Pretty much as soon as I started trying to use the Godot engine, it was it was very easy to use. It made sense. I could see that a script is attached to a thing, and then the thing does things, and it was just really nice to get into. And I think quite quickly, in maybe like 2 months, I released 3 really short games, and then after that I made probably my first actual Godot Engine game, which was Super Displacement. And again, only the most hardcore Alex Horatio fans will remember Super Displacement. But that was yeah, it was a very short arena shooter kind of game. So without elaborating on my entire game development history, everything I did after that point, with the exception of a couple of very small Unity projects, game jam-sized things that weren't strictly for a game jam, everything else has been with the Godot engine. And anyway, for the record, my the tutorial that I used to get into the engine was the official tutorial on their website. So what I did is that I just sort of went into the engine blind, and then only after getting a little bit of hands-on experience, I think pretty much right before I did, start working on super displacement, I went through, I think, the entire getting started with Godot and onwards, and that made it made a really big difference to my ability. I think my Steam review in October of 2016, I edited it since then, but at the time it pretty much just said, go play or go walk through the documentation in the Godot engine documentation page, because it really, really helps. And I think that's also one of the really good things about the engine. The engine isn't just the software. It's it is the software. The Godot engine is physically, it is the software, but a large part of the Godot experience, and one of the reasons that the engine is usable at all, is the documentation. Now, I have used a little bit of Unity, and I have used a little bit of, well, I would say the documentation is actually really good in Phaser, but I think the Godot engine has some of the best documentation of any open source project, and most likely this is because the Godot engine has a whole lot of programmer savvy people who are essentially interacting with the Godot engine all the time, and it's very easy to write a little bit in the documentation to help other developers understand, because you need documentation in order to know what's going on. And the Godot documentation is very well written. I think it's it may or may not be fully translated to other languages. I can't remember, but it tends to be very explanatory and very comprehensive. There's the pages for, I'm trying to remember which node it was, but I think it is any of the complicated ones. So that the navigation pages, there are dedicated pages for learning how to do the navigation, how to do physics, objects manipulation, how to do various quirks in scripting, in the animation player, in built-in types. There are generally quite lengthy paragraphs at the beginning of the page, or links to dedicated pages which explain techniques on how to do it, and this is really important, I think, for Godot Engine developers to have this information, because without these kind of cookbook recipes for useful items, it's very difficult to invent your own language in a piece of software and then apply it to create something. The function of the documentation pages is kind of like its own language, where you have sort of phrases of a platformer, a convention, an ideal. This is something which game developers don't have to work with. That's also kind of a topic that I want to get into, but it's very broad into general game design, and I am aware that this is a Godot Engine video. It's reasonably, I wouldn't call it technical, because frankly I don't have a lot of the technical knowledge off the top of my head, and but it's definitely an expression of how much I like this engine, how much I enjoy using it. It's a really good piece of software. Even by open source software standards, it's really good. You can find a lot of what seems like open source abandonware on the internet. And especially if you're working in a Linux ecosystem where you're mostly only ever interacting with the open source stuff that is cross-compiled or compiled onto Linux. There's a lot of abandonware out there, and the Godot engine, it's kind of more like, the Blender side of the open source thing, but, these kinds of really big projects like Mozilla, Firefox, and Blender, these kinds of really big projects, both of those came into the scene in the early 2000s, and I think that programming evolves very quickly. Computational architecture evolves very quickly, and the Godot engine, by comparison, is kind of appearing in the big time, in the big leagues, like 10 years after all these others, and essentially what that means is that much like one of the reasons I enjoy the Rust programming language. The Godot engine is, or at least it's made with the feeling that it's got this sort of modern programming standard in mind. There's a certain, standard for the usability of software and the sensibility of its design decisions. This is a big thing in Rust, is to improve upon some of the crazy stuff that C does. And out of the two of them, I don't have any experience in either one, frankly, so I probably shouldn't be talking about this when you think about it. But, Rust seems very intelligently designed. But anyway, it might be worth explaining a little bit more about how the Godot engine is very, well designed. At what it does. And, I've already, we're 19 minutes into the video, we are well into it at this point, so for your sake and for my sake, I'm not going to just repeat about how much I like the node system, and how I think it's a really good take on an entity component kind of system, a bit like what Unity has, but a bit what seems to me as being more organized, even though it is a very similar system. One of the things I alluded to earlier was nodes that weren't Node 2D derived. And, for the record, there are a lot of 2D nodes out there, but there are also a lot of nodes that aren't derived from Node 2D. There are the control nodes, for instance. There are the spatial nodes, or the Node 3Ds. There are the random nodes that just derive the original node class, like the big three. But that's the canvas layer, or the animation player, or the whole navigation stuff. Even the timer and the tween nodes, which are both very useful nodes. They're also in there as children of the original, just the node. So I guess if I had to just pick one of these to start talking about, I would start talking about the tween, because in my experience, I think now that the tween is in the tutorials, and it tells you about the tween quite readily, because it's really, really useful. When I was starting out with the Godot engine, there may or may not have even been a tween node in Godot 2. I don't know. In Godot 3 there is, because I'm looking at it on my screen right now. And the idea is that it smoothly animates a node's properties. So that can be a node's position, that can be the scale of a node, any continuous property, or maybe a categorical, I don't know, definitely a continuous property. You can set it to change between two values using certain smoothing modes and easing modes, and it's very powerful. It's really good for, most notably in my game ULTRAFUN, I use this kind of technique to animate the appearing and the disappearing of menus. You can find charts online about the different easing functions, and the transition functions as well. And it's a really good node. I mean, I won't get into exactly how to use it, because it's a little bit, I wouldn't say complicated, but essentially it's a node, and it's one of the only nodes which you basically have to use a script to figure it out, because there's just no buttons. In order to use a tween, it needs to be assigned to a node, and specifically a node's property, but you can only do that through a script. Rather than try to narrate the programming that you need, I think I will just say go learn about that, because it's really useful, and you should definitely learn about it. I guess that was that for the tween, huh? I mean, I suppose you could say that that time really flies when you're having fun, but the Godot engine has a node for that as well. In fact, it has the timer node. And as you might expect, the timer node is a really simple node. It just counts. It counts up and it counts down. Well, actually, it just counts down as far as I'm aware. And when it's done, it emits a signal. And just from mentioning the idea of a timer, you can probably imagine quite a lot of ways that could be really useful to have. If you want to have, like, the player is invulnerable for a second after taking damage, you could use a timer for that. If you want to have any kind of repeating, so you want to say every 5 seconds something happens, the timer is your best friend, because it will do that. You just set it for 5 seconds, you press start, and unless it's specifically told to stop after the first one, it will continue to signal and to repeat. Now, I mean, for as simple as it is, and to describe what the node does, I'm really, I think, underselling how much I use this node in a regular basis when I'm working on a game. I mean, bullet cooldowns. I can list off 100 different use cases for it, in various games that I've been working on. But it's a very, very useful node, and like I said, to only spend a moment talking about it is really underselling it. But I do have to confess that even in cases where it would make sense for me to use a timer, I very frequently do not use a timer, even still. I've quite taken to doing it all in script, you can essentially do it in about maybe like 4 or 5 lines of code, where you just have a variable and you just count up with that variable, and then every frame in your process function, you just check if it's, exceeded a certain time limit, and if it has, then, reset the timer to 0 or decrement by the number of seconds you had to wait, and then fire off your event. And I especially, I do this because of the other structure which I have in the code. So normally, I would use, I have used a timer for the, it may be fairly equivalent. I was going to say about the fire rate for a player character. So if you hold down the button and you want to automatically fire, you're going to be checking, is the player able to fire yet? And I've done it both ways. I've used the timer, which, you can, when it times out, you just tell it that you are ready to fire another bullet, and also using the kind of script timer mode, where you where you, it's essentially the same thing in the little timeout. When it has exceeded your wait time, then you fire off the the okay that you can fire another bullet. I think for that purpose they're pretty much identical. There are some times when I want to adjust to the speed of the timer, and you can kind of do this if you set the wait time of the timer and then you start it and stop it. You can change the amount of time that you have to wait. I don't think you can change just the speed that the timer fills up at, and I think that's where the other one, the script version, can actually be more useful, because you have to, when you're, as I said in the process function, when you're incrementing this timer variable, you are incrementing it usually by delta, unless you want to have some weird frame irregularities. You would use delta, and then you would scale delta by whatever, amount you want it to be. So if you just add delta every process frame, in 1 second, that variable will be 1. And, depending on your wait time, or how much time you would need to wait before satisfying your condition, when it gets to that point, you could just fire off the signal, and it's very easy. But sometimes, maybe I would want to, especially if I want it to be a somewhat unpredictable event, like I'm writing an enemy's AI, then you would be multiplying that delta value with another value, or maybe a screen shake is one where I can't, or I refuse to use the actual timer node, because the timer node, you can get this time left thing, and that does usually work quite well. And I suppose that there's no reason that I couldn't do this with a timer. Now that I think about it, I am essentially rewriting the core conceit to the node, so it kind of makes sense. But when I apply a little bit of screen shake, usually what I do is every frame in my process function, I have the position of my camera, or the offset for my camera, is always being set. It's always being set to a vector 2, so a set of 2 numbers, with a random number in each of the 2 fields. So the offset is a random number between -1 and 1 for the x-axis, and it's a random number between -1 and 1 for the y-axis. And yeah, this is very intuitive. That alone you will have a constant shaking pattern. So, hold on, I'm hearing water running through my walls right now. This building is collapsing. Well, anyway, yeah, so what I would do is I would add a timer variable. Now, it's exactly like the timer that I was just talking about. You know, it goes from... It's kind of the reverse. It starts at a high number, let's say 1. And I usually call this something like shake timer. You just multiply this little shaky random vector that you have by the shake timer. So when the shake timer is 1, you have 100% of your shake. When it's 0, you obviously have 0% of your shake. And what I would do when something happens and I want to be shaking the screen, I add this event to increase the shake timer to some specified value, usually, so 1. And then, every frame, I am decreasing the value of my shake timer. And it's a really good way of doing it because I can very easily change how quickly I want it to decrease. So I can multiply the delta by a value because I'm always decreasing the value down from 1. And obviously I'm limiting it at 0, so it can't go into negatives. But it goes from 1 to 0 in some way. And there's a lot of ways to do this. I have genuinely watched a GDC talk about this, which gave me most of the ideas for this algorithm anyway, where they go on at length to talk about the various components of a screen shake system. And yeah, so in addition to the timer, you have sort of the maximum shake value. So usually that's like 5, can be a lot, so sometimes 3 to 5 pixels usually works for me. You know, it depends. I used to prefer a lot of screen shake because it's a really, I started doing game development in, maybe 2016 or 2017, and screen shake at that time was very, very popular thanks to Vlambia, who at that time were still making games with tons of screen shake. However, after I did that, I got a lot of feedback that it was too much screen shake, and I think probably the reasonable thing is to add a setting where you can attenuate the amount of screen shake that you want to put in your game. But I didn't really do that. I kind of reduced the amount of screen shake and weathered the criticism, mostly because I was kind of lazy and I didn't want to put in that extra setting. But yeah, so I saw a whole GDC talk about this, and the shake timer, which, as I said, is very analogous to just this timer node, with only one change, which is that it goes from 1 to 0 instead of going from 0 up to infinity, is that it you can attenuate how quickly it decreases. Now, I don't usually make it exponential on the decrease, because it can be a little bit algorithmically awkward to do that. If I was going to do it, and I have done it before, is that I just multiply it by something like 99%. So every frame I just say the shake timer is now 90% of what it used to be. And then the next time it decreases it a little less because there's less of it. Then the time after that, it decreases it a little less because there's less of it. I mean, this is a straightforward way of writing an exponential. But usually I put the exponential part because if you've ever played a game with a linear screen shake, it isn't fun or cool. It's a little bit, I don't know if it triggers people's motion sickness. I've never gotten motion sickness from screen shake in a video game, but I think it probably could. What you need to do is when I mentioned that noisy vector from earlier, which is modulating the the offset of the camera, you can multiply that shake timer by that noisy vector, but you actually multiply it again. So essentially what you have is this vector, and then you multiply it by the shake timer squared. And what this means is that when the shake timer is 1 times 1, you'll still have your nice maximum amount of shake, and the same at 0, you'll have nothing. But when you're at about 50%, instead of having 50% of your shake, when you're halfway through the screen shake experience, you will have 50% times 50%, it's a half times a half, that is 25% of your screen shake value. And obviously you can modulate the pure amplitude by your maximum shake variable, and you get a nice kind of screen shake algorithm. And this is really fun because it takes, if you know what you're doing, this takes genuinely 3 minutes to set up. And then it's just, you just have screen shake in your game after that. And once again, in like 2018, that was a really good thing. Now it's kind of fallen out of favor. And I wouldn't say to just abandon the idea, because, it does feel good to some degree, because, it's kind of like a, wow, explosions. You just know that it's communicating something. I think back in the day when certain kinds of arcade video games were getting very popular, like Super Crate Box or Nuclear Throne, or any other Vlambia game, because those are the only ones I can think of with such prominent screen shake. They were just really good games anyway, and the screen shake was just sort of complementary to it. So a lot of the screen shake wave in that era was mostly just because Vlambia modeled it so well. And then people actually started to dig through it, and they realized that screen shake is not a holy grail for entertainment, or even, the feeling of force and power and anything. It is just screen shake. But nonetheless, when it's used well, it can still be a really powerful tool. I mean, of course, I think this. I have screen shake in most of my games now, especially ULTRAFUN. There is actually quite a lot of screen shake in ULTRAFUN, although I've had to turn it way down, and once again, I was too lazy to add the options menu to increase or decrease the amount of screen shake. So, but yeah. So I suppose that's all I have to say about screen shake. And arguably, screen shake it's definitely not unique to Godot, but it is made a lot easier in the Godot engine, because the camera has an offset, so you don't have to worry about the moving the net location of your camera. You don't have to store the net location of your camera anywhere in a separate variable to make sure that you don't deviate too far from where it's supposed to be. You have the offset variable, and you can just do that. In fact, one of the this is a really kind of unusual type of screen shake, which I've used it, but I've never released anything where I've used it, which is the elusive zooming screen shake, and this is a form of screen shake which I did see in that one GDC talk. It's essentially a type of screen shake where you zoom in and out instead of translating the camera, and you have to use it very subtly. Essentially what you get is a kind of motion which affects the edges of the screen more than it affects the center of the screen. So I think probably the ideal, you're talking about maybe a 5% max zoom, so a 0.05 max zoom around your normal zoom level, because any more than that, and you are going to make people very, very motion sick, which obviously you need to avoid because it does not feel good. But the point that I'm making is that the Godot engine enables, at least you can try it very easily, because the current zoom level of the camera is also just a vector. So just as you are altering the offset vector, you can alter the zoom vector. You could probably even use the exact same algorithm, as long as you make sure that the zoom level should be around 1, 1 and not 0, 0, and apart from that you are good to go. But it's things like this which just make the engine really nice to use, because you can just try that, and again, it'll take you a very short amount of time. I don't even know what I would have to do to prototype that really quickly in something like Phaser, where I'm not even sure if you can scale the whole viewport or the whole canvas or whatever name you would give it, the whole window. I don't know if that's even possible. Another really good thing that the camera has is called the drag margin. And this is something that actually notoriously confused me when I was getting started in my first few Godot Engine projects, which was that I didn't know how it worked. Essentially what it means is that when let me explain the two what's called anchor modes of the camera. I'm rushing a bit in my explanation, even though I have a lot of time. The anchor modes, you can have one of the two. You can either have fixed top left, and this is relating the position of the camera to the position of the window that you're drawing, or the window that you're peering into the game world with. The position of that aperture into the game world is defined either using a drag center mode or a fixed offset. So fixed top left, it just means that your camera, the anchor point will be right at the top left. I don't think I can even explain it any more than that. It's really straightforward. You click between the two options, you will see the difference immediately. Now drag center is a little bit more complicated. If you select drag center, because it's, as far as I'm aware, it's not the default mode, or maybe it is, you will see that the camera is actually anchored into the center. So the position in the center of the window is what your camera tracks. So the camera window will be drawn in a rectangle around the position of the camera. So this has been a really bad explanation. It's really straightforward when you see it. What I'm talking about is the relationship between the position of the node 2D, because position as a property is a two-dimensional vector, which is derived from the node 2D class. So a camera, which is a node 2D, or it extends from the node 2D, it inherits the position property. And when you're going from that position property into physically drawing out a rectangle, which will be your window into the game world, you can either choose fixed top left, which is where that position represents the top left corner of your window, or drag center, which is when, as you might expect, that position is in the middle of that window, exactly in the middle. And what I was talking about initially was the drag margin setting. So what that means is that that position can change. especially if your camera is attached to a player, that position will change, because the player will move around and the position will change. So that rectangle, in the fixed top left view, that rectangle will always be 100% adherent to that position. However, in drag center mode, it doesn't have to be. It'll only change its position if the position of the node is in some kind of margin to the edges of the window. So if your player moves to the right, it'll only start to push the camera once they get close enough to the edge of the screen. That's what it means. And this was a phenomenally difficult concept for me to understand when I was just starting out. You can see in the inspector, even on the camera, that you have drag margins, and for each of the margins you have your left margin, the top, right, and bottom margins. Each of these has a number, and the number is just a proportion of how close you have to be to that margin in order to push the camera. And by default, it's set quite restrictively, so 0.2 is the default value that I'm looking at right now, and that is very small. That means you only need to get 20% of the way from the center of the screen to the edge of the margin before it'll start pushing the camera. And this was very confusing. I did figure out how to use it, specifically because I started using parallax backgrounds in what is maybe my first, well, at the time it was my biggest project, and for a while afterwards it was my biggest project, which was the original Masochist. And in this game, it's a platformer, so you have your player character, and they do drag the camera around in this drag center style. The thing is with parallax backgrounds, which in my case was a lot of hills and clouds and things like this, is that if you don't, it's possible to see underneath them, essentially, especially if you don't set them to a sensible scale, or you don't have limits on where your camera can move. Why I didn't put limits, I don't know. And as I said, if your parallax background has layers which are moving very quickly, then you can see at the bottom of the sprite, and this is an issue. It breaks immersion for you to be able to see, the unceremonious blank space underneath a luscious mountain. It isn't good. So I essentially learned drag margins to basically not make the camera push down until you are very close to the bottom of the camera, to kind of cover that up. And it did a good job. It was a bit of a hack, it was my first Steam game, and it was a long time ago, and it was using the Godot 2, but it did force me to learn how the drag margins worked. And it might sound like I'm not given the parallax background enough respect. The parallax background is probably one of the first kind of complex nodes, or the kind of non-obviously assembled nodes. Most of the nodes in the engine, the vast majority of the nodes in the Godot engine, are completely self-contained. So a sprite doesn't need anything else. It needs a texture resource to do anything, and that's it. But there are others, physics bodies I'll mention in a minute, which do require other components, and the parallax background was the first one that I encountered that, you have no other choice but to go onto the documentation to realize that a parallax background, the interesting thing about it, is that it requires a parallax layer as a child. Because what the parallax background node does is coordinate the positions of the parallax layer. And, it's very straightforward, very clear and easy to use, especially now that I know that is the case. But essentially, each parallax layer, you can have multiple parallax layers, and you add as children the graphics of the parallax layer, and then you essentially set how quickly you want the parallax layer to move. You can set if you want the parallax layer to repeat, because maybe if you're working on a side scroller, you want a really long parallax background. Instead of having to make a really long texture, you just have it mirror the texture every so many pixels, and it will do that. And it's very convenient. I use it in most of my games, most of the side scroller kind of games, and yeah, it's very straightforward and nice to use. I mentioned that physics bodies were another one which requires other parts to the node. The parallax background, I don't actually think that was the very first. The first would have been the physics body, because this is what you need in order to, have collisions, for instance. Unless you are really crazy with your math, but I don't recommend it. You would just use a physics body. The thing that a physics body needs, so in case you aren't aware, and you know nothing about the Godot physics system, what a physics body is either a rigid body, it's a kinematic body, or it's a static body. And again, future-proofing myself, or I'm doing the opposite of future-proofing by not looking up what the name changes are. There has been work to rename these nodes in Godot 4. So I think some of them may have been reverted. I don't know which ones have been reverted and which ones haven't. I know I think one of them may be called character node, character body, something like that. That may be the kinematic one. I think rigid body and static body are probably the same. I think they may have been changed and reverted. Again, I can't remember. Anyway, my actual point is that any physics body, a rigid body, a kinematic body, or a static body, going with the Godot 3 nomenclature here, requires a collision shape, which is a completely different node. And you might be able to think this is really sensible or reasonable, that it needs a collision shape. A physics body, if you have a wall, how is it going to know what shape the wall is? It's going to use a collision shape to represent the wall. And you might also be wondering why isn't it like a sprite where you just have a resource? And that also confused me early on, but then I thought about it and I used the engine a bit, and I realized you can have one static body node and you can call it, every wall in the game. And then you just add the collision shapes of those walls. If you're sure that those walls are not going to move, or if, you're okay with doing that, you just make multiple collision shapes, and you can have multiple collision shapes. You can have a character controller, which is based on a rigid body, and you can have, as a child of that rigid body, a collision shape which is a little circle for the head, or a capsule for the body, or a rectangle for some of the arms and legs, you can it gives you a lot more power over the collidable shape that you're creating. And this is just a really useful feature to have. The ability to form complex collision shapes is not to be underestimated in a game engine where you may have might have a boss entity with multiple arms or something, and they're moving around, and you don't want to have separate physics bodies for each of these limbs. The ability to just use collision shapes, and you can set quite complex collision shapes. I haven't even mentioned the even more powerful version of the collision shape node, which is the collision polygon node. And this allows you to define your own polygon. So the basic difference is the collision shape allows you to define sort of standard shapes. So like I said earlier, you have your circle, you have your rectangle, there's a line or a line segment, there's a capsule, and all of these are, they have some properties, and it'll generate a polygon for you, based on the radius of the circle or the height and the width of the capsule and things like that. But if you want to, work with terrain, which is generally weirdly shaped, or there's countless uses for the polygon tool. You can actually draw your own polygon, and I think Godot Engine, surely most engines have a way to draw your own polygon, but I really like the way that it's done. Essentially, you have your polygon resource selected when you're creating it, and then there's a point create tool. So you just click where you want the next vertex to go, and it'll add it to the list of vertices, and it'll generate your polygon. And this is quite standard across the engine, so it's not just for the collision shapes, it's also for things like navigation, or things like the light occlusion. You can just draw a polygon using this built-in polygon generation method, and it's quite a small aspect of the engine to sort of be thinking about, but it's really useful. You can move the vertices around, you can delete vertices, and somehow it kind of just fills in the gaps. It's very nice. Although I suppose that makes sense if it's a list of vertices. But it's a really nice system, and the physics system in general is quite powerful. It's quite efficient, I find. I know people have posted tech demos where they have like 1,000 rigid bodies in a scene, or maybe even more than that, and it just works. It runs at 60 frames a second. I think of all the performance issues that I've had in Godot Engine, I haven't ever encountered any kind of bottleneck on my collision or the physics system at all. I have run into bottlenecks, particularly with the lighting system, which I think may be updated in Godot 4. But in Godot 3, if you have a very sort of naive / maximalist approach to your lighting system, you can only have maybe 10 or 11 lights that are all overlapping and interacting with everything in the scene before you start to run into performance issues. And that is something that I ran into not even that long ago. It was when I was making heptachrome, which you might be able to guess from the name contained originally. Well, actually it contained 14 light nodes, and I was getting like 15 frames a second, so what I did was remove half of those light nodes, which made a big difference. And one of the things about the light nodes is that you can, well, in fact, many of the nodes in the engine is that you can set which other nodes that they interact with, and you can do this with a well, the light, I can't remember what it's called. It might just be called a light mask. So most nodes in the engine, maybe this even inherits from node 2D actually, under visibility. Well, it inherits some canvas item, so it applies to node 2D and control nodes, is this light mask field, which is a set of 20 bits, and whichever mask that your node is on will interact with lights that are also on that mask, or on that layer. So by default, all of the nodes have light mask 1 enabled. So they're all going to be able to interact with lights on layer 1. And in my experience, having your light on layer 1, it means it'll interact with everything. You can't go too crazy with having a lot of things the light, especially other lights, I think is the main source of lag in that situation. So anyway, what I did in Heptachrome to sort of cut back on the performance issues was set the light to interact with light layer 2 or 3 or something, and only select the things that I specifically wanted the light to interact with. So this was essentially the foreground items. I had a few platforms and I had the player character, but you know, most of this stuff doesn't need to be doing any kind of complex calculation for how it is affected by the light, so it doesn't need to be on that layer. Yeah, so that made a big difference. And the system of kind of having masks and layers, it also applies to the physics system, as far as I'm aware at least. Again, one of the benefits of having the Godot engine open right here is that I can just double check before I say something uninformed, but yes. So the collision objects, so that's all the physics bodies, and in theory things that aren't physics bodies, but I don't know of any that are collision objects that aren't physics bodies. You have the collision settings. There's the layer stuff, which is again a set of bits. It goes from 1 to 16 here. I don't know how many there are. And you have the mask, and these are two different. These are two slightly different concepts. So the layer is the layer that the physics body exists in. And that is different from the mask, because the mask is the layer that the physics body scans to find other collision objects. So I'm not sure why it's fragmented in this way, that being in a layer doesn't necessarily mean that you scan for other things in that layer, but that is how it is. Usually I just set these things. If I set something in the layer, I set it in the mask as well, because I don't personally understand why there would be any difference between them. But essentially it allows you a lot of freedom. So if you want, I have things in all of my games which make use of this system for the physics bodies, which is, maybe you want this enemy to collide with a wall, or maybe you want, the bullets to, well, I do it a different way for the bullets, but maybe you want the bullets to pass through certain walls and things that the player can't pass through, or that entities, like the enemies, can't pass through. This is a very general way of creating a collision exception, or creating collision exceptions in general, for whole layers. The reason I said that I would do it a different way for bullets is because there's another way to create a collision exception, which is very straightforward, even more straightforward than all of this, which is to run a line of code which is literally called something like add collision exception with, and you pass in the node that you want to create a collision exception with, and then it will no longer collide with that node. And this, I kind of do overuse that one because it's a little bit easier to use than the layer and the mask system. Just if I'm trying to prototype something, or if I'm just in terms of my general cognitive load and my workflow, I'll generally take the opportunity to bypass the layer and mask system, because I have to think about it and I have to make decisions for the overarching architecture of my game. So usually I would just use add collision exception with in a little script. I'm pretty sure in my game ULTRAFUN there are entities which in the ready function, so the function that gets called right when they're added to the scene, I add a collision exception with large groups of nodes. So I iterate through a group, and I suppose this is another thing I can talk about, which is the organization of the nodes in the engine. You can add groups. So I have a group in my game ULTRAFUN, just for the sake of having an example, called the Voidlings. And the Voidlings group contains anything that is a Voidling. So that's all types of Voidlings, and it doesn't include anything that's not a Voidling who is running around and shooting stuff, or whatever Voidlings do. And what this allows me to do, essentially, even though it's, especially now that I think about it, recording this probably not the best way to do it, it allows me to iterate over that group. You just say get tree, so in case you aren't aware, everything is sort of centered in the scene tree. I'll get to that in a bit so I can have a proper explanation of the scene tree, but it allows you to get all the nodes in the group, and it literally returns a list of all the nodes that are in that group. And this is really useful because then you just set a collision exception with each of those nodes, and generally that works completely fine. Again, I overuse this one as well because it's very convenient. So instead of structuring my project sensibly, where for instance, I have a parent node of all of the objects of one type, or I have them grouped together in the scene tree in some way, I'll just add them to a group. And, occasionally I have been known to, in the process function, just call get nodes in group every frame and iterate over all of them every frame. And this can be like I was talking about performance detriments earlier. That is probably the worst performance detriment that I have, is doing that. I know for a long time it no longer does this, but I had the voidlings every frame in the process function. They were iterating over every single other voidling to see how close they were to any of the other voidlings. And the reason I did this was to make them kind of stay away from each other a bit, so they would naturally have some personal space, but it was intensely computationally active. If you think that there are 50 voidlings on the screen, well, that's the maximum number by default unless you change something, then 50, essentially you have 50 scan. Well, one of those 50 is scanning 50 others, and the second one is scanning, well, 49 other. Well, actually, it is 50 because, the voidling himself is in the group. What I'm saying is that you have 50 times 50. You have 2,500 checks or runs of this condition inside the for loop every single frame, which is just too many when you're calculating the distance and you're applying forces and stuff like that. So I did get a decent amount of lag. It wasn't enough for me to change it immediately, but when I was running through the optimization stages later on, I did notice that my process function was taking a massive amount of time, and it was because of this iteration. So I replaced that with another system, which actually brings me quite nicely to what I believe is the other collision object. In fact, again, let me refrain from serving out misinformation. Where are my collision objects? Yes. So the other collision object, because I said I couldn't think of any collision objects that weren't physics bodies, is the area 2D. And the area 2D is very useful. I think it has the same name in Godot 4, I'm pretty sure. It's very useful, and I forget about it often, more than you would believe. It's very useful. So it's essentially the same as a collision, or very similar to a physics body, but it doesn't have the same kind of collision logic. So it won't stop anything. You can call your move and collide functions all you like, but the area 2D will not stop anything. It will, it'll pass right through. What it will do is it'll emit a signal. And mainly, the signals are something like when a physics body is entered, when a physics body is exited, and you connect this signal to your script, and then you can work with the logic. And I don't know if I've gone into signals yet. I think I might have mentioned them quite briefly. But just so you're aware, Godot has this system called signals. And when I was starting out, these were very complicated for me to get my head around, because I thought, you have... It's almost like you have a couple of moving parts here. And truth is, it isn't complicated whatsoever. It's very straightforward. And I know that Godot 4 has made some simplifications for the readability and how to use the signals, but the syntax is a little bit different, and I still have to look it up when I'm using them. But the basic concept is the same. So, a script, usually a node, will define a signal right at the top. You just type signal and then the name of the signal. And then that node will forevermore have that signal available to be emitted. And what you can do is you can connect that signal to functions. So, we're talking about any signal and any function. The function can be in a different node, it can be in the same node. And then when the signal is emitted, it calls that function, and you can emit the signal with some arguments. You can connect the signal such that it will always send certain arguments. So these are arguments that you decide at the point of connecting the signal, or you can have arguments that you only send when you emit the signal. And that's essentially the whole system right there. So the area 2D, it has this, when body entered signal. And you can use this to determine if a physics body, so for example a player, has entered a specific region. Now the area body, or the area 2D, like the physics body, it does still require a collision shape, or a collision polygon, and that defines what the area is. And again, it's not complicated whatsoever, but it's very useful. I in my earliest games, which were platformers, I remember quite vividly I was using Area 2Ds to decide whether the player has gotten to the end of the map or not. So the player was a physics body, because they could jump and they could fall down and they could do these things. And then at the end of the level was a little victory region, where if the player made it into that victory region, they would win the game, or they would move to the next level, or what have you. And it really worked well. I still use Area 2Ds quite a lot. And what I did to fix the issue of, or to replace my really, really inefficient code with the voidlings, was to, instead of iterating constantly over every single other voidling, what I was doing was I put an Area 2D around the voidling, and when a voidling entered that area, so when it got quite close to the voidling and it would enter the area, the voidling would add that other voidling to a list of nearby voidlings. And essentially this was a way to keep track of which voidlings were in, the voidling's personal space. And this worked. It worked pretty much the same, because I could exclude all of the voidlings that were quite far away, like inconsequentially far away. But I could still run the same, mathematics, the same distance checks and everything on the voidlings that were close together. So essentially, instead of using my list of all the voidlings in the group, I could just use the list of nearby voidlings, and I was updating that list based on the signals coming from my Area 2D, the body entered and the body exited signals. And yeah, this was a big improvement for me. One thing I mentioned a minute ago was using an Area 2D to transfer to the next level, and this is not much of a segue, but it reminded me of the other sort of major component in the in the engine, which was the system of scenes and the scene tree and stuff like that. So let me sip my coffee and then I will get into it proper. So the idea, the Godot engine, the way that it's structured, so it's always, when it's running a Godot project, you have this thing called the scene tree. And you can really see this if if you start up the engine, or if you have the engine open and you want to run your project. What you can actually do is you go back to the editor, and over where your scene tree is, if you heard that, I'm starting up my game here. But let me mute that for my audio environment. What you have in the editor is a remote tab and a local tab. And if you go to the remote tab, it shows you sort of, it's remote in the sense that this is occurring in the application that you're running, in the Godot project that is currently being launched. And what you see at the root of the tree is not, the root of the scene. What you're seeing is a node called root, and that is the primordial node for your whole game, and it's a viewport. It anything that's a child of a viewport will render in the viewport. Essentially, when you're running your game, everything is a child of the root node, and what you have is a scene running in that as a child of that root, and usually, pretty much always, unless you do something very unusual, you will only have one scene running as a child of that root. I mean, you can have singleton nodes running alongside, and I do that as well. So singleton nodes or auto-load scripts are scripts that will just be there essentially all the time, so you can call them from anywhere. I have a massive number of singleton nodes, and it's not even an especially unique concept to the engine, but I mean, if it's violating some kind of object-oriented programming rules, I don't know. I don't have a lot of professional programming experience, so in lieu of that, I have about 25 singleton nodes. And what this means, I have a singleton node for preloading all of my resources. I have one for creating background music. I have one for sending notifications to the screen. And then I have a lot more for kind of, different computational rubrics, so quests and picojoules, just millions of little tiny things that I have in the game that don't actually exist in the game. I have singletons for them. And anyway, the main attraction here is the scene, and usually as a child of that root, you have just one scene. And the scene is usually where you implement all the stuff that is happening. I suppose in theory you could do it all in an auto-load script, but that would just be a really bad and weird way to do it. The current scene is where your game happens. So when you actually create a .tscn file, which stands for, I believe, text scene, you have your root node there, and then you add what you want in the game as a child of that scene. So when you're transitioning to another scene, you can call your get tree, which gets, as I said, everything is running on the scene tree, and the scene tree is an object which is primordial to everything else in the game. And then you say change scene, and then you type in the pathway, or the file path to the scene that you want to transition to, and it'll do it. It'll take out your old scene, so whatever scene you're on now, it'll remove, and then it'll add on this other scene that you want. And yeah, I can't remember why exactly I was talking about this, but I think it's just generally a good system. I think Phaser had something quite similar, but it wasn't as obvious to me as it was in the Godot engine, because in the Godot engine you can quite literally see, I mean, it gives you a dialogue which actually visually represents what the scene tree looks like and what you're doing. And as I said, when you actually have a project open, you have either remote or local, and local means local to the engine, so there's not really a scene tree there, it's just the scene file. And the remote actually allows you to see what nodes are active in your application. And this is really useful just for debugging purposes, if nothing else. I mean, allowing you to understand what's happening in the engine is great, but allowing you to understand what's happening in your game specifically is also really important. I guess it's kind of the same thing. So a lot of the time, if I'm wondering, okay, there's a weird bug, what's happening? Are my bullets being spawned, or are they immediately being teleported 5,000 pixels away from the playable area? I'll launch my project, I'll try to reproduce that bug, and then I'll just venture over to where I think the bullets are being spawned in the scene tree, and then I'll click on them and I'll have a look at the position and everything else, and it'll give me at least some information about what's going on. Another thing tangentially related to this is the is the method of spawning things. So I mentioned scenes, and scenes are a bit of a tricky concept because it only really makes sense to talk about scenes with respect to the scene tree. In principle, everything in Godot can be its own scene. So you have so when you're transitioning to another scene, what you're doing is essentially it's just a little bit of convenience to kick out the old scene, whatever that is, and to replace it with the next scene. And again, this really can be anything. So usually if you have a scene that you want to be a scene, you'd add some buttons, you'd add a menu, you'd make it look like something, or you'd make it into something which can stand on its own in the game, and it'll coordinate and integrate all of the other features in your game. But equally, just as validly in some way, you can have a bullet as its own scene. Now, if you go to the scene tree and you say, I want to change my scene to a bullet, it's going to be very strange and bad, and it's not going to be a very fun game because you're literally just going to have a bullet in your scene. What you would do with the bullet, I think the Unity or the general term for this is a prefab, for prefabrication, because a bullet is just a little spawnable object. You might want 50 bullets. You don't want to have to make all of those by hand. You make one bullet and then you just spawn it 50 times. So that is essentially what you can do when you're doing that. You kind of load the scene. So you have your bullet saved as a .tscn file, usually, I think. And then you can load it, or you can preload it, which is what I usually do. In fact, I have a singleton node, like I mentioned earlier. The singleton nodes, very useful. Again, I generally feel like I'm violating some kind of programming principle when I use them as much as I do, but I really like using the singleton nodes. I have one called resources, and this is a habit that I picked up way back in WarpTech, and because I had a lot of things to load in WarpTech. Enemy types, bosses, weapons, bullets types. There were a lot of things to load in WarpTech, and I decided I would make a singleton, so an auto-loading script that just appears, it sets itself up as soon as the game opens, and it preloads pretty much everything in the game. Now, in terms of memory management, this might be an issue if you have a really big game, but as a solo developer in pixel art graphics and, pretty much every graphical thing is dynamically generated. We're talking about lights and particles for most of it, so I wasn't really worried about the memory cost anyway. I think the game only goes up to maybe about 200 megabytes of memory, which is acceptable for me. But anyway, so this is what I did, and then any time that you want to add, again, I keep saying a bullet because it's a really good example. When I want to add a bullet, when the player fires the bullet, you would just go to this singleton, you'd say resources.bullet .instance, because when you run this preload function, or even when you run the load function, I think you get a packed scene, which is a compressed version of the scene, and that's stored in that variable. So what you can do is on this packed scene class thing, you can call this function instance, or actually in Godot 4 they changed it for, frankly, my least favorite change in Godot 4 is that they changed instance to instantiate, because instance is a noun, So calling .instance doesn't get across the fact that you are converting a packed scene into an instance of something. Now I have to type out instantiate, which is like maybe 2 more letters, and that's unbearable to deal with. No, it's completely fine, but it's a mildly irksome thing I have to get to grips with. Anyway, once you call instantiate on your object, you have to add it to the scene tree. So this is also very simple. You just call, you get the parent node sometimes. That is the parent node. I think in WarpTech, what I did was add pretty much everything on a flat hierarchy, which you can do. I see no reason why not most of the time. For my purposes, it was fine because, as I said, I used groups for everything, so I didn't have all the bullets as children of the bullet parent node. I had all the bullets as children of the stuff node, or the game node, or whatever it was. And what I would do when I'm firing a bullet in my player script, I would get the stuff node, or the game node, and I can't remember what it was called. It was the game node. And then I would just say game node dot add child, and then I would pass in my new bullet instance, and it would add it as a child into the scene. And it's very simple to do so. And anyway, this is very similar to what the change scene function does, except it abstracts it just a little bit so that you usually only have one scene running at a time. So when you call change scene, what the tree is doing, it's deleting your old scene, it's loading your new scene, it's instantiating your new scene, and then it's adding your new scene as a child of, I suppose, the root node. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So anyway, a minute ago I also mentioned singleton nodes, since they also are children of the root node, just like your scene. And I mentioned just how much I use singleton nodes. There is a good reason for this, actually. In particular, the good thing about singleton nodes is because they are directly descended from your root node, is that when you change the scene, the singleton nodes, they don't care at all. They just remain as they are. And one of, I think maybe my first, the thing that got me into learning about what singleton nodes are, was background music. So in Godot, you have, now again, this may be different in Godot 4, but you have a audio stream player node, which essentially takes in an audio stream, which is usually it's a resource that's derived from a .ogg file or a .wave file or something like this. And I think you might be able to do MP3 now. I'm pretty sure in Godot 2 you would have had to either download an add-on or convert it to an OGG file. Most of the audio files, the music files in my games are OGG, because Ogg Vorbis is a lossless compressed format, and it's quite compressed, which means that it takes computational power in order to decompress it into actual audio data. So what you get is, if you have very long audio files like music tracks, you can use Ogg Vorbis to compress them, and even if it takes a little bit more time to decompress them, it's fine, just when you're reading them from the disk. Most of my sound effects, however, are wave files, because these are I don't know if they might be fully uncompressed, but either way, they're very quick to load. They do have a bigger file size, so I don't tend to use them for very long tracks, but because they're very quick to uncompress, if I'm using a lot of audio files, I usually would err on the side of using WAV files for those. But anyway, that's my file type division there. And I don't know about MP3 files. You may be able to use them natively, or you may have to still get an add-on. I'm not sure. I think in Godot 2, it wasn't possible because there was a licensing consideration with the MPEG format. And obviously, as Godot is a MIT licensed open source project, they can't be redistributing something which has a copyright on it, like what the MP3 codec was. And I could be wrong about all of that and thinking about something else entirely, but that sounds true to me. And yeah, by now I think that copyright has expired, so it may be implemented, or it may be implementable with an add-on. But anyway, so you can have this audio stream player node, and essentially it allows you to play sounds as you might expect. I know you can change the pitch of the sound, you can change the volume of the sound, and actually it links in with this very nice audio bus system, which I think was just added in Godot 3, and it should be even more. Well, I know for a fact it is slightly more sophisticated in Godot 4. Is the audio bus system, and it's just like in any program, in a video editor, in a audio making, sound music making program. You have you have buses of audio tracks, and you can set the volume of each one, you can set the panning left to right. In Godot you can even add quite a lot of sort of dynamic effects, which I think is really cool. I mean, even some music production software doesn't have like just applicable audio effects. Like you can add a phaser effect, or like a reverb, compression, whatever that is. I know there's a number of them. There's maybe 10 or more at the moment. And I mean, this is pretty useful. I don't have a use for most of them. I mean, if I wanted a phaser in my game, I would probably put that into the sound file itself, because, I'd be thinking about how to design the sound, and I'd add the phaser at the point of designing the sound. But again, as aforementioned, Godot's inclination towards being very good at rapid prototyping. If you have an idea for a slightly different sound, or you want to tweak a sound a little bit, you can add these effects in the audio bus system. And I did actually use the reverb one for something in ULTRAFUN. There is an audio bus. I can't remember what it is at all, but I know that there is an audio bus which essentially just exists to add a little bit of reverb to whatever passes through it. And also, this audio bus system is very useful if you want to have independent volume sliders for sound effects and music. So I mean, most games will have separate audio sliders for sound effects and music. In Godot, all you need to do is link the graphical sliders in your settings menu, or whatever it is, up to updating the volume of the respective buses for music and sound effects, and that's what I do. It's what I have done in every Godot 3 game that I've made, and it works perfectly. I don't know if other engines. I assume other engines would have this kind of thing. I don't know if they do. I haven't delved into the audio system of most of it, I would say. Insofar as my audio expertise, the most advanced thing that I've done is make a crossfading effect for Warp Tech, which I did, and I mean that was not too complicated. It essentially, you just had another audio stream player node. I just spawned it in so that you would have kind of an overlapping sound effect. So when you change to the next song, what it would do is it would immediately stop playing the song. So the user doesn't know this, but it would immediately stop playing the song that it's playing. And then it would spawn another audio stream player, and it would tell it to start playing the song from the point where it left off. And it would sort of fade out the volume on that. I called it a dummy stream player because it was just there and it gets deleted in about 2 seconds. It's just there to play the fading out. And what the main audio stream player was doing, when you set it to play to the next song and you have this cross-fading thing active, it'll immediately stop playing the song that it was playing. It'll set the volume way down and it'll start playing the next song. So you kind of get this fade-in effect. And as I said, by spawning this extra stream player, which only exists for 2 seconds just to play the fade-out of the last song, you get a really, a seamless effect. And it was seamless, there wasn't any, weird popping or anything, which you might expect from this kind of thing, but you could literally just set it to the exact, I don't know, that there's a very large number, which isn't seconds, it's something like bits, or it's something like samples. I think it might be samples, which gives you a very precise coordinate in the waveform. And if you do that, you can think about the physical movement of the speakers in the headphones or in the speakers. If the sample, if it's going from one sample to another sample in a reasonable way, in a relatively seamless way, it's not going to create a popping sound, which obviously was quite important for Warp Tech because all the songs were like 90 seconds long. Anyway, so I'd say that was the most complicated thing I did, and that was that was in a singleton node. As I was saying earlier, one of the things about the background music is that you don't generally want it to start and stop if you go to another scene. So rather than have the music cut out abruptly when you hit the play button, I would have a singleton node. And something which I don't see talked about that much is, singleton nodes are sometimes called auto-load scripts, because you can auto-load them and you can just treat them as a script, essentially. By default, I have them just extend node. So what that means is when they're in the scene tree, they are nodes. They're not any kind of interesting node. They essentially only have functionality to be added to the scene tree, but they are nodes. If you want to make a more interesting kind of singleton, and I do this for a couple of things I'll mention in a minute, you can set it to extend audio stream player, and essentially what you have is an audio stream player node. It'll do everything an audio stream player node does, except it will be outside of your scene. It'll be a child of the root node. And that's what I did for background music. It's what I do for background music in many games, even when I don't have this kind of crossfading animation. You can just set extends audio stream player, and you will have a node which is capable of loading an audio file and playing an audio file, and manipulating the volume or the pitch of the audio file if you wanted to. And importantly, it will be persistent between scenes. So usually I have a singleton called something like music player, and the whole point of the singleton is to play the right music at the right time. So even if I do want to transfer to a different background music file, when I'm going from the main menu to the game proper or whatever it is, I would just call this singleton, and I just get the name of the song, and you could just have it switch over very, very conveniently. And yeah, so I do that. I think I only have the crossfading active in. No, because I ended up copy and pasting most of that into ULTRAFUN. So at the moment I do have the crossfading in ULTRAFUN as well. But I mean, it's very. Singleton nodes are just fantastic. Most of the singleton nodes I have are for things like data structures, or I usually have a save file one. But equally, I have another one which extends canvas layer. And this is for spawning my notifications. So when I want to spawn like a piece of text on the screen, which if you play ULTRAFUN you will realize this happens quite a lot, that I'm spawning text on the screen. It's all handled in this other node outside of the scene tree. Now you do have to be. This isn't going to be suitable for all games. Because in many games you do not want the notifications to appear on every single scene, no matter what it is. And, you could say you could just write a function to delete all of the notifications if you really wanted to. Or if you were going to a scene where you just don't want any notifications, you can just delete all the notifications. You can do that in a little bit of script. But yeah, so essentially what it means is that when you spawn a notification, it's going to be put into a canvas layer, which, as I mentioned earlier, the canvas layer draws on top of everything, and you're gonna have notifications on top of everything. Anyway, I don't think that really needs to be explained in quite that much detail. It was just something I thought of because, you can just do so much. Most people don't even tell you about the fact that you can just treat a singleton like a node, or that you can just tell it to extend audio stream player. When I tried that out, I didn't know if it would work or not. It's just you don't see it anywhere. So anyway, if you've watched this far into the video, I suppose that's your reward. Is just that neat little trick. But going back to mention a little bit about the audio, because it just reminded me of it when I was talking about the audio and the things you can do with sound effects. There's a really nice Godot Engine add-on. I can't remember exactly what it's called. It might be GFXR or GDFXR or something like that. If you know the sound effect generation tool, we're talking like 16-bit, like old-timey video gamey sound effects. It's a program called SFXR, and it allows you to make a lot of very fine-grained alterations to the waveform of the thing that you are making. And it's really useful, I think, in pretty much every game I use this tool. And there are other tools which are inspired by it, I think, in general. Godot Engine or not, just as a game developer, if you are a game developer and you need sound effects, some kind of tool like this. There's another one. The name of it isn't coming to mind though, but many of them are based on SFXR. I think that's the original name. Anyway, there's a Godot plugin which essentially implements this entire sound effects creation suite. So it has, it has everything about. It essentially emulates the audio capacities of some kind of sound chip. And it's not amazingly elaborate. I mean, you are looking at old-timey sound effects, like Mario kind of sound effects. But it's the ability to have that in Godot, and I don't know if you can export things from the add-on. Maybe you can or can't. It may not even matter. But it's just a very powerful tool. I kind of recommend using it. I mean, I could talk for quite a while about the various add-ons. I think. I mean, there's just so many of them, and most of them I'm not even aware of. I mean, there's some which are kind of a bit, fluffy for anybody's purposes. I know there's one. It might be called something like Awesome Godot, where it essentially adds kind of like cliche indie game effects onto your typing and your everything in interactions with the engine. I mean, we're talking like little explosions and particles and text snippets popping off, and it looks very fun. I think there's some screen shake in it as well, or some character shake, and it's pretty fun. I mean, it's fun just to sort of demonstrate the flexibility of the engine. But I wouldn't say it's particularly useful from a development standpoint or to actually advance your project. I think, if anything, having that in the way might actually slightly obstruct your ability to focus, or at least it would. I think it would do that for me. But there are also some really good plugins. I mean, it really depends on your project. And there's a lot of dialogue plugins. So things which are able to help you either organize or directly execute dialogue options in a dialogue tree or anything like this. I know there's a plugin called RPG in a Box, or even it's not a plugin. It's practically its own engine at this point. It's designed to be a lot more usable for, I suppose, beginners or people who don't want quite as much freedom as the Godot engine gives you. If you want a little bit of structure predefined, then RPG in a Box has got you covered. I mean, you can get started making something, and I've played games made in this I suppose I could call it an engine in its own right, and they're completely good, sophisticated games. I wouldn't know that it was made with a tool like that. I mean, I assume if you really want to break out of RPG in a Box, you can port it over to the Godot engine somehow. That is an assumption, but it must be possible. It must be. I know that the plugin that I use I used to use quite a lot, and that I still have quite an affinity for, maybe even my favorite plugin, what it is called Cinderbox, and Cinderbox is another kind of dialogue-ish plugin, although it's less about organizing dialogue trees and characters. The plugin is essentially about adding text effects and creating a dialogue box. So in some of my early prototypes for ULTRAFUN, I was working with a lot of dialogue boxes, and at the time, I didn't know that the rich text label allowed you to use BB code. I just had no idea. I didn't know what BB code was capable of. I thought that it just meant you could specify a bold font or an italic font. I didn't realize you could essentially do everything that Cinderbox could do, minus a handful of effects. But Cinderbox, it came with, if you look at ULTRAFUN right now, you'll find the default font that Cinderbox came with, which is MIT licensed, is all over ULTRAFUN because of this. And as I said, later on, I got really fond of Cinderbox, but it got a bit tricky because you couldn't resize the control vect very easily. It would cause kind of clipping issues. You couldn't. There would be sort of if you wanted to have your text wrap around, so the auto wrap setting, it would be dependent on characters which get removed. So if you have a tag, something like, I won't, the tags are all single letter codes, so if you have a tag like bold, or if you have a tag like, print this text twice as fast, this kind of thing, you can actually cause a line break where there shouldn't be one, because the tags pad out the lines so much, it puts a line break in there, and then it removes the tags. I don't know why it does it this way. It seems like it's a bug, but the project hasn't been updated for quite a while now, and I think essentially that's because the rich text label in the Godot engine itself has kind of become sophisticated enough, and has enough custom effects and custom behaviors that there is just no situation in which you need to use Cinderbox anymore. Cinderbox, it does have text animations, which I really like. There's the three big ones. There's something like drunk, there's tipsy, and they might be wobble or something like that. And they essentially move individual characters in either a circle. They move the character in sort of an up and down, or they move it in a left to right. And I am certain that you could, and maybe somebody already has, re-implemented these in the rich text label in Godot, because it's a really powerful node now. But as far as I'm aware at the moment, the only built-in sort of text animation you can do, which physically moves the characters around, is wave, which just moves them up and down. And even then, it doesn't necessarily look the same as the corresponding one in Cinderbox. But it's been okay for my purposes. I haven't. I don't know if I even do use Cinderbox. There might be a couple of places I still use Cinderbox in ULTRAFUN now, but most of it I just use the rich text label, because if you want to have, custom colors for a font, or if you want to have a rainbow effect, which is incredible that the rainbow effect is built into the rich text label, if you're using the BB code. And there's several other effects as well, which I haven't used. There's a whole documentation page about the effects that you can put on the rich text label. I remember a fading in and out, maybe. There was that kind of thing. I don't know, you'll have to look at the documentation page really, but I know there is quite a number of them. And for my purposes, it's been a lot. I know you can also define custom effects, so you can essentially write a custom tag. You can say, I mean, I did this, but I can't remember what the tag was. It might have been like a transition. No, I think it was a GitHub repository that just had maybe 25 custom effects that were aggregated from other places on the internet, and you could just install any of them that you like, and then you would be able to literally just write the tag in the BB code, and it would, I suppose, go character by character, and it would apply the effect. So I think there was a sequential sort of character by character fading in one. That there may have been one that integrated some particle effects to give it a bit of texture and a bit of I'm not 100% sure, but it was really cool to see. I don't think I use any of the custom ones. I know that you can. There's a documentation page which explains in a lot of detail how you can go about writing your own. And I mean, obviously I recommend it to anybody, because you can literally go character by character. And as I said, if you want to re-implement something from another game even, or from Cinderbox, it would probably be quite simple to do so. I don't really know the limits of what you can do with the rich text, labels, custom properties. I wonder if you could have it interact with other objects in the game world. Maybe you can have each character gravitating towards another point outside of the node. I don't know though. That may or may not be possible. That may or may not be easy to do. But I don't know. It's an idea. So yeah, I mean, the rich text label is just really, really great anyway. I was also using Cinderbox to get like a nice scrolling in effect, because you see in a lot of games you click through the dialogue and it prints the characters out in a nice one after the other, and it kind of creates this effect of like speaking, or like a sequential seeker through a piece of text. And I really liked that effect, and I thought, well, I need to have this. And the only way that I could think to do it natively was to put all the text, and please don't judge me for this, I put the text in an animation player, and I animated the text property on my node from 0 text continuously up to the text that I wanted in the end. And sometimes this would work, or sometimes it would kind of like characters would appear in the middle of a word before, like it was kind of a mess. And I just went with it for a while because I was thinking, okay. And then I did the next thing, which was to write my own code to put one character after the other, because the animation player method was kind of, it was doing a fade from no characters to, halfway through, like approximately 50% of the characters to all the characters. And I wanted it to go sequentially from left to right, and that wasn't what it was doing. So I wrote a little script to sequentially go one character after the other. And that worked okay, but it was a script and it was a bit awkward to use. I was using an animation player to like call the function and make sure everything was synchronized. It wasn't very good. And then, at some point I decided I'd had enough of this. I'm gonna download a plugin which can do it, and that was Cinderbox. And Cinderbox could do it. You just tell it what text to write, and by default, it'll write it out at a proper speed. And and you can even use tags in the text to determine or to instruct what speed you want it to go at. If you want it to only come across very slowly, or you want it to go very quickly, or if you want to do some combination where it starts off quickly and it slows down for emphasis, and then it speeds up again. There was a lot of flexibility. And I stuck with that for a while, and the thing that kicked me off using Cinderbox wasn't even the BB code, because that was neither here nor there, really. I mean, it was entirely equivalent to me. It was the fact that I realized there were two important properties of the rich text label, which were visible characters and %visible. So what I could do, instead of messing with really clunky scripts, text string manipulations, or animation player hacky stuff, what I could do instead is literally just animate the %visible, or I could animate the visible characters, or, which I do sometimes, is write a script that just adds 1 to the visible characters at a particular pace. And that's a way better way of doing it. I mean, I like controlling stuff in script anyway, so what I would do is I would just have visible characters, increment that by 1 every 0.1 seconds, every 0.2 seconds. I can change it dynamically if I want to, and all I have to do is either reset that property every so often, or something like that. I mean, it was a big difference, and I think after that point, I no longer had any use for Cinderbox whatsoever. I was quite happy to just continue using the rich text label, and also, like I said, some issues where the text from the Cinderbox would disappear because it was being manipulated in a certain way. The auto wrapping was not very good. The rich text label completely superseded it, and yeah, I made quite a lot of use out of it. Now, anyway, of course, I can't go the whole video without mentioning the Godot add-on jam. Now, if you don't know what the Godot add-on jam is, it's what it sounds like. It was a time period, maybe 2 weeks or maybe a month or some other, I don't know actually, where people had to make an add-on for the Godot engine in that time. And there were actually quite a lot of add-ons, approximately 50 of them. I mean, there was a lot. I don't know if there were as many as 50, but, a lot. You can tell I'm not working with exact numbers here. And a lot of these add-ons did come out to be very useful, and many of them are still in active development and are still working towards becoming fully fledged usable add-ons, and one day many of them will be used in commercial projects. So one that comes to mind is the database Godot add-on, which essentially adds a data structure for creating a database. You can have fields with categories and data. I mean, I don't know if it's quite as powerful as an Excel spreadsheet, but it's still very useful. I mean, I tested this out a little bit when I was defining enemy types in one of my side projects, and it was very, very useful. I don't know if I actually ended up shipping that. It might have been for a failed game jam thing, but it was still, it was cool. It was a whole extra UI panel to the engine. As primitive as it was at the time, I know that is one which is still being developed. I mentioned earlier, I know that there are dialogue tree add-ons still in development. While I'm talking about all of this, I realized I actually do have access to the internet, and I can just take a look at what add-ons were created. I mean, a lot of these I've seen anyway. There's the Godot Project Manager, which is essentially a Kanban board like Hack and Plan or like Trello. And that is one which I've looked at into using if I wasn't quite as naturalized into Hack and Plan. That would be really useful to have. I mean, the ability, I mean, this is a Godot video, but I mean, I may as well talk a little bit about Hack and Plan as well, just because it's a really powerful game development tool. So, you know, you put your rough ideas into the leftmost board, which is the planning one, or the ideas board, and then when you start working on something, you take that little idea, the little card with your idea on it, and you transfer it to the in progress section. And then when you're done, you can either put it in completed, or sometimes you would put it in testing. If you've done most of it, but you're not sure if it needs a little tweak here and there, if you just want to sit with it and not call it all the way done, you just put it in testing. And honestly, I don't even know how I would make a video game without a Kanban board. At this point, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but it's very useful to have. You know, and especially early on. I mean, I made a whole video about just Hack and Plan quite early on. And I mean, there's a lot of different tools that I've used. Productivity-wise, there was the Pomodoro thing, which was quite useful when you know, I was a bit more distractible than I am now. There's been a lot of very good tools, but I think all of them, the Kanban boards are the best. And you can just have a Kanban board now straight up in the Godot engine, and I mean, that's got to be good. I mean, it might work for some people. One of the things that I do like about Hack and Plan is that it's very external to all of my projects, and I think you definitely need that to some degree. You can't have everything concentrated into one point, because you're looking at it and nothing's changing. You know, your brain falls asleep. You don't need to adapt to anything. It's just, you know, there's nothing to do. So, you know, being able to have Hack and Plan, and I have my custom background on the page, and I have other projects and other random bits and pieces here and there, old ideas, new ideas all together. It's quite nice to have an externalized kind of environment for me to plan and, you know, sort of chop up the ideas and get it going. How that would work in the Godot engine itself, I think it would be a very centralized kind of thing. It would be expecting me to have the Godot engine open all the time. I mean, I can only have the Godot engine open for about 3 hours a day before my brain melts. And fortunately, with something like Hack and Plan, which is so external, I can have that open for another 3 hours, and I end up getting a bit more done, even though it is ultimately the same activity, which, you know, I'm aware of. Having my Kanban board in my Godot engine, it could be good or bad. I could definitely see it providing a more intimate contact between my planning and my game, which can be a good thing for some people. You know, it really depends on you and your project. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what kind of features that has, if it allows you to point towards maybe specific nodes or specific scripts or things like that, or you know, I really don't know anything about it. I haven't used it, but I know that it's a good idea, and this was created for the Godot add-on jam, as I said, and it's still in development. I'm not going to spend my whole life just talking about all of these. And yes, Godot SFXR, which is the one I mentioned earlier, which implements SFXR in Godot Engine, was made for this jam. I mean, I'm looking here, there's a point-and-click engine, which reminds me a little bit of RPG in a Box, which is kind of an engine built in Godot. There's a sprite editor, which could be useful if you want to make a few quick little changes without opening up a pixel art program like Sprite. It looks like this is mostly geared towards pixel art. There's dialogue managers. There's a to-do list, which interestingly is the only paid one on this page is a simple to-do list, which is strange, because to me that is directly inferior to a Kanban board. But I don't know what this to-do list is capable of. Maybe it also does the things that you write on the list. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot here. There's line edit plus, which by the looks of it adds regex into the line edit. There's fun coding, which is a little bit like that other plugin I mentioned, which I think predates this, but I may be wrong about that as well, because this add-on jam occurred a little while ago. I mean, yeah, there's stream integration for live streams. There's JSON forms for easily making Godot Engine style stuff using just JSON schematics. Well, anyway, I mean, it's a really good idea for a game jam. It isn't particularly accessible to me because I'm not a C developer, and I imagine that most of these were developed in C. But like I said much earlier, the fact that the Godot engine, even though it's built in C and C++, I think, it's still built in Godot Engine. So many of these things, I mean, adding an extra panel for the Kanban board, I imagine that may be quite straightforward even to somebody who isn't an expert C++ programmer or who doesn't have any reasonable experience in that language. And I'm sure that is what has enabled most of these projects to be created, is the fact that the Godot engine, I mean, you can be a developer in the Godot engine and you can learn what the structure of the Godot engine is for your games, and then you can take a step back and you can realize that the Godot engine itself also follows that same structure. And yeah, I'm sure that's what's allowed most of these add-ons to be created. And I mean, there's another benefit to these add-ons existing, or this jam existing, which is not even in the specific the specific creation of an individual add-on. Like, you know, a Kanban board is really gatekeeping my productivity. I mean, having one or not is fine, but the generation of ideas for how to expand the engine for the core developer team, you know, I mean, I don't expect it's going to be merged into the master branch to have a Kanban board in the editor, but you never know. Maybe there is room for more planning tools, for more internode comments, for something like this. You know, it creates some ideas, and that's really valuable. I mean, in an open source project, one of the strengths of open source is that it invites a lot of perspectives that you may not necessarily get in a commercial setting. I mean, this is what they try to compensate for with focus groups and things and market research. And I'm sure that's effective in some way because, I mean, like it or not, Windows is usable. You know, it has a decent user experience for the most part, if you don't account for maybe the updates. But if you compare, this to many of the Linux environments, which are, they may be usable, but they're not straightforward. They're not usable in the same way. They're not necessarily intuitive. They're not necessarily self-consistent. The Godot engine, it really does have to make sure that it gets it right, because I said earlier, I don't necessarily know if I want to come out with the hottest take in this video yet, which I may have already said, which is that I don't think that most of the Linux environments are very usable. I'm a computer nerd, and I still think that the Linux environments are not especially usable. Using the terminal is okay, but there's a lack of centralization, which makes it a little bit difficult. Anyway, I'll leave that one to the YouTube comments, I think, because I really don't want to dig myself into a hole with that. But my point is that the Godot add-on jam, it allows you to come up with new ideas for new directions that the editor might go in. And this is in addition to the fact that now we have a point-and-click engine. Now we have a Kanban board directly integrated into the editor, and a sprite editor. I could see a sprite editor being added into the main engine, potentially. Much like Blender has kind of expanded and merged into a lot of things with video editing and animation and probably other things as well. Maybe the Godot engine will also eventually get to a stage where it's just piling on new features, and it becomes more of a game development suite than a software composition tool. Parts of my opinion on this, I just think game jams, or jams in general, are just really, really good. I am a long-term supporter of the Godot Wild Jam. For those of you who don't know, the Godot Wild Jam, I don't even know how long it's been going on. Well, actually I do, because it's coming up to the 60th Godot Wild Jam very soon, or at the time of this video is released, it may already be in progress. So that means it will have been running for 5 years, because it's a monthly game jam where they select a theme, and then there's 9 days in total. I believe it's the second Friday. It starts on the second Friday of the month, and then it ends 9 days later, so on the Sunday. And it's a very good jam. I think, the community can be a little bit insular. I think that Discord is not necessarily the best place for it to occur. I kind of wish that there was a much more open environment or an open community, because I think that Discord servers are much more like it's the interior of a room more than it's a town square. And I think for an open source project where you're looking to push the boundaries and come up with ideas, maybe it would be better to just have people sharing their stuff right out in the open. But it is what it is, and it's a great community anyway. I have no complaints. You can talk to the people in there, and they're nice, and a lot of them somehow. There are individuals in there who make a game every month, and they have done for years. I don't even know how they do that, but they do. But I think it's a really good way to not just get games made with the Godot engine. I think at this point, it's even gone past the point where we're looking, to educate people about the Godot engine. I think now the next really big hurdle is to make a good game with the Godot engine. A game that isn't just good but is notoriously Godot about itself. How you could accomplish that, I don't know, because the Godot engine is very gentle with the way that it interferes with the game. But it could use a bit of a push. And I mean, hopefully even this video is going to help a little bit. I mean, one of the really good things about the Godot engine, I mean, it's an open source project. It's not just an open source project, it's an open source game engine. So we're talking about very heavy duty coding skills. So any programmer is gonna have, stuff to do galore. There's a lot of outstanding issues on the Git page. I mean, there's documentation that needs to be written. There's documentation that needs to be translated. So most people in the world already have something that they can help with. I don't, because I only speak English, but many people all speak English and another language, or they speak, multiple other languages. And then outside of that, there's a lot of Godot newsbeat people, Godot journalists. There's quite a lot of people out there who I identify as the kind of Valve News network of the Godot community. And that's quite difficult because most of the Godot engine development is not even as exciting as Valve, and Valve moves like treacle. The Godot engine maintaining group is relatively decentralized and relatively low key about itself. But regardless, people do that. I think no matter what you do, if you're just sort of talking about it, I make this video because I think it's a cool engine, and because I really like it. Hopefully that's going to inspire somebody who is looking at this and thinking like, damn, this person likes Godot Engine, maybe I like Godot Engine. If that happens, this video has more than done its job. It's important. It is important. I described earlier about what I think about the engine, about how important I think the engine is, that it's not just another open source thing. It is where it's happening, I said earlier, if you bring a caveman, a computer that uses Linux, and a computer that uses Windows, they will not care. The thing they will care about is the fact that they can watch videos on it, and the fact that they can explore virtual worlds, and what those virtual worlds are. And, Unity and Unreal have significant caveats to their usage. Financial and the Unity engine and Unreal both have quite heavy fingerprints on games that are made with these engines. And the Godot engine, for better or for worse for its reputation, doesn't really have much of a fingerprint. I think pretty much the only time I notice a game is made with the Godot engine is when I can see that classic Godot engine particle effect. And even that is mostly because I've spent hundreds of hours using the particle system. Maybe I wouldn't even notice that if I played 100 Godot engines as a naive gamer. So I think the engine is very important, and I think the Godot Wild Jam, for all, for all the fact that I see it's the same games being made all the time, which is true. I do see this, it's the same games being made all the time. I also realize most of these are not the same games. They're similar games, because these are the games that people are making to learn the engine. These are the things that people are making to just to make something because they feel like it. You know, it doesn't have to be a killer app. It doesn't have to be groundbreaking. I mean, I do think that the Godot engine would benefit from that kind of thing. I think it's more than capable of making something which really tests the limits of the medium. You know, not necessarily the technical limits, but something which tests the limits of what people understand as being a video game. I mean, there's a million ways to do it. There's been video games around for 40 years, and now we have the program which can create them completely transparently, without, you know, essentially being an extension of a big corporation. It's very powerful. Anyway, I might benefit from veering a little bit towards the really more interesting stuff in the Godot engine, because I mean, this is true and it's important, but I'm also acutely aware that barely 2 hours ago I had this exact same discussion, you know, and feel free to watch this video multiple times, but I mean, maybe there's something else I can talk about. Maybe, in fact, I can get on to something that I've wanted to get on to for quite a long time, but I forgot. Well, I got distracted, or I got sidetracked, which was the control nodes. And I did talk very basically, I mean, if you aren't aware, if you just, you know, forgot, the control nodes is all of the UI stuff, the buttons, the menus, the pop-ups, the text entering stuff, you know, the rich text label I mentioned a moment ago is a control node. And the control nodes are very, very powerful. Out of anything that I have used, and I have used specific, like, dedicated UI toolkits, even in things like Python, where I've been trying to create a UI application, or Unity, where I've tried to create a button. Nothing is as simple as it is in Godot Engine. I think even if you are a developer of something not even remotely game related, if you want to make like a McDonald's menu, you could use the Godot engine and save yourself several hours of your time, because it's immensely straightforward to do so. So every control node at the basic level is a rectangle. And this is different from Node 2Ds. Node 2Ds are points, so they only have a position. Control nodes, on the other hand, they have a position and they have a size. So they expand out in the X direction and they expand out in the Y direction. So you have the position of the control node is at the top left corner, and the position plus the size is the bottom right corner. And anyway, that's a basic idea. That's the rect, and in fact that is a property of the control nodes. But there is a built-in type called a rect, which you can just create at any time if you want to. So a control node, it is defined based on a rect. Now, in addition to this, is a very, very powerful system, which is the anchors and the margins. So these are not super straightforward to explain verbally. You can get your head around them quite easily, I think. If you do, you just create a control node or a couple of control nodes, and you just start playing with them. You will be able to find out the the relationship between anchors and margins and the position of the thing on the screen. Now, what they kind of enable, before I explain exactly what they are, they allow your control nodes to be dynamic in response to each other, or in response to the size of their parents, or in response to the size of the screen. So if you're making a mobile application, you might want to have a button that's always kind of at the bottom of the screen, but as you know, there's a lot of different mobile phone resolutions. If you just say, well, 800 pixels down, that's it, what you're going to do is end up with some mobile phones will render your project with that button hovering a bit above the bottom of the screen. Some of them, that button will be way below the bottom of the screen, so you won't even be able to see it. It'll be a mess. If you want to keep your button relative to the bottom of the screen, what you got to do is anchor it to the bottom of the screen. Now there's the anchoring system. I really can't explain it in perfect detail. Usually, I think there's 4 anchors for each edge of the rect. So you have your left and your right and your top and your bottom, and you can specify them to a percentage along the axes. What I would normally do in the course of development, I wouldn't mess around with the numerical values of the anchors. If you have your control nodes selected, much like it was for the particles, where you could select the particle node in your 2D view, and then up by where it has all the cursor options and the view settings, there's a little green icon, and next to it says layout. And what I would normally do if I'm laying out a series of nodes is I would just select one of these. So if I want my button to be anchored to the bottom of the screen, I would hit the button which says center bottom, which will anchor it to the bottom of the screen in the center. And that way, no matter how big the screen is, or no matter where the bottom edge of the phone screen is, that node will position itself relative to that edge of the screen because it's anchored. And you could do this for any edge. You can have it expand, so you can have it bottom wide. Bottom wide means it will stick to the bottom and it'll expand across the whole bottom edge. So that'll be left and right. It'll expand right out. And then you can change the size of it so it always has a minimum size. I mean, there's quite a lot that you can do. The minimum rect size is something which I also use quite often. Is the thing which allows you to specify the minimum size. So no matter what else is changing the size of your control node, you can set it to never go below a certain size, which, believe it or not, is actually a decent bit more helpful than it sounds like. I mean, you don't always want, if you have a lot of control nodes all next to each other and all fighting for real estate on the screen and making sure they have space, you can sometimes they get squished, or in some of the control nodes that I can talk about in a minute, they will get squished. So you can set the minimum size to make sure that they stay at least visibly there, if that's what you need. Or you don't have to set the minimum size. You can set it to 0 and it'll disappear. So yeah, mess around with the layout controls is my advice for learning about anchors and margins. One of the things when I was first starting out with the engine, I just did not understand control nodes. For a long time, I did not understand control nodes. I saw you click on the node and there's these little green pins everywhere. it's a rectangle, I got that, but the green pins are, well, they're the anchors. And then the margins, this seems vaguely relevant to the position of and the size of my rect. The margins are interacting with your anchors. So it's a very powerful system, and I use this kind of thing a lot. I mean, even if you have something like mobile phone resolutions is a really common one, because there's a lot of mobile developers out there. But I tend to use this if I have something like a stat screen, and I'm not sure how big I want it to be, or I'm not sure where I want to position it. I can add the elements that I want to be on the screen in a way which makes sense to me, and I can position them using this sort of layout function, and then I can resize this panel. And if I want to make it small in the corner, all the items inside will dynamically arrange themselves. If I want to make it big on the top edge, or if I want to make it anywhere else, it'll dynamically arrange itself in a sensible orientation. And it's phenomenally useful just for, again, prototyping, for the ability to not have to reposition everything inside of it every time I make a change to the parent, is really cool. In fact, my only issue with it is that sometimes I'm a little bit lazy and I choose not to do it, and then I run into an issue where I resize the parent control node, and I have some control node inside which doesn't scale, or it doesn't move, or it doesn't care about the parent size. It just stays where it is. And then I have to go back and I have to work out the anchors and everything. And it's not impossible, but I gotta remember it's a really good tool, and it's in the engine for a reason. Really, I can't emphasize enough how good of a system the Godot Engine UI stuff, the UI toolkit is. It's immensely flexible. It's good for prototyping. It's good for alignment. It's good for, like I said, different resolutions. Even if you have to work out something on a 4K monitor, how big should that be? Or a laptop screen, which is, it can be 1366 by 768. Like, maybe you have to work that out. And that's just the layout. That's just the layout stuff. I mean, there's a lot of other things which are built into the control node system. I mean, for one, there's size flags, and I don't understand size flags to this day. I'm not entirely convinced that anybody does, even though I've seen people explain them very confidently. It still doesn't seem to mean anything to me, so I don't know. That's a question that I'll ask Juan if I ever meet the man. The other big thing I was going to talk about with the control nodes, and again, we haven't even gotten into the specific nodes yet, is the themes. Now the theme system, again, this confused me when I was starting out, but it's really not very complicated. Essentially, in a theme, you have a set of rules about how the UI should render, or how about different features of the UI should render. So there is a default theme that all control nodes follow, which is the default Godot theme. And if you want to make changes to that theme, well, first of all, there is a resource file, a .tres, called default env, which I believe contains the default theme. Or you can add your own theme. And you literally, under the theme section, you just click where it says theme, you create your own theme, and you can add overrides in your theme. Now, an override means essentially you have some property which is going to override the default theme. So quite frequently I would, what's a really good example of how I do this? If I have, for example, a scroll container, and I don't want it to display the scroll bar, what I would do is I would go into my theme, I would override the V scroll bar or the H scroll bar, and I would add that node into my overrides, and then every property I would just set it to an empty style box. So style box empty. There's a number of style boxes you can have. A style box is literally just a box which happens to be stylistic, meaning you can change the color, you can probably set other properties. Maybe there's a shadowy thing, I don't really know. I mostly use the theme system to remove entities from the Godot theme. So if I want a button, but I don't want that kind of grey soft button, but I do want the text to be there, I would add a new theme and I would override my button, and I would simply remove certain parts of the button. I would add an override to an empty style box. I mean, I used to have to do this for focusing, because if you don't know, when you click on an object in the Godot engine, unless you do something about it, it'll focus on that object, much like you have in a web browser. If you ever see that dotted line when you click on a link, and you can hit the tab key and it'll move to the next element, there's a very similar system in Godot Engine, and it's called focus. And it's called focus in web browsers as well. And what I used to have to do is I would use the theme system to make it so that that blue line was in fact a transparent line, and it wouldn't show up anymore. What you can do now is much more straightforward. There's a well, for one, you can change the focus mode, which I think you could always do, where you just say that it can never be focused on. But maybe that's not what you want. Maybe you do want it to be focusable, so you can use tab to select it, and you can use enter or the spacebar or whatever is in your UI select. But if you want to override the focus mode, or if you want to override the view of the focus mode, now this isn't showing up in buttons, so I'm going to do something yet again why I interrupt myself from focusing on my lovely video to take a look at my button. Now I have a button on my screen now, because as I suspected, underneath where it says theme is a dedicated section to theme overrides. Because a control node doesn't strictly have any theme objects to override, a button node does. A button node has colors, it has styles. Now one of those styles, I believe, is, I mean, I can just check instead of spreading misinformation. Yeah, so you have your hover theme, your pressed theme, your focus theme, your disabled theme, and your normal theme. And what you can do, you can create style boxes for each of these themes, and it allows you to manipulate what your button looks like in each of these phases. Now for focus, what I would do is add an empty style box, because most of the time I do not want that blue line to appear. Most of the time I just want it to be invisible. Now I'm not sure if that also erases the actual button. I don't think it does, because those parts of the button would be accounted for by pressed or normal or disabled or hover, other things which interact with the actual corpus of the button. I don't think focusing on the button does anything to that grey soft square of the button. So anyway, there's a variety of ways that you can go about this. And that theme overrides thing, I don't think used to be there all the time. I used to just use the theme property. But I mean, in theme overrides, another really prominent one is the fonts. Now, this also used to confuse me. Although this may have been one of the very first things to confuse me, was how to add a custom font in Godot. And the reason it confused me is because I was learning about resources. The font property, or the font override, but it is a property, takes in not a TTF file, it takes in a font resource, or you can have a dynamic font resource. And in that dynamic font, you have font data. And font data is your TTF file. So you can't just load in a font. You have to create a font and then tell that font what that font looks like. If that makes sense. I mean, I think it does. And again, it's a very small thing, but essentially it means that you can add a little bit of extra information about your font. So if I just put a TTF file in there, how are you supposed to know? Is it just down to an inherent property on the node? Of course not. That would be insane. What you do instead is you load, or you create a resource that uses your font data, and it creates a more sophisticated conception of a font. It creates a font with a size, with spacing between the letters, if you want that to be, with an underline, with shadow options. So you can then take that font with a shadow and an underline, and it's got loads of spacing between the characters or whatever, and then you can copy and paste it, and you can put it in another node, no issue, without having to manually go through and replicate each of those properties one by one, which, I mean, it's a big help. I mean, I could talk for a long time about font properties. It's very useful. I was just talking about buttons, and normally I would use a button just as a clickable area, and this can be anything, and most of the time I do not need that soft grey rectangle in my game at all. So I would use the theme overrides to set the normal, or in fact all of them, to be an empty style box. So normal, disabled, hover, etc., they would all be empty, so that you would never see that grey rectangle. And the focus, I would set that to empty, so you never see that blue outline. And that essentially, you can just create a clickable area which doesn't show anything. In fact, that's one way to do it. I realized, I found, maybe it's a bit of a hack, but you can set the modulate, or the self-modulate, which, if you remember me mentioning a long time ago, is actually a property of any canvas item. So any item which draws to the 2D canvas inherits canvas item, and canvas item supplies a lovely modulate and the self-modulate properties, which basically applies a colored tint to that object. Well, what you can do with your button, I mean, if you set the button to just not be visible, you won't be able to click on it, so you can't do that. What you can do is set the modulate to make your button fully transparent, and it will be visible, it will be clickable. So most of the time, instead of messing around with style boxes and even using the disabled property on the button, I just set the visibility to true or false to make it clickable or not, because if it's visible, it's clickable. If it's not visible, it's not clickable. But that doesn't apply to the self-modulate. if it's transparent, it doesn't matter. That's not the button's problem. That's not the control node's problem. That's a canvas item thing. And it doesn't interfere at all. It's just the color, it's just what it looks like. So I would have that completely transparent, and I would have it visible when I want it to be clicked, and invisible when I don't. And that's always worked. I mean, that's just what I do. I don't know why I do it that way, but it works. Now I was just about to mention another kind of button, which is the link button. Now I think a link button is fairly underrated. As far as nodes in the engine go, the link button is very underrated. If you don't know, a link button is essentially, it is a button, it's a control node, but it's purely text. So it's a lot more like a hyperlink on a web page, because it's a clickable piece of text. And you can set you can set if it underlines when you hover it, if it's always underlined or never underlined, etc. And the main customization of the link button is down to your choice of fonts. Now again, this may be different in Godot 4, but it is a little bit more restrictive in your font customization choices, to go with the link button as opposed to a label. So a link button, I believe, doesn't have like shadow properties. There's no option to create a shadow for a link button, unless of course you kind of cheat it by putting a label behind your link button that looks a bit like a shadow, which I have done, and it works fine. It's just a little bit messy. But it all comes down to font customization, which is why I thought to mention it. And I use link buttons quite a lot because they look really good most of the time, and you don't have to worry about hiding the about hiding the corpus of the button, that grey rectangle for the button. It doesn't have one of those. It's literally just a piece of text. I mean, as I said, you have to disable the focus mode usually, but I really like it. One issue with it is that you can't center the text. So you can add text to a button. I think to any button you can add some text, and that text will, I think there's some properties for it even. You can set it to align to the center by default, or to the left or the right, or anything. But the link button, no matter how big or how small your rect is for that link button, it'll only be clickable on the text, and that text will always be in the top left of the rect. So essentially, there's no alignment options for the link button. It's always in the top left of its rect. And this isn't really much of an issue. I do wish that there were alignment properties for the link button. It would make my life a little bit easier. But what you can essentially do instead is take your link button, whatever text you want to be in that link button, you type the text in, and then you shrink your link button as far down as it'll go. Now, one of the things about the link button is that the text essentially decides what the minimum rect size is. So you can never shrink even with code, you cannot shrink your link button below the size of its text. Which is just, it's a useful property for this kind of thing, because if you're updating, especially in code, if you're updating the text on a link button, you can set the size to 0 and it just won't do it. It'll set the size to whatever the closest thing is it can get to 0. And anyway, once you do that, you can use the layout tools, the anchors and the margins. If you're doing it in code, you might have to do a little bit of math to work out where to position it, because you can't, as far as I'm aware, unless you can, which, come to think of it, would be awesome, and maybe it's possible, and that would save me quite a decent bit of brain power, so I might look into that later. But you can set the layout so it'll automatically anchor to where it's supposed to be, and then you can move it around a bit, which will update the margin, and it'll tell it where it should be positioned relative to where you've anchored it. And yeah, it's really good. Link buttons are very underrated. They're a little bit clunkier to use than the main button, but they provide a really pleasant result. It's clickable text. Like I said, even if your link button is huge, it won't be clickable except at the point where the text is. And another thing is that by default, and these are just defaults, you can edit them, if you hover over a link button, it'll change your mouse cursor to that pointing hand thing. Now, it doesn't do this with the button. If you want to have, well, in any control node, if you want to have your mouse cursor change into a different shape when you hover a control node, there is a mouse section, which under there's a property called default cursor shape, and you can set that to arrow by default, or you can set it to pointing hand, which is like the button you're about to click on a button kind of thing that you get in a web browser. And obviously there's many cursor shapes you can. I don't think I've ever used any of the others, but if you want to do resizing windows or moving stuff around, you can edit those very easily, and it's completely seamless, and that's for any control node. Even a control node which is literally just a control node and it doesn't do anything but sit there and be a rectangle, you can still change the mouse cursor shape. Another thing, just while I'm on the topic of the mouse and the control nodes, is the mouse filter. Now this, for quite a long time, was bugged. There are 3 types of mouse filter: stop, pass, and ignore. Now this kind of tells the engine how it deals with the mouse for each node, because control nodes, they are canvas items, so that means they have, in fact, let me just check, they have a draw order. They don't have a z-index, but they do draw in the order that they are represented on the screen. And I don't know if there may be some updates to this in Godot 4. My spidey sense is tingling with that. If it isn't, please add z-index to control nodes in Godot 5, please. Either way, there is a draw order. And if you have a button on top of another button, one of those buttons is going to be receiving the mouse input first. It's going to be the one on top. So what you can do, if your mouse filter is stop, it'll take that mouse event, so a click of the button, and it will stop that mouse event from propagating any further down. It'll absorb it, essentially. Now, I mentioned that this was bugged for quite a long time. In theory, pass should mean it will absorb your mouse event and then it will pass it down to the next button. For quite a long time, it didn't work. I can't remember which way it went. It may have completely ignored your mouse event or not, I don't know. I think it may have just stopped it. But the ignore filter, I pretty much just described what that does. It just means that it won't interact with the mouse at all. So it won't change your cursor shape. You won't emit any signals by entering the mouse into the rect. It will do nothing. And so if you click on a mouse filter ignore node, it will simply pass that mouse event down without doing anything. It'll be like it's not there. And this is really good information to have. I mean, I mentioned using canvas layers a little bit earlier on, and one of the main problems I have with canvas layers, if I'm working on UI or something, I'm adding a really fun heads-up display, then I'll have I'll be working on it for a while, I'll come back to my game and I'll realize nothing is working. It's because I've got a control node over the whole screen which has its filter set to stop. So it's blocking all of my mouse events. It's not letting me click on anything because it's absorbing all my mouse events. And just remember to set that to ignore and you won't have that issue. But I mean, it's confounded me a few times, especially when I was starting out. On the topic of the mouse cursor, actually, in addition to all the filter modes, you can change the default mouse cursor sprite if you want to. And this is, I mean, there's a whole project settings window, which I don't think I've even mentioned it a single time, which is kind of impressive because quite a lot of the game is coordinated based on the settings in the project settings window. I mean, you can open it right now and you can see there's a name field for you to change the actual name of your application. You can set the icon for your game. I mean, I don't know what the situation is in Godot 4, but I know that in Godot 3 you need a program called RC Edit to make changes to the icon on Windows. And this might be a cross-compilation thing because I would normally export my project on Linux. And even if I'm exporting it for Windows, I would be doing this on Linux. And at that point, you need a special tool to edit the executable, I think. So you need the RC edit thing. Anyway, it's a very small thing. But yeah, the project settings window, it's a very, very versatile and useful settings page. I know that one of the first things I do when I make a new project is set the name, and I go into project settings. Sometimes I set the icon, sometimes I set the splash screen, sometimes I set the resolution, which is another thing that you can do. There's a whole display section which allows you to set the width and the height of the window, and all the other good options, whether it's resizable, whether it's full screen. Now for Warp Tech, I did something which was kind of a pain to use in theory. As you may know, Warp Tech is a game in pixel graphics. In fact, ULTRAFUN has the same issue. It's a 2 times pixel scale resolution for every graphic in the game. And what this essentially means is that the game, even though it is set up to run on a 1920 by 1080 monitor, the actual resolution of the window is only 960 by 540. And I guess it's fine for most circumstances. I mean, I set it up this way so that I could have a twice pixel scaling. But if you want then to actually have something that is 1-to-1 pixel size, you can't do that because, I set the resolution right in the project settings to give me that pixelated look. I mean, if I was doing this again, what I might do, I've seen some strange things that people do with viewports and sending them to each other, and I don't really understand how that works. so I'm probably not going to do it. I've seen some good shaders, and I think I would probably just go for a shader approach, or I would not have it scale to that pixel scale at all, and I would just leave it at 1:1, and I would just scale up the sprites that I want to be visibly pixelated, because I don't mind if my little guy is standing halfway across a pixel. It doesn't really, it's not really that noticeable. I mean, even in games where they kind of flagrantly ignore the pixel scaling, like in Rogue Legacy, it's hardly, I mean, you don't really notice it that much. I mean, I notice it in Rogue Legacy because it's really crazy in Rogue Legacy. There's probably a factor of 16 between the smallest pixel and the largest pixel in that game, and there's everything in between. But it doesn't bother me, it looks fine. One of the things that you need to do if you do it this way, that is if you keep the resolution quite small and you just scale the window up, is that by default, if you just scale the window up, it will actually change the size of your viewport. And if you don't know, your viewport represents a specific size of a window into your game world, and if you want your game to just be scaled up graphically, that's not going to work. If you're just changing the size of the viewport, you're just going to be capturing twice as much of your game world. So there's a stretch mode right at the bottom, which allows you to change the behavior of the window when it is stretched beyond what the intended resolution is. So I don't know the difference between viewport and 3D, I can be honest about that. There is some difference. Those are the only two options for the stretch mode, so you can just play with either one. I don't do anything weird or fancy with viewports. I have just the one, that is my root node, that I don't even have to interact with, and I pretty much just leave it at that. I know that some people, they use a viewport. I know there's a technique for using a viewport to create a mini-map, where essentially by applying some shader and applying a viewport, you can do something to create a very wide view of your game environment, but then you shrink it down to a little area or a little texture on the screen, and that apparently creates a mini-map. I don't know how to do that, but I've heard you can do it. In addition to the stretch mode, there's the aspect, because I mean, if you stretch it in a weird resolution or in a weird aspect ratio, the game has a choice to either physically stretch the image. I mean, it's like a desktop wallpaper. You can either have it match to the horizontal width or match to the vertical height, or you can have it distort itself horribly and just adapt to whatever aspect ratio the window actually is. I'd usually put this on keep. So what that does is just, it grows to the biggest size that it can, given the window resolution, and that is normally fine. You do get some black boxes on the side if you decide to resize the window, but that's also fine. I mean, the window in ULTRAFUN is not resizable pretty much for that reason. You can make it full screen though, and screens can be any resolution. I don't know. I haven't tested the game on say a 4K resolution monitor, but I suppose that's a surprise that I'll get during the bug fixing phase, if I get a bug report about that. In any case, in the project settings you can change the mouse cursor. I mean, there's rendering options, there's lots of stuff. There's a good what you used to be able to do, I don't even know if you can still do this, is that it's in the project settings. I mean, going back a bit to mention how I've been mostly making pixel art games, maybe exclusively making pixel art games. One of the things about pixel art is that if you do scale up a sprite, you do not want it to be filtered, or you don't want it to have like the bilinear, trilinear, whatever it is, filter. I don't know how to pronounce those words, but you want it to be nearest neighbor, so that it preserves the sort of blocky, sharp pixel edges. And by default, the Godot engine, it does have some kind of filter. And I think for smooth graphics that's actually preferable, and that's probably why it's this way. But there's a setting which allows you to disable the filter. Now, I think in Godot 2 that was just a setting, but because in Godot 3 there's a much more sophisticated kind of system with importing textures, importing resources, anything like this, where it's actually defined in a .import file how to treat your texture. So in Godot 3, what I've been doing most of the time, because I'm lazy, is the kind of, not even the easy way, it's the laborious and boring way, is to go to every texture or every PNG file that I want to import into the game, and you click on it in the file system, and it brings up the import window. And under the import window is an option for filter, and you can change the filter to none, or you can disable it or something like that, and you press re-import and it will filter it appropriately, which is to say it doesn't filter it. And for the that's what I've done for the vast majority of sprites. However, I know that somewhere deep in the annals of the project settings is an option to change the default import behavior for textures and images. And in that setting, you can change whether you want them to be imported with a filter or not. And the advantage of that is that you only have to do it once. So in ULTRAFUN, I've got that setting sorted out. It's somewhere, I assume, in the project settings. Maybe it's in the default environment. I don't think it is. I think it's in the project settings. In fact, it may even be in editor settings, but that's a whole other can of worms I haven't even mentioned yet. In any case, yeah, so every time I start a new project now, I'm realizing that I haven't got that set up when I do it the old-fashioned way, because I can no longer remember how to enable that setting. But it doesn't really matter. I mean, I got a bit sidetracked, but mostly I'm thinking about, the project settings window. I'm not done talking about that. There's a whole environment section, and I keep mentioning the default environment, which is a resource. It's by default generated in the root, or right in the top level of your project. If you know the Godot project, it has a few things that it just comes with. It has the beloved icon.png, which everybody knows and loves, which is the little Godot robot, and it has what else does it have? It has a project file, which is openable by the engine, and it has default env.tres, which is the default environment. And this, I'm not even quite sure what this resource contains, so I'm going to open it. The reason I mention it now is that in the project settings, you have the option to change the default clear color. And by default, I think this is some kind of grey. And I usually put it to black because that seems a bit more contrast for me to be working with. But you can change that. I suppose you could have it as any color, but it should be a sensible color so you can differentiate what's part of your game and what's not. But yeah, so if you look at the environment, by the looks of it, I think all of this stuff is for the 3D section, because it's got that little globe icon. Now, I said quite early on I have very little experience with the 3D side of Godot. which is why even this far into the video I've hardly mentioned it. The reason for that is that, I mean, I don't have any 3D resources to play with really, and the math is very frightening. I will never, please, I do not want to work with quaternions ever in my life. But I can recognize a 3D environment resource when I see one, and I'm pretty sure this is one. It has all this stuff with the depth of field and the screen space reflections and the ambient occlusion and the fog and the background. I mean, there's an option to make it a sky color, which whether it actually physically generates a groundish thing and a skyish thing and a sun. And anyway, yeah, so I can see there's a whole section for importer defaults, and yes, this is how I did it. I can see now when you go to importer defaults, right at the bottom of the project settings window, you get to there's a field. I mean, right here it says texture, because I suspect that that's because I have added an override for the texture. I'm sure there's another way for you to add even more overrides if you like. Maybe it's even in the import tab to add another override. But I can see that in importer defaults I have my texture dictionary essentially, so it's a dictionary of properties with their associated values. And I can see that where it says flags filter, I have it off. And I know that that's not the actual Godot default. That's something which I've added in there. And I mean, any of these properties you can edit, and you can have a different default for your project depending on what works. But I mean, this is all. I mean, there's the GUI stuff, a custom default font. I do have a default font that's set, so anytime I create a label, instead of going with the miscellaneous Godot font, it specifically goes to the font that I use quite ubiquitously in my game. And in fact, there's a whole... I see that there's a whole tab. I mean, we were looking at the general tab in my project settings. There's a whole tab just for import defaults, and you actually get to select which thing you're importing, so anything from a bitmap to a texture to an MP3 to, I mean, a wave, and you can change what the default import stuff is for each of these. And I suspect you would just be able to select texture, set the settings that you want, and press save, and it'll add it to that dialog that I just found a minute ago. Yeah, so the project settings window, we've looked at the general overview stuff, which is very useful and very I mean, it has all of the main stuff for the project. There's also the GD native stuff. Now, for the life of me, I cannot work out GD native. Maybe it's because I'm not a very good programmer, and I don't know how to use like C or plugins really. So that's empty for me. If anybody knows how to use GD native, please post a comment, I guess, or mention it, or DM me or something. I don't know how to use it. But with that out of the way, all the rest of this stuff is fairly straightforward. I mean, we have the plugins section where you just have a little list of the plugins you've got installed. I've got 3 of them. Well, I've got 5 of them installed and 3 of them enabled. You have all the singleton nodes. I mean, I went into length about the singleton nodes earlier, and I have, by the looks of it, about 20 singleton nodes here. And I'm not exaggerating, it is maybe more than 20. And this is where you can add script files to be initialized, and if you want them to be a global variable, you have that option as well, which means that you can access them from any other script. I mean, I have that enabled in all of them because I want them to be. If I didn't want to access them, I don't see why I would make them. There's also the localization stuff, which I mentioned earlier, I only speak one language, so I really don't have a lot of use for this at the moment. I would like to localize my game, and I've heard that the Godot engine has a very robust localization system, where you can query the localization section, whatever it is, and it'll give you back a string text, or a text string in the appropriate language. In any case, the last one which I wanted to mention about is, again, a really good thing about the Godot engine, which I don't think I'm going to be able to talk about for as long as would do it justice, is the input map. Now, a really common problem in all of everything is figuring out how to make the input map work, how to go from keyboard commands or mouse movements into a representation of that interaction on your computer monitor. And by default, you have all of the UI prefixed commands, and these are what I would generally use if I've got a new project, I'm debugging stuff, and these are also the buttons that your UI elements are responsive to. So, for example, I mentioned earlier about how you can cycle through control nodes with your focus mode. You can press tab to go to the next one. You can you can press the space bar. These things are defined. I mean, I'm not sure where tab is defined, if it is defined at all here. No, it is defined as UI focus next, or shift and tab is UI focus previous. And then there's the UI accept and the UI select. So these are the input events that your UI is listening for. Now, I've added a lot of these of my own, because I have a lot more buttons that I need. I have the function key as a little debug command. I have the various number keys which I need to bind. And what you can do with these is, it's a really good system, because you can define these so-called input events in the input map. In your project settings, you have input events, and an input event, it has a name, so it could be pretty much anything. It could be attack, just as an example. It could be attack, and when you have a left mouse button event, you can add under your attack event a left mouse button triggers this event. The spacebar triggers this event. The X key triggers this event. And they will all be there underneath this event. And then what you do in your script later on is that you just check if that event is being fired, or if it has just been fired, or if it has just been pressed, I think, is what the actual command is. And there's also stuff for, is it just released? Is it currently being pressed for an extended period of time? Or anything like that. You just query it like that, and it's very simple. On one hand, just the readability of knowing that you can name your event what it actually is supposed to be in the game, as opposed to just left-click spacebar and the X key. That's a big help, but also the fact that you can combine those three events into one sort of meta event, and it just works fine. And it's something which I really like. I didn't really have an issue learning about this either. In case that doesn't do it for you, there is actually another way of handling input in the Godot engine, which is by using the the input function. Now, I may as well just also mention a little bit about the structure of the GD script file, or GD script in general. I'm going to take a sip of my coffee first. So a GD script file, as you might know, GD script is very similar to Python. I usually, if people are asking me what programming language I code in, I usually just say Python, pretty much, or, basically Python, because it syntactically is almost identical to Python. However, by virtue of not being Python and being integrated into an engine, there are a few quirks and conventions that GD script is subject to, which are not immediately obvious to somebody coming from Python. So, these are essentially just function conventions. It's nothing that complicated. You have your the set of functions prefixed by an underscore, which I think those are called overrides, or maybe they're called virtual functions, or I think maybe they are virtual functions which you commonly override in defining them in the script. So you have, at the most basic level, if you create a script, it'll tell you all of this information in some helpful comments, is you have your underscore ready function, which is called at the moment that the node is added to the scene tree. Now, this is not the moment when the node is created, because, as I mentioned quite a bit earlier, in order to actually add a node, there's a few steps involved. First, you have to load it, then you have to instantiate it, and then you have to add it to the tree. And the ready underscore ready function is called specifically when it's added to the tree. I think there's also maybe an underscore init function, which is called when the node is created for the first time, or something like that. Maybe I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but I'm pretty sure there is an init function as well. I've never used it though. I've never had to. I have. Maybe I could use it actually. I just remembered that even exists. It doesn't matter. The other main one is the underscore process function, which is also a virtual function, or whatever it's called, and it's that's the function which is called, essentially once a frame. It's called very frequently, and you might notice it's actually got a delta argument in it, and that's because it tells you how many or what tiny decimal portion of a second it's been since the last time that function was called. Now, if you are like me and you're kind of not that great at making optimal code, let alone functional code, you will notice that you can use the delta, or the size of the delta, to determine if your code is really laggy or not. If your delta should pretty much be small. At 60 frames a second, it should be something like 0.016. The delta variable in general is used to kind of attenuate your hold on, I need more coffee to figure this out. The delta variable is generally used to make sure that things happen at a constant rate between frame rates, because not everybody has the same number of frames per second. That's just how it is. But if you don't account for delta, you will have somebody at 60 frames a second doing things 10 times faster than somebody at 6 frames a second, and that is probably not good. So that's what the process function is there for. If you don't really care about that, there's the fixed process function instead, which I'm not sure if it runs on a separate thread. I think it might. But in fixed process, it aims to run every frame, I think. Process doesn't strictly run every frame. It runs on an internal clock of some kind. I'm not sure what it's based on, but fixed process does run once every frame, and if a frame has been finished and it's got nothing to do, it won't start on the next one, it'll wait. That's my understanding. I'm not entirely sure, but that also has a delta that will also change, and it'll also tell you the same information. Another one which I use more because I've used fixed process maybe like 3 times in my life, and it's never been for a particularly good reason. It's just been because I like the name of that function. The other option is integrate forces, or underscore integrate forces. And integrate forces is very good because, I mean, this one is to do with your physics engine. So in the node that it's called, you also get this state argument. And this state argument represents the physics state of the node that this function is being called in. So if you have a rigid body, and you want to be changing its position, or you want to be changing its acceleration or velocity, these are all properties of the rigid body, because the rigid body is a really complex physical object. What you do is you don't do it in process or fixed process, because you will get weird behavior. You'll get it clipping through stuff. It won't be adjusted properly. It'll be jittery. I've tried it and it's horrible. You need to use underscore integrate forces, and then you can, instead of changing the properties directly, I mean, you can read them from the properties on the node if you want to, but don't write to them generally. If you look on the documentation page, it tells you which ones you can write to and which ones you can't. If you want to change, say, the velocity or the linear velocity of your rigid body, you need to do that in integrate forces, because that's the only function where it will actually listen to what you're telling it. Otherwise, it'll be running very fast physics calculations, and you'll overwrite a variable that it was just going to write to, and it's just confusing. Yeah, integrate forces is very useful. I have used that one quite a lot, in fact. I think for all of the Voidling movement is done in integrate forces, because I wanted to write my own way of manipulating the velocity and the acceleration. So yeah, it's very useful. I recommend at least you keep it in mind. I think also there is a setting on the physics body to allow for a custom integrator. Now, I'm not sure 100% if you need to enable a custom integrator just to use integrate forces. I kind of think you don't, because I don't really pay attention to that property very much. And frankly, I don't know what happens if you do enable a custom integrator and then you don't give it one. Maybe it just ignores it. But I suppose it's also something to be quite aware of. The one exception to manipulating physics objects in your process functions, or in any function, frankly, is when you're using the move functions, so move and slide, or move and collide. Now again, these might have some alterations in Godot 4, but the way that I understand it in my version of Godot is that you can call these anywhere, move and collide, and it'll I mean, this doesn't apply to rigid bodies. This is a kinematic body thing, so maybe it's a character thing in Godot 4, but this is a kinematic thing as I know it. And if you call move and collide, it will attempt to move by a specific vector, and if it collides, it'll return a kinematic collision 2D object. Now, there's a few things here, because physics is a little bit hairy. For one, you're going to need to be multiplying your move and collide vector by delta. And the reason I mention that is because of the other way of moving something, or the other way of moving a character, is by using move and slide. And move and slide, it already multiplies it by delta. So if you multiply by delta again, you get delta squared, and that's very confusing. So you only want to be multiplying by delta in your move and collide. Another thing is that the move and collide returns a kinematic collision, 2D, and it won't report any collisions, I believe. Maybe this is just for the rigid bodies, unless you set the number of collisions that it will report in the inspector. So usually I just put this at 10 because usually it doesn't seem to make much of a difference for my kinematic guys. If I have some rigid bodies who are really all over the place, I might set it a bit lower, something like 5, especially if they're quite small. Frankly, it as long as it's above maybe 1 or maybe 2, it tends to work out just fine for me. I mean, the issue with 1 is that if you are colliding with 1, then you have another collision. It just won't tell you about that other collision, which is usually not intended behavior. So it's a case-by-case basis thing, really. Another kind of nice aspect of the physics engine is the ability to include physics materials. Now, I'm pretty sure that other engines do have something that is directly analogous to a physics material. I mean, I know that in Godot, it's relatively simple, at least in the 2D side of things. I have no information whatsoever about the 3D side of the physics engine. I think it does work slightly differently, actually, but that might just be an assumption. But I know that one of the really nice things about the physics engine in 2D, as I've used it, is that it allows you to set certain properties, like friction and bounce, which are really useful to control that kind of behavior. I mean, I know that in super displacement, which was made in Godot 2, so not even with the current version of Godot, not even with the previous version of Godot, which was Godot 3. In fact, in super displacement, one of the major sort of mechanics that contribute to the way the game runs is the fact that when you bump into something, you bounce very far. And I accomplished this with a physics material. Well, my first idea, actually, as I was implementing it, which did also work, was that when you collide with something, as I said, there's this function called move and collide in Godot, and if it does collide, it returns a kinematic collision, which is essentially an object which just contains as much information as it can collect about the nature of the collision. So that's everything from how much of the vector it got through before colliding, the normal vector of the collision, so the vector that's perpendicular to the surface that it collided with. There's information about the colliding object itself. I mean, there's a lot of information, and if you do work with physics bodies, well, specifically kinematic bodies, for much of a long time, you will realize that all that information is really useful. I don't think you actually get that on move and slide. I think on that one you just get the vector that was truncated. I'm not sure. It might even not return anything. You'd have to do your own research to find out what is returned by move and slide. But I know that move and collide has a very powerful return value. And in fact, you can essentially re-implement the sliding mechanic just from move and collide, because if you know the vector that you approached from, and you know the normal vector, you can relatively easily work out the vector which is parallel with the surface that you collided with. So essentially you just move 90 degrees to your normal vector. I don't think I've had to do that. Or actually, well, I don't know. I've done a lot of things with the kinematic collision object. I know that most often I use it to see if an entity has collided with something in particular. So if there's like a wall that you can't touch or you die immediately, then I would have it check. I mean, there's a lot of ways you could do this. I believe there's even a signal in the physics body. Well, in the rigid body there is. I don't know about the others. I mean, yeah, I'm looking at it right now. The rigid body, you have your body entered signal and you have your body exited signal. And there's the same kinds of things if you want to be responding to the shape and not necessarily the body. In any case, the way that I normally do it is just at the point of using move and collide, so that I can see. I get a very, I don't know, it's intuitive for me. You can essentially just call something like get collider, and it'll tell you what it collided with. I don't know. I mean, obviously, there is a limitation. This doesn't work if you're looking for maybe two things which are moving around relative to each other. I could see it producing some unintentional behavior, because essentially if you're only checking what it's colliding with at the point that you're moving it, what if something else collides with it? Something else has its own movement code and it collides with your object, but your object isn't moving into it, your object is maybe stationary at that point. It won't detect the collision. So if you have a very general use case where you just want to figure out if a collision has happened, I would probably use the body entered signals, which I mean, it essentially allows you to just check if something like that has happened. I don't know if there's another way to do it. Like I said, you may have to enable the contact monitor, something like that. I don't know, but it's very, very versatile, and there is a very high number of methods for controlling the. I mean, the rigid body comes to mind. If you see the documentation page, there are tens of functions which can change the physics properties of your rigid body. I mean, everything from like the angular momentum, the torque, the linear acceleration. I don't know. There's a lot of them. I haven't got the list in front of me, but I know that there's a lot of them. And this is in contrast to, I mean, the rigid body, it does have a lot of benefits. One of the disadvantages of it is that because it's such an intensely versatile object, if you have maybe, I don't know, like 2,000 rigid bodies on the screen, I could probably foresee some lag. If you just have like walls, and they don't really need to behave that complex, they can pretty much just sit there and be still. You can use the simplest collision object, which is the static body, and the static body is static. It has very few options. I don't believe it even has a physics material. It may or may not even have contact monitoring. Again, I can actually take a look at this if I'm interested. But yeah, I can see it does have a physics material, so I was incorrect about that. But the only other two things that it defines are constant linear velocity and constant angular velocity, and these don't even move the static body itself. There's something to do with how other objects interact with it. And I know that static bodies are very lightweight and they're very cheap to add because they pretty much don't do anything. They just define a region. for other things to interact with. So if I'm looking at, as I said, walls, a pretty good example. Anything to do with a wall, anything to do with static geometry, terrain, even a prop, which is immobile and indestructible, you can use a static body. But there are many things I know that in Godot 2, or I remember in Godot 2, which was the last time I even tried to do this, was that moving a static body can be quite tricky. I'm not sure how or if this is still the case, but moving a static body, the static body doesn't process its collisions in the same way when it's in motion. I seem to recall stuff dropping right through them. Maybe it just, I don't know. I know that it was not a good idea. I remember this because I was trying to create a moving platform, or maybe it was an opening door, and it was made out of a static body, and I ran into some issue while trying to move it. But I don't know, that was a long time ago. I haven't even tried to use a static body in motion since then, because there's kind of a compromise. Or I don't know if this was the initial design decision, which was to make it a compromise between these two nodes, but to me it seems like a compromise is the addition of the kinematic body, or maybe it's called a character body, or something like that in Godot 4. But in Godot 3 it's the kinematic body, and I'm just going to say kinematic body because this is what I recognize. And this is the only one which has the nice, let me just pull it up here, the nice move and collide kind of functions. I don't think the rigid body and the static body definitely does not have the move and collide or the move and slide options. So like I said, this is kind of in between the two other physics bodies. I mean, the static body, it just sits there, it doesn't do anything. The rigid body will bounce around and roll and rotate and be influenced by gravity and experience friction and all these things. A kinematic body is movable. I'm looking now, there's settings on how it interacts with moving platforms, which I never even noticed that before. But it's essentially the node that you want to use if you have a simple character controller. I mean, if you think about what you need to do as a character in a platformer, unless you're doing something really unusual, most of the time you just need the character to be able to walk left and right, jump up and down, experience gravity, and maybe if you are really ambitious, you could do something like a wall climb, or like, I don't know, something like that. You would be able to do all these things with a rigid body, because a rigid body has an implementation for gravity. You can move it. You can define custom behaviors. You have the custom integrator and all of these things. But it won't be ideal, because the rigid body, you're going to be either rewriting quite a lot of the rigid body's default behavior, which is to rotate and bounce and things like this. And I suppose there's a performance detriment as well, to some degree. I really don't know. I mean, if you only have like 10 to 15 rigid bodies, that's not going to cause a problem ever. And that's a reasonable number for the total number of enemies and player that you might have on a screen. If you wanted to do something like Vampire Survivors, you might not even want to use the physics system at all. I mean, I don't know, you would need to benchmark a series of techniques. But if you don't know, and I'm sure anybody watching this video does know what Vampire Survivors is, it's a game where you can have like maybe 100 or 200 enemies on the screen, and I mean they're all very simple computationally. They essentially have one goal in life, which is to walk in a straight line towards the player character and maybe throw out a projectile every now and then. And they also have to collide with each other to some degree and your bullets. I think what I would do instead of using any of these physics objects, I mean, maybe you could use a kinematic body or a character node. It would really come down to the benchmark, but I would probably opt for using an area. I mentioned earlier what the area 2D node was, is that it's used for like triggers. If you get to the end of the level, then maybe there's a region where if the player enters this little area of space, they send a signal, it starts the winning screen, it does the logic. You don't have to use the area node for signals. You can just use it as a very lightweight way of determining if something is in a particular location. So it does still use the collision system. It doesn't have like proper physics, I don't think. I'm pretty sure it's not anything related to the physics system. Yeah, it's a collision object. It's not strictly a physics object. Let me just make sure. Yes, it's a collision object, which is not a physics body. I got this straight. I literally had this exact same process of finding out the nature of the area 2D like 2 hours ago, but I guess I've already forgotten. Anyway, we have the area 2D, and it's just a way of determining whether or not something is in an area, and it can detect physics bodies, so that would include maybe the player. If you want your player to have some nice fine-grained physics, you could use a kinematic body with your own custom movement controls. I mean, you'd have to write everything for the little slides and the momentum or the turning or anything you want to add yourself, but the kinematic body would be what you would use for more complex movement. And then you could use the move and collide function, which is the one that I would use. Move and slide is not always... I mean, I do currently use it even in ULTRAFUN, move and slide, but I don't really like to use it as much because it just doesn't give you the same information that move and collide does. Sometimes that's useful for me, but sometimes I just like having that information. Plus, for some reason, you don't multiply it by delta, and that just feels weird. It's a weird vibe. I just sipped my coffee there, but anyway, yeah, if I was trying to do a Vampire Survivors kind of thing, I would keep the physics bodies to the minimum, and I would just use the area 2Ds, because really you can do most of what you can do in the physics engine just with an area 2D, depending on how much custom code you want to write. I don't really foresee a reimagining of the rigid body in the area, but I mean, you could if you really wanted to. The code is yours. But because areas are so lightweight, you really can have a ton of them at once, and maybe they'll interact. I mean, there are signals which will detect if an area has entered or exited the body, or a body has entered or exited the area. And these are what you want. If you recall earlier, I mentioned my solution to the issue of having my voidlings clump up. When you run around in a circle, they would all clump up. And this is kind of the first thing that I was also thinking about if I was to be inventing a Vampire Survivors kind of game. If you have 100 entities on the screen, and they're all running in a straight line towards you, all you have to do is run in a circle, and they will converge into the same point, and it'll kind of ruin the game. So you need to have some way to keep them apart, and to make sure that they maintain some distance from each other. And the obvious way is to just say, well, these are like things, they should collide with each other. Make them all physics bodies. But if they're all colliding with each other, they're generating a lot of information which you don't need. You don't need them to have sophisticated collisions. You need them to stay away from each other. And I think you could do that with an Area 2D very well. I mean, I have a fine frame rate running 50 voidlings at a time, and the voidlings are physics bodies which also have an Area 2D attached to them, and my Area 2D solution was considerably quicker than iterating over all of them in code. I mean, even just accessing the group for all of them. I mean, it was a kind of many-to-many exponentially growing kind of situation, but it was really bad code. But just using an Area 2D, so having 2 collision objects per voidling, worked fine. I just have a really big radius. I mean, in a Vampire Survivors kind of game, what you could do instead is just have a reasonably sized Area 2D that just covers the size of the sprite, and then when another Area 2D enters your area, when anything enters your Area 2D, check what it is. If it's another enemy, add it to a list, and then when it exits that area, remove it from the list, and then tell your game, or tell your entity, to just draw a little bit of distance to anything that's in that list. And I think that would be a really efficient way of doing it. You would only have... I don't know the mathematics behind collision detection. The fact that it works at all is kind of amazing. And the fact that... I mean, the only way in my naive programming mind to do this kind of thing is to just recursively iterate over every single object and then see if it's colliding with any other object. I have no idea how they do it in a way that isn't horribly laggy, but I don't know, I guess computers are fast. So yeah, that's how I would do that kind of thing. But in fact, the usefulness of all these collision objects does not even end there. I mean, I'm talking about seeing if an area has entered, or a body has entered, and by the looks of it, the Area 2D is the one which is able to detect both areas and bodies. Static body doesn't detect anything, neither does the kinematic body, and the rigid body only responds to collisions with other bodies. We're talking about the signals here, by the way. But one of the things that's shared by all the collision objects, which if you physically look at your engine, you can see by the inspector, if you click on a collision object, so an Area 2D or a kinematic body or a physics body of any kind, and you go to node, and you're looking at the list of signals, you'll be able to see that the collision object actually grants any of these 2 very important signals, which are mouse entered and mouse exited. And you might not realize it yet, or you might be wondering why the hell anybody would ever possibly do this, but you can use an area or any physics body as a button. Now again, why the hell would you do that? There are already buttons in the engine. They're versatile. You can use them. Why the hell would you ever want to use a physics body as a button? And yeah, good question. Why the hell would you want to use a physics body as a button? Why did I use a physics body as a button in my video game, in ULTRAFUN? It's so ingrained now with the logic of the game that it would take me several days to rewrite it, that one of the most important nodes in the game that just appears like a normal button, well, doesn't even appear like a button, it's a physics object, but instead of adding a button, for some reason, I decided to use the collision object signals. Now, remember earlier when I said I was talking about the button node, I was talking about the mouse filters. There were the 3 mouse filters. There was stop, which just absorbs the mouse event, and it processes the click event, and then it doesn't pass it on. Then there's pass, which in theory should absorb the event and then pass it on to the next item down. And then there's ignore. Well, for whatever reason, pass was not working when I needed 2 buttons on top of each other, and only one of the buttons, one of the buttons may or may not be active. I wanted to be able to move between these 2 things, and because of my code structure, again, really, don't ask about this, I was spawning a button on top of another button, and I needed a way to click on both buttons at the same time. Now, the intelligent way would be to just write the code completely differently and maybe collate those 2 buttons into the same button, and that's perfectly reasonable. It turned out that the only benefit that this system gave me was the ability to prototype with my two elements. But, I mean, in the end, they're combined as one element and they're never separate, so I should have just done it differently in retrospect. But maybe it's coming due for a rewrite if I ever get the time. But what I did is I had this mouse entered and mouse exited signal. And essentially, if the mouse entered, it would set a flag and it would say, yes, you're hovering. And then if you click while hovering, it will select that entity. And this, it does work. It works fine. I never had any issues with it. The only issue with it is that no matter what you have covering up that entity, unless the game is paused or unless that entity is explicitly disabled, it will always be able to be clicked. And this is not good. This is like a layer of complexity. It means that I have to think about this. I have to physically disable my entity every single time. I want to pause the game. I want to spawn a window in front of it, and it's really not a good way of doing it. But this is the case in ULTRAFUN, so I don't know. It works completely fine, luckily. There are no bugs that I'm aware of regarding this system, because I haven't really edited this system at all for quite a while. But yeah, it's an option. If you want to just do something that's very sort of quick and easy, frankly, even for this purpose, I would still recommend using a button node of some kind, because you can fit a button node, you can give it a click mask, if you like. If you don't know what a click mask is, it's a way of allowing, it's a feature of a texture button, which is not the ordinary Godot button. There's the base button node, which kind of has this soft grey square, and then there's a few derivatives of the button node. One of them is the link button, which I have already discussed at length as to why I think it's really cool and fun. But there's another one, which I also use semi-frequently, which is the texture button. I think it's my most used after the link button. And the texture button, as you might be able to guess, it doesn't come with the grey rectangle at all. Instead, it comes with a list of properties, something. It allows you to define textures for each of the different states of your node. So that's the normal state, when it's not doing anything. You can set a picture for what it should look like when it's pressed down, when it's just hovered. And I mean, historically, before I got really into link buttons, texture buttons were my go-to, because you can just draw up what a button looks like in Sprite or in GIMP or whatever you like, and you can just put it in the game, and it's really cool. But one of the hidden benefits of the texture button, I don't even know if other buttons have this ability, but the texture button definitely does, is that it has this thing called a click mask. And a click mask is essentially a way of defining the region that the button is clickable. So this normally takes the form of a bitmap. I was about to say PNG, but it's not. It's a bitmap. And specifically, it's a black and white bitmap, where black means not clickable, the button doesn't exist, and white means it is clickable, the button is clickable in this region. So you can have a crazy shaped button that is clickable only in whatever crazy shape that you have. Otherwise, you would need to be, I don't know what you would do. You would create like a little mosaic out of rectangles, and they would all be separate nodes, and it would be horrible. It would be the worst experience ever. So just having a click mask is really cool. And essentially, I mean, even if you want to do something very simple with the mouse entered and exited signals in your physics body, I would still kind of recommend just using a button and a click mask. But if you really can't, you can. I mean, your click mask is essentially the collision shape which you created to allow your physics body or your collision object to exist in. Which is kind of nice. Believe it or not, that's not even the worst way which I have created a button. I mean, mouse entered and mouse exited is great, but I mean, what good is that? Really, when instead of that, you can just put in your process function a continuous check to see how far the cursor is from your entity. And again, it's kind of situational. If you just want to do it really quick, this works out fine. It's a little bit more tricky to write down the exact radius that you're looking for, and also you're restricted in using a radius. You can't make any fun shapes. You can't really have a click mask. I mean, you could if you wanted to get into some really hardcore math that you sketch out in GeoGebra, but I would not recommend that if you can avoid using a graphing calculator. At least for this purpose, you probably should avoid it. But that I've done that as well. Like, that's another thing in ULTRAFUN right now. A third form of button. Again, not using the button node, not even using the signals from the collision object, but literally just checking the distance of the mouse cursor from my entity. And then if a mouse click happens while that radius is small enough, then that means you probably clicked on the object. And again, it has all of the same issues as the collision object signal method, but for prototyping, it's nice to have that option. Sometimes I just don't really care, or sometimes I just want to have, I mean, my original example several minutes ago, if you want to do something that's really simple and doesn't really justify having a whole button node sitting in your entity, either of these two very quick, very easy options allows you to make, something relatively inconsequential happen just fine. Like, you just want to have the sprite grow by 10%, just like a little animation, and you'll use a linear interpolation to go between the two sprite sizes or the sprite scales. Then you can use a simple technique like either of those two, and it really won't cause you any problems. And again, I mean, I've mentioned so many times by now that the Godot engine, the ability to just create prototypes, is really underrated. It's only really apparent to people who have a baseline of experience with the engine, so I don't see this talked about a whole lot on the forums or even in the various Godot evangelicals. They don't really emphasize as much how good Godot is for game jams. It's a little bit subjective anyway. Anybody with a sufficient amount of experience in Unity engine or any other engine will be able to create prototypes very quickly. But I seriously believe that if you really wanted to like do the science and figure out which one is hands down the best for prototyping, it would be Godot, because you can do all of this stuff in like 10 different ways, and you can do it very quickly, and that's very important. But I don't know for sure. That's kind of a I guess a conjecture, a hypothesis, just an idea that I had because it's crazy fast. It's amazing. I mean, if you do take a look at some of the jam submissions for, I mean, Godot Wild Jam is a very different kind of game jam to a lot of them, because it's every month, which is very frequent for a game jam, and it's 9 days, which is very long for a game jam. So it's more of a constantly rotating culture of game developers than it is strictly like a game jam. I did see like graphs from the Game Maker's Toolkit Jam, which wasn't that long ago, and whenever the Ludum Dare happens, there's been a steady increase in the number of Godot projects. Not just the number of Godot projects, but the proportion of Godot projects compared to other engines. And I am certain that most of this is because the Godot engine is really good for prototyping. I mean, even in the span of 2 days, you can create something that is a prototype of the thing that you will rebuild in the following 18 hours. And I don't know of any other engine where you can do that as effectively. I mean, the Unity engine to me looks very heavy. Unreal Engine looks very heavy. I don't know what Construct is like. Maybe Construct is good. Maybe Bevy is good. I mean, I can't compare the Godot engine to most of these because I just don't have the really varied experience. I have a lot of experience in using the Godot engine, and I think that I mean, these are the things that I like about it. These are the things which make it possible for me to continue using it for 7 years in a row, and hopefully I will continue to do so. I mean, the Godot engine, it gets kind of a reputation because it has, especially in the old days, before I suppose the internet, the Reddit zeitgeist has decided it's maybe not much of a big deal. Is the thing that the Godot engine has its own proprietary language, which is a scripting language called GD script, and GD script is essentially Python. It's not like C#, although it does also support C# to a large degree. In fact, I mean, I remember when it didn't support C# whatsoever, and when it was in a beta stage it was okay, and now I believe it's essentially first-class support for C#. It's a different executable as far as I'm aware, but it's essentially just as good as GD script, or just as usable, but it appeals to people who want a different programming experience, or they want to either learn transferable skills or transfer their skills from Unity, which does use C# as its scripting language, and then to migrate over to Godot. And I think that's one of the main things about GDScript, even though it is essentially Python. And when I say essentially Python, I mean it's syntactically pretty much identical to Python. I don't think it has list comprehensions yet, or maybe it does in Godot 4. But yeah, it's very similar. So I don't see that issue being brought up quite as much as it used to be. It used to be in like every single Reddit thread. I don't know how many of you guys were around in 2018 where people were just talking about this kind of thing all day. I mean, is the engine capable? Maybe. It was definitely behind the other leading engines at the time. But the thing that really got people was the existence of a custom scripting language, because they were thinking they would have to learn. It would be like using Pico 8, which has its own kind of syntax and very restrictive tools. I know that one of the earliest endeavors to expanding GDScript was the inclusion of GD native. Yes, it was the production of GD native, which it had a different name as well, maybe GD extensions, or maybe that was a different thing entirely. I know it as GD native anyway, which is essentially a way to take libraries from any other language, as long as they can be converted into a library. I'm really not a good programmer, so I don't know the specifics, but I know that it did support anything from C to Java to Rust. And it was very, very promising at the time. And I think it still is. I don't know how often it's really used. I don't know how often people have requirements for things that can only be achieved by GD native. I mean, in the really early days, I tried to set it up and I just couldn't work it out, because one of the major things that I needed in the olden times, I mean like 2017 or 2018, when I've only had a year or two of experience with the engine, which is still a long time, by the way, I was trying to use GD native to add Steam integration into the engine, because I don't know if it's strictly required. I'm pretty sure it's not required. I'm 100% certain that it's not required to have Steam API integrated into your game if you want to distribute it on Steam. I think all you need is a little text file, which is your app ID, in a text file, and that's all that's actually required. But if you want to use the API, so that's anything like achievements is what I wanted to use it for, because I mean there's just no substitute for getting Steam achievements. I mean, it's not that there's anything special about it, but Steam it's the platform where all the games are, and to get an achievement on Steam, like it or not, does mean something. So in any case, I was looking for, my early projects, how to get the Steam API working, and I was looking into GD native, and this isn't how it is now. I know that now it's a lot more streamlined. I haven't tried it in a while, but I've seen tutorials on how to do it, and it looks feasible. But at the time, in the early days, I was looking into compiling the Steam API into its own library, and then generating like the GDNS files, and it was really confusing. At this moment, I still can't really remember exactly all of the steps. I just know it was a very long article, and I got a lot of compilation errors. But thankfully, that's not the case anymore. Where was I? Yes, so Steam, what I actually did, I gave up on the GD native because I couldn't get it to work. And I just want to repeat, GD native is fine now. You can use it if you want. It was this way when it was in a beta for Godot 3, or maybe it was even... I don't think it did exist at all in Godot 2, come to think of it. So what I did instead was do it the really old-fashioned way, which was Godot plugins, which essentially requires you to recompile the engine. And this is what GD Native existed to kind of replace, because recompiling the engine is not a great solution if you can avoid it. It's a little bit annoying. It turns out it's really simple. It was simpler than working out GD Native when I tried it. You literally just download the source code and run maybe 2 commands, neither of which should fail under any sensible condition, and it'll just grab everything in the source code and it'll add it to the executable. And this is what I did to get the Steam plugin. At the time, there was the Steam plugin code. You just stick it in a folder. You had to have the Steam redistributable library files with it, but that was no issue at all. They just sat nearby, and then you could compile it, and it would collate all of this stuff into your Godot executable. And that was how I did it on the old games that I have on Steam still. They all have Steam achievements through this method, essentially. However, nowadays, you don't even need to do that much. One of the really good things about the Godot engine is that it has a very active and up-to-date community. I mean, I am really kind of amazed every time. I'm thinking, where do these people even come from? Like the people who update the Arch user repositories or the AUR all the time to keep it updated. And every now and then, you have an issue where, like, for a long time, Discord, well, I say a long time, it was maybe like 1.5 days, where Discord was behind one version, and I couldn't update it from the user repositories, so I just couldn't use Discord for like 1.5 days, and it was kind of annoying. But then you realize it's essentially volunteers updating all of these repositories. Just like that, there is a steady stream of releases on the GitHub page for the Godot Steam project. The Godot Steam project, as you can guess, is the project which combines Godot with the Steam API. So you don't even need to do any compilation yourself. You just download the pre-compiled version, and you can just start it up. I mean, that's what I have open on my desktop right now, is a pre-compiled version of Godot 3.5.2, because that's what my game ULTRAFUN is made in, is this somewhat old version of the engine. Now, even with that being said, knowing that Godot 3 is an older version of the engine, I still find it to be very capable of doing most of the game development tasks that at least I've needed it for. Godot 4 it has a lot of improvements. I mean, I don't know all of them offhand. I know some of them. I have used various versions. I used the beta one time, then I used 4.1 quite recently for a game jam, and there are a number of significant improvements. I mean, it's not massively different from Godot 3 in terms of doing most of the things. The workflow, 85% of it is the same. But there's a few things. I mean, I know that something I've been looking forward to for a while, which actually I haven't had a chance to test out, is the ability to split docs. So you can take the script editor and you can put just the script editor on maybe a second screen, and you can recombine the windows in a particular way. And that sounds really cool to me. I think the ability to take the script editor and put it on my second monitor, while I have maybe the 2D scene view on my primary monitor, would be a really big improvement. I mean, sometimes I'm clicking around a little bit extra just to try and switch between the two views, because you can only have either the 2D scene or the script scene open at a time. Usually that's completely fine, but sometimes I just I know what I want, and I want to get between the two scenes or between the two windows very quickly. And sometimes you can achieve this if you click on a 2D node in the scene tree. It will, I think sometimes, most of the time, maybe always, I'm not even sure if it's a reliable behavior, it'll sometimes switch you to the 2D view. And obviously clicking on the script icon will send you to the script view. But, it's a very small thing. Sometimes I'm in the animation player, and I'm doing stuff between a script and an animation player stuff, and I haven't even gotten into what the animation player is. But as you can guess from the name, it's a node which allows you to animate pretty much anything. So any property of any node, you can animate it. It's a little bit like the tween, which I mentioned quite a bit earlier. Although I don't think it's quite as versatile as the tween. Something I would really like to see is for the tween and the animation player to be at least equivalent, but as far as I'm aware, there isn't a way to define easing modes very easily. You can define easing modes in okay, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. I may have said something that's factually incorrect just then. So I'll explain just what the animation player is. As I said, you can animate anything, and the way you do this is that you add your animation player, and when you have your animation player selected in the scene tree, you can open this animation tab at the bottom, and that tab shows you the timeline for your animation, and there are settings there for you to be able to change the length of the animation, whether the animation automatically starts, whether it loops, and there's many other options as well. I couldn't list them all without looking at it, which I'm not looking at it right now. But the way that you would add a property to be animated is with this window open. If you click on a node, you'll notice that every property has a little key icon next to it, and that key represents the ability to add a keyframe. If you click on that key, it will add a keyframe to your timeline, and that's essentially how you do it. There's not a lot else to say. You set it to a value, you hit the keyframe button, it'll add the track to your animation player, so your animation player will add it to the list of properties which it's animating, which it has to keep track of. Something new in Godot 3, and I think Godot 3 may have come out in maybe 2020 or 2021, so this is actually not very interesting at the moment, but just to sort of exemplify that it's good to have is the existence of the reset track. If you add a new property, if you click the keyframe button on a property which isn't part of your list, what you will get is a little dialogue which will show up, and it'll ask you if you want to add the reset track. And the reset track is essentially, it's its own animation. So it almost comes off as a little bit of a hack, but it isn't. It's what your animation player will run, essentially. So it'll set all the properties based on what's in this reset track at the beginning of its functionality. I don't know if that's in the initialization of the node or when the node is added to the tree. I'm not 100% sure. I could probably do some testing to find out, but honestly, I've never had to. It's essentially a way to make sure that your scene always starts up in the right way. Because what you can do, or what you used to be able to do, and in Godot 2, what was actually quite an issue for me, was making a whole animation, like a scripted sequence or whatever it was, and then at the end I would leave the little timeline seeker, like 2/3 of the end, and then I would open my scene again. When the animation is meant to be playing, the scene would already be organized in the way that it should have been organized about 2/3 of the way through that animation. So the reset track ensures that everything is put back to the way that it is supposed to start. Again, it's really not very complicated, but it's really nice to have it. And you can, as I said, if you're adding an unfamiliar property to the node, it will ask you if you want to add the reset track. And sometimes, most of the time you do. I know that not all of the time you do. Sometimes if I already have a way of setting that value, and I don't necessarily want it to be overridden by the reset track, then I will not add a reset track, so it just won't have any keyframe in the reset animation. I'm trying to think, because I do occasionally disable the little checkbox where it asks you if you want to add a reset track. I don't have a great example of why you might want to do that right now, but I know that it does come up sometimes. And frankly, it's very nice that it gives you the option. And obviously, if at a later date you change the initial conditions of your animation, or if you add a reset track by accident, you can literally switch over to the reset animation, because it is literally like a 1 millisecond animation, or a 0-second animation, or something like that. And you just change the properties of the keyframes. So all of the keyframes, they look like little diamonds on the timeline. You can just click on any of those, and in the inspector, you will get some options to determine the properties. So this is kind of where I was going earlier when I mentioned about the easing modes, and where I almost gave out misinformation about your ability to add easing modes into the in between the keyframes. The thing is that I don't necessarily know if it is, strictly speaking, easing. It's some form of interpolation. You get this little curve, and the curve allows you to dictate how exactly the property is interpolated. By default, for most things like continuous variables, so things like position, where you have a number, it defaults to a continuous mode, so it'll smoothly transition. If your starting position is at 100 and your ending position is at 400, it'll progressively move between 100, maybe 1 or 2 units at a time, very smoothly, and you'll see the animation of your object moving. This is in contrast with the discrete mode, where it does not interpolate, and instead it just snaps it to that value. Sometimes that's useful, so you can go between them. There's also a cubic mode, which I used to use quite a bit before I realized what you could do with the keyframes. The cubic mode essentially tries to fit a cubic curve to your animation instead of a linear curve. What this means is that you'll have a little bit of an undershoot before it really gets into the fastest part of the motion, and then it'll kind of zoom to its intended target, and then it'll overshoot just a little bit, and then it'll settle back. And one of the things about the cubic mode is that it's it's dependent on not just the next keyframe, but the adjacent keyframes to the first and the last. So that means normally what I would do is that I would have two keyframes next to each other at the starting keyframe. So two keyframes, identical keyframes. Position is just 100. For the x coordinate, let's say it's just 100, and between these two keyframes is when it would start to do that undershoot. You'd see a little bit of a wobble, and this is, as I said, this is between two identical keyframes. If this was a linear curve, there wouldn't be any movement between them, and then when it goes past the second starting keyframe, it'll then do the proper movement where it's moving on to the final keyframe, and then it'll overshoot a little bit, and you can add two identical ending keyframes to kind of create the zone where it'll undershoot a little bit. And I used to use this quite a lot. I know I used this for spawning the boss entities in the original Masochist, and that was very fun. It looked cool, you know, but this was before I learned about a better way to do it, which is by using the keyframe interpolation properties. So if you click on the keyframe, you get to set what the keyframe value is, which in my example would have just been 100. For the x-coordinate of the position of some node, you would just have that at 100, and you can edit this in the inspector if you click on the keyframe. But also, more importantly, you can edit the, I don't know if it's easing, it may be some form of interpolation, but essentially you can go between a completely linear motion and a kind of an, I suppose it is easing. You can ease in and ease out, or you can just start very, very sharply and you can end very sharply. If you play around with this, it's very straightforward to see what it is. It allows you to do most of the things a tween can do. I'm not sure if it is identical. I haven't really experimented with the cubic interpolation mode, which may have a different relationship to those little interpolation graphs that you get in the inspector view of the keyframe. Well, just to let you guys know, the dripping has actually stopped. My roof is intact. And then this is especially surprising because it is raining outside, but my floor is dry. Now, if you are like me, then you might be clicking on this video thinking something like, what am I gonna learn from this experience? I mean, there's a lot to learn about the Godot engine. That much is, well, hopefully by now 6 hours into a video which elaborates on very little of it. Hopefully that's quite clear. But you might be thinking, you know, is this really an educational resource? And I think that really depends. I don't know. Maybe some of this information will sort of percolate into your brain. But I think if you compare it to actually following a tutorial, you're going to have a much better experience learning the engine by following an actual tutorial. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is a resource of sorts, but the point of this video is for me to be able to say that I really like the engine, and even furthermore, that I made something with the engine that I'm really proud of, which is ULTRAFUN. And even more than that, I wouldn't have been able to make ULTRAFUN if the Godot engine didn't exist. I think sometimes it's a common idea that engines are very interchangeable, or replaceable. And you can use Unity to do, well, frankly, most things. I wouldn't say Unreal is kind of in this arena where it's a bit interchangeable, because Unreal is so specialized for 3D, but it's Turing complete, you can do what you want in it, and then all the other frameworks. But whatever engine you make is going to seriously inform the game that you're making. I mean, choosing an engine is like choosing a house to buy if you want to become a homeowner, which obviously I guess most people, at least people my age, are not going to be. But you can learn how to use a game engine, and let me tell you, that's as close as you need to be. But yeah, the point of this video is for me to be able to say that I really like the Godot engine, and these are the things that it does well. And man, it does a lot of things well. I've talked at length about the usability, about the I mean, even the efficiency. It's a very optimized engine. I mean, the file size is a major one. I think that's almost a bit. I mean, it's a bit excessive. I know people were talking about getting a 30 megabyte exe file down to a 25 megabyte exe, and like that's great, but it's. I mean, nobody is going to mind a difference of 5 megabytes, even if the engine was 200 megabytes, which actually, if you include all the export templates, it does grow in size, because the export templates are essentially separate installations of the engine, if I understand correctly, because when you export your game, you're essentially, it is the Godot engine minus the editor, minus the tools, which is why if you're compiling the engine, and you want to create an export template, you compile it with the tools flag disabled. So when you're actually putting it in the command prompt, you type tools equals no, because the tools, which is the engine, which is the editor. When people think of the engine, often they think of the editor. I do this as well. The editor is just the tools that allows you to make something with it. The actual engine is a piece of software which runs the editor and which runs your game. So there's a lot to get right about it. There's a lot that they have got right about it. I mean, as I said moments ago, I've already talked a lot about the usability and the workflow and how intuitive it is to use all of these things. I mean, by now I'm quite naturalized into all of the hotkeys. The Control A to add a new node, the F5 to run your project, the F6 to run the current scene. It took me a little while longer, but even lately, I mean, within the last couple of months, I'm getting to grips with F8, which closes your project. For some reason, this one just didn't click in my head until recently, but I mean, it's a useful shortcut to know how to use. And then obviously there's the various cursor modes in the 2D view. There's the Q to select the sort of all-purpose cursor. There's the W to select the, what would you call it, the translation cursor, where you just sort of move things around, moving cursor. Nothing to do with language translation. I'm trying to use the terminology like you have the translation, you have rotation, maybe you have others, I don't actually know. Skew? That's kind of a bit of a complex one. In any case, I mean, yeah, then you have your E key for rotation, your R key to scale. These are some of the first hotkeys that I learned. And I mean, yeah, to me, it's very intuitive. The Godot engine doesn't rely extensively on hotkeys. I mean, it's nothing like Blender, which I know does rely extensively on hotkeys. But this is because that, you know, the programs are just different programs. How could you have a hotkey to change the modulate of a node? Not all the nodes even have modulate. You need to click on that. And then when you do click on it, how are you going to have hotkeys to select a color? So anyway, I'm not quite sure what tangent I'm going off on now, but my point is that the hotkeys are very nice to use. I'm very used to them. I was saying a moment ago about if this is strictly a pedagogical resource, and I don't really think it is, but I mean that obviously doesn't stop me from mentioning the hotkeys and explaining the hotkeys as if I'm trying to get you to memorize the hotkeys, because maybe it's a good idea for you as well to know that F5 is to start your project from the default scene, and F6 is to run your current scene. I mean, surely you know F5 and F6. I think you couldn't use the Godot engine for more than like 2 hours without getting to grips with those hotkeys. And then F8, which I only learned about in my last few hundred hours of usage, which is kind of amazing, but it's very useful. F7 might be pause. I don't use the pause functionality very much. I have used it, but it's quite a deep kind of debugging tool. It doesn't have any. I mean, it is a debugging tool. It stops your code in its tracks. Your game freezes, and it opens the engine, the editor, for you to be able to review the remote scene tree. If you recall from earlier, the remote scene tree is the part of the scene tree which is running in your game. So the local scene tree is what you would define in your editor, and then the remote scene tree is what is actually happening in your game. And this is very useful. Sometimes I want to pause my game if I have an event which is like spawning a whole bunch of stuff, but that stuff, it disappears. So this might be an explosion or a success effect. Sorry if there's a little bit of background noise right now. I'm moving my computer case around, and this is simply such a professional recording environment that I wouldn't even pause the recording for that. I'm sorry, but well, yeah, now I can't even remember where I was. I was talking about the remote and the local view, which I've already talked about, to be fair. But I mean, you can use the pause button to really poke around in the remote view, and you can see, you know, what nodes are there, what properties the nodes have, what the nodes are doing. This is not too different from having a breakpoint. You can have a breakpoint in your script, and that'll essentially do the same thing as far as I understand. It'll get up to that point, and then it'll pause the game for you, and it'll open the script view, it'll open the editor, and you can see maybe what variables are being assigned at that time, or you know, what things are happening. And it's really useful. You know, I don't really know what more to say. I mean, I can be honest with you guys, my dear viewers. I mean, not even all of my viewers, because I suspect it's going to be about like 3 people who get 6 hours into a video about the Godot engine. But I'm not sure how much more I can really talk about the technical side. I mean, if anybody wants to support me narrating through each of the nodes in the engine, I mean, I would actually really enjoy that, just to talk about every single node in the engine. And there are still nodes which I'm going to talk about. Don't worry about it. I've got a little list, but I mean, I got another. We're at the halfway point. It's the halfway point. So let me let me pull an Uno reverse on you for a second. I've been talking for 6 hours. How about you talk to me? How about if you get to this point in the video, you tell me your opinion on fish. Didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. But you know what I do expect? I expect you to give me your opinion on aquatic organisms. I'm talking about clownfish. I'm talking about cuttlefish. Talking about trout. I'm talking about salmon. Maybe some other species of fish. Things like sharks. There's a lot of sharks out there. Most of which I don't know particularly well. Sand tiger shark, goblin shark, whale shark. Is the whale shark a shark? Or is the whale shark a whale? Maybe there are whales. I don't know that many whales. There's a basking shark. There's a largemouth bass. There's a blue whale. There's a sperm whale. There's a pufferfish. There's a seahorse. When was the last time you guys thought of a seahorse? It just doesn't happen. You never think of a seahorse. When I was like 10 years old, seahorses were all I was thinking about. So let me know about your favorite type of fish. It's kind of important for me to be able to know how many people actually get this far into the video. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, is it really important? I mean, yeah, it is. It is. I want it to be. Many people want it to be. You want it to be important. I checked. I took a pause. I inspected your remote scene tree. I clicked on your node and I checked the property if it was important, and it said yes. And you just can't argue with that. The Godot Engine's debugging tools are just too powerful. In fact, they are quite powerful. Come to think of it, I'm looking at them right now, and I see there's a lot of different ways of debugging Godot code. I learned recently, I mean, people use print statements. It's pretty much a staple of game debugging, the print statement. And I do this as well. Print statements are very useful. You want to see if a piece of code gets run, if a little code block is being executed, then you just type in print and then a little string so you can identify what's in there or where that came from. And I do that all the time. It's very useful. But I learned of an even greater tool, which is print_debug. And this is a secret shared just for my loyal viewers who got not only halfway into the video, but also past to that part where I was talking about fish. So you get kind of a double prize, which is to learn about print_debug. And this prints a string to the console, the output, the debugger, whatever you call it. And it tells you which script file it came from. It tells you what line of code it came from. It might tell you like a timestamp. I'm not 100% sure about that though. You can add a timestamp very easily if you want to. There are methods for getting the current system time. And that's just a small thing that I thought of off the top of my head. But yeah, I only learned about this very recently, and I still forget to use it sometimes. But I think, essentially to me, I only ever use print statements for debugging purposes. There's maybe 2 instances in my code where I'm not looking, or where I wouldn't benefit from seeing what file and what line my code was being called from, or my print statement was being called from. And these are in singleton nodes. I have a little singleton node for my Steam integration, where I'm just wanting to make sure that the Steam client is actually launched, and most of the time it is launched just fine. But just to make sure, I have a print statement which just says Steamworks active, and if you launch the game, this would only show up in the console if you have a console open with the game, or in the editor it shows up, just to make sure. And because my Steam singleton is like 20 lines of code long, it literally just initializes the object and then sits there. I don't really need a print debug statement for that part. But that's a very niche case in my print statement. I usually, I have lots of cases where I'm trying to hunt down a bug. I'm looking for the value of a variable at different parts of my code, and print debug allows me to actually get back and forth between the areas that I'm going very easily. I started off talking about the Godot debugger, and I can get a little bit more in depth into the Godot debugger because there's a few very heavy duty aspects to the Godot debugger. First of all, there is the greater tab. If you look at the bottom of your screen, you'll see a few tabs. There's output, which is just miscellaneous stuff. That's where you get your print debug code going. There's the debugger, which is right there. Then you have the other ones like audio or animation, or maybe you have a tile map sometimes, or you have an animated sprite, something like that. You want your sprite frames down there. There's actually quite a lot of things which show up down there if you have the corresponding node. But in particular, I'm just talking about the debugger. And if you click on the debugger, you'll be able to see that there is quite a lot of sub-tabs, which are sort of at the top of this window, which show you around different parts of the Godot debugger. Now, if I just launch my game so I can actually see what's going on, and hopefully this doesn't start playing video game audio over my thing. No, it should be fine. So essentially, you have the errors tab, which if your game is worth its salt, then you will have several hundred errors going at any one time. The main one, which is very intense, is the profiler. I say main one. There isn't really a main one, but a significant one is the profiler. Now you might be able to see if you're looking, or if you're just listening, you can imagine. The profiler is a tool. It isn't always enabled. If you want to enable your profiler, you gotta press the start button. And it'll, I don't know, it'll do something. It'll inject something into your game. And it'll start producing a graph. It'll start collecting data about your game. And there is a lot of data. I mean, by the looks of it, this is mostly milliseconds of different stages in the game, different aspects of your game. So a major one that I look at sometimes is the frame time. So right now my game is telling me I have about 17 milliseconds per frame, which is pretty much ideal. That's about 60 frames a second. I think it's a little less, just a tiny bit less, maybe like 58. But that's more than enough for me. Not actually sure how it's getting that kind of frame rate, because normally it's very laggy. And this is compounded with the fact that I'm recording, but I guess I've surprised myself, and no, that's right, I did go back and optimize this game within the past week or two, so actually no, this is great. In any case, you can see the number of milliseconds for your physics frame. So if you remember me mentioning earlier, physics runs at a different pace to your process function. It has its own kind of clock. There used to be a function called physics process in Godot 2. I believe now that is been renamed, or it's been merged into fixed process. Either way, the physics frame needs to be precise, and it needs to be regular. And I can see right here my physics frame is completely constant at 16.6 milliseconds, which is exactly what it's supposed to be. Just looking down the list, there's a whole section where you can see the number of milliseconds it takes for all of your script functions to run, which in my case, post-optimization I should add, because it did not always work this well, 2.5 milliseconds for all of my process functions. And some of these, particularly with the entities which I've got walking around, are called 50, or one of these is being called 81 times in this profiler tick, however long that is. And you can see essentially every function which is called in this recursive way. And there's also some information about the physics, the different aspects of the physics engine. I'm really not a physics programmer, thankfully, but I can recognize a few things. There's the integrate velocities, there's setting up constraints. I have no idea what that means. Maybe this is about collision boundaries, solving constraints and setting up constraints. This takes about 1/3 of a millisecond, which is one of the heavier things for the physics engine, which would make sense if it was to do with collision. And then there's integrate forces as well, where I've written my own code, and that's also about 1/4 to 1/3 of a millisecond, which is very fast. But comparing it to some of the other things I've got listed here, it's one of the ones that is taking on the bulk of the time. So that's the profiler, and it's very powerful, it's very useful, it's very in-depth. And I'm going to skip over the network profiler because I'm sure that it works the same way, but I never really have any network stuff going on. And I'm going to get to my favorite part of the Godot debugger, which I know that I've been talking around it for God knows how long, but my favorite part of the Godot debugger is the monitors tab. And the monitors tab also has quite a lot of the same information as the profiler. It does not have information about individual scripts. This is something you can only get from the profiler,
or individual parts of, millisecond times or the exact composition. It doesn't give you. But what it does give you is a selection of metrics, a very wide selection of metrics. So at the very top you have the FPS and the process. Process meaning the number of milliseconds it takes for your game to process, and by the looks of it, it's entirely consistent with what I just saw. We're getting 57 frames a second, about 18 milliseconds in my process, not bad. And then my physics process is actually very quick at only 1.5 milliseconds, which is crazy. But in addition to that, because this is all stuff we've already looked at in the profiler, the monitor in the debugger also gives you information about your memory usage, which is very useful for me because I'm manipulating a whole lot of data about the various entities in my game. So there could be potentially a very high memory load, especially because I'm using that technique that I described much earlier, which was by using the resources singleton, which is where you just have one singleton where you preload every object in the game, and then you just load them, or you instantiate them as you need them. But it requires you to preload every object, and I believe that means whatever you put in that singleton is loaded into memory. Now it looks like my highest value out of all of these is my static memory. I don't know what the difference is between static and dynamic memory. If you do, please leave a comment, because I don't know and I would be kind of glad to learn, but I won't go out of my way to find out that answer. My static memory here is over 100 megabytes. It's 103. My dynamic memory is only 5.5, which more or less makes sense, because the memory overhead for what's going on in my game is not very much in terms of the actual entities that are moving around. I mean, most of this stuff is processor intensive or GPU intensive, if you want to think about the particles, and this is completely in line with that. And I have my huge static memory. Maybe this is to do with all of those nodes that I preloaded. Maybe those are static memory objects. That would make some sense to me, but I don't know for sure, and I'm not going to give out misinformation, so please take that with a grain of salt. Now, another part of the monitors tab, which is just immensely useful, is the objects list. Well, it's not a list, it's a tally. The objects count. I have in my game about 5,000 objects. Now, an object is actually even primordial to the concept of a node. From what I understand, an object is, object-oriented programming is one of the most basic things you can have, and it does implement a few little bits and pieces here and there, a few little functions, but yeah, anything in the Godot engine is an object, essentially. Definitely including all of my nodes. Any node is an object. And I have about 5,000 objects, which is quite a lot of objects, I gotta say. Even for a simple game like what I have, 5,000 objects seems like quite a lot. I don't think, because the object class is so immensely lightweight, I don't personally see the raw number of objects being much of a bottleneck. But it's worth it to see that number. And the reason is, sometimes you get what is essentially a memory leak. You're spawning things, but you're not deleting them. This is tallied in this section of the monitor's view, where it'll tell you how many objects you have, how many nodes you have. I have about 2.6 thousand nodes, which is also quite a decent number. And if you're just spawning them and you're not deleting them, you'll be able to see this number go up and up and up. Or you'll be able to see, maybe you want to see if the frame rate correlates with the number of nodes. You can click the little checkbox next to each of these properties in the monitor's view, and it'll draw you some graphs. And you can see whether, if the number of nodes goes up, maybe the frame rate dips down, or maybe it doesn't. And then you'll be able to determine if your optimization problems are due to the number of nodes, or the nodes that you're spawning. Which is seriously very helpful. I can't really overemphasize how useful that is, because it allows you to rule out, if you're spawning very simple objects, maybe it won't have a difference. If you're spawning something which has a bit of a load to it, then it will be maybe it will be tanking your FPS. Anyway, just to get through some of the other things in here, there's the 2D section, which shows you how many draw calls are being made. And this includes your sprites. It includes your particles, because each of those require a draw call to be made. And sometimes, I don't think I've even really talked about the custom drawing methods in the Godot engine. But there are custom drawing methods. And what I mean by this is that you can use GDScript to draw things on the canvas, or on the canvas that your node 2D has access to, or, relative to your node 2D. And what this is it's another virtual function. I think it's called a virtual function, which is prefixed by an underscore. And it's underscore draw, and only in this function you can use methods like draw circle, draw line, draw polygon, and you'll be able to literally just render a shape on the screen, a circle or a line or a polygon, or there's even others. There's an arc, I think. There's a polyline. You can set colors for each of these. You can set the widths. You can set sometimes like rounding. There's quite a lot of options in there. And obviously, because it's done in code, you can write an algorithm to create a lot of vertices if you wanted to. And I have used this. The draw function, I find, is also very useful for debugging. If I want to find, if I have a radius of some kind, which I'm using computationally, so something like a check to see which entities are nearby other entities, I could see, what that looks like behaviorally in the game, watching my entities move around and respond to this piece of code which I just wrote. Or I could also put in a draw function to literally draw out in a circle that radius. And it's very quick and it's very precise, and I don't need to worry about scaling an object or scaling a sprite. Don't have to worry about deleting the sprite afterwards, because it's in code, so I can very easily comment out the code, take out the code. And also drawing lines between things is very useful if I want to make sure I've got my math right, for instance. And if what I think is a line between the center of the screen and my entity, maybe that's actually offset because it's in some global or local coordinate system that I haven't accounted for. I can use a line to draw between these locations, and I can see if it's accurate what I've been thinking. And anyway, that also counts in a draw call. And importantly, this may be different in Godot 4, but you have to call update if you want your draw function to run, you have to make sure you call the update function in your process usually. I mean, what update does is that it forces a draw call. I think it might be called something different in Godot 4. The logic might be the same, but I think update no longer... I mean, the word update doesn't imply anything about drawing, so I understand why they would change that. And I also believe that in Unity, update means process in Godot. Yeah, the update function, I think, is the one that gets called all the time. Process in Godot gets called all the time, and update triggers a redrawing of, the draw function and any sprites and anything like that. It also includes shaders, I believe, shader materials and things like that. In any case, it's good to see, because sometimes you can have a lot of draw calls in your game, and you may not realize it. If every node has 20 sprites and a shader on each of them, and then it has loads of particles, you can start to rack up 2D items and draw calls very quickly. And that can be an issue. I mean, I've had issues with this in my game because I use such gratuitous use of particles. And I mean, I'm looking at it right now, I can see the video memory usage in my game is a little over 300 megabytes, which, when you think about it, is quite a lot. And I think that's because so much of my game is based on particles. I mean, I have very small sprites, like 16 by 16, maybe you could fit them in an 8 by 8. Actually, I think they're 10 by 10 just to be weird, but they're very small sprites, and they're very... I don't use that many. So you would think that the video memory would be very low, but it's because I use complex particles with, dynamic behaviors and specific accelerations and gradients and weird emission shapes. I've talked about the emission masks before. I don't know where they come under in all of this, but I expect that they would come under video memory as well. And then also you have some physics information, which, depending on your game, could be very useful. Looking at things like collision pairs, active objects. I'm not sure what an island is. It says I have 54 islands. I don't know what an island is, but I do have about 850 collision pairs, which I truly have no idea what that could mean, but I suspect it has something to do with the fact that I have a lot of entities on the screen which are all colliding with each other and moving around and doing things. But yeah, anyway, the monitor's view is maybe, it's gotta be one of the most useful parts of... Let me sip my coffee. The Godot Engine, by far. And in fact, this whole tab is pretty useful. I'm just looking through it now that I'm kind of going at a gentle pace. I was thinking about how I was using up 300 megabytes of video memory. I'm looking at it now. The answer was essentially in the particles. I have some very questionable methods with doing my emission mask. My emission mask, this is something I gotta fix, come to think of it, because that's actually a lot of memory usage. I'm using in total 250 megabytes, 280 megabytes, 285 megabytes out of my 300 megabytes, because I have extremely oversized emission masks. Like I said earlier, what an emission mask is. If you have a particles node, you can set where you want the particles to appear from by using an emission mask. And essentially you draw in your little picture, the PNG file, which is your emission mask, white pixels means particles come from that location. By contrast, I think black or maybe transparent pixels indicate no particles. So what I have is an emission mask with, well, the emission mask is 7,680 by 4,320, which is huge. My environment isn't that big. My environment is less than 1,000 by 1,000. So I have a massive amount of wasted space, and there's just no reason for it. I mean, the sort of woody background parts, the roots, they do extend a little distance. So I see, but that one is actually properly cropped, and it's only 34 megabytes. I have other emission masks which are taking up a massive amount of space for absolutely no reason. So I suppose after this recording, I'm going to shrink those down and reposition my particles because there's just no need. There's just no need for that. But yeah. Anyway, so I mean that's a live example, just what happened just there, of how powerful the Godot debugging tools really are. And there's a lot of things you can do in the Godot engine to kind of work out what's slowing your game down. I mean, people frequently tell me I should be using like benchmarks, or I should be recording like milliseconds before and after I run a piece of code to see how long it takes. I don't really go into that very much because it's very detailed and sort of not computationally expensive, but computationally expensive for my brain. I can't really think it through very easily, and usually I prefer a bit of a long-winded way that's a bit easier for me. It allows me to spend more time overall just sort of, getting through it, and I enjoy it that way. But yeah, and obviously being able to enjoy using the engine is very important. It's one of the things which I've said, that the Godot engine it feels good to use. I know there's that plugin where you can add like sort of explosions and particle effects whenever you do anything with the engine, but I don't think that's even necessary. It's good as it is. It's fun just to click around. It's got a nice feeling. It's a very nice, clean, flat view. You can resize things. The Unity engine, I'm not as fond of the sort of bubbly, not bubbly as in fun, but bubbly as in physically rounded, physically looks like a bubble. Lots of shadow. It reminds me a bit of Windows Vista technology, which I also don't really have much affinity to. I never really used Windows Vista. So anyway, to not compare it too much, I mean, like, the graphic design of the icons is very nice. Each icon is very recognizable. I know that they were thinking of remaking some of the icons. I don't think any of those really went through, thankfully. Maybe some of them did, I don't know, but I like the very intuitive way. I mean, you have the node is just a circle. I mean, a circle is a very unitary concept. I mean, you can look to string theory. They have the idea of the closed loop. I suppose it's a similar kind of unitary thing that you can translate. What's the word for the study of logos? It's got a name, but I don't remember what it is. It's not epistemology. That's like philosopher stuff. It's something. It'll come to me, or maybe it won't. But I like the way they look. I mean, I'm looking at the canvas layer, for instance. It's a little square with a paintbrush, and that really, I mean, it looks very apparent what it is. You can see, I mean, there's the canvas, which is the square, and the paintbrush represents drawing something on the canvas. Another thing is that it's completely white, which also shows you that it's not a Node 2D. It's outside of the Node 2D realm. It's white. It's also not a control node. If you look at the canvas icon, that's a little paintbrush. In fact, it's the same paintbrush as the canvas layer. And this also, it's a very nice way of showing that the canvas item paints onto the canvas layer, if that makes sense. I mean, there's a lot of nodes. I could go on for a very long time talking about the various icons for the nodes. I think one that always stuck out to me, which again, I don't really have much into the 3D side of things, but it's the world environment, which actually it's half orange, half red, and the other half is blue. So it shows it has some kind of interoperability between the 3D nodes, and the Node 2Ds, which is also very cool as an idea. It helps to make it very, very, very obvious. I mean, I don't really see what needs to be said too much. I'm looking at the HTTP request right now, which has, it has the text HTTP in the icon. You can't really be more direct than that. And then it has an up arrow, probably representing maybe an upload or an outgoing request. And then it has a down arrow, which would probably be the response or the incoming request, whatever it is, the incoming message. And that works for me. I don't even know if things in Unity have unique icons, but I know that things in Godot do. The icons are a very essential part of the Godot engine.
Now, I just realized something. Something that you realized 45 minutes ago, which is that my nice microphone was not being used at all for the last hour. It was recording through my webcam because I had the good idea to plug in my webcam again to get a picture or to get a little video of how dry my roof is. I didn't unplug it, and now, well, I suppose I'm leaving that in because that's 45 minutes, and I said stuff that I meant to say, but the recording audio quality is really, really bad, so damn sorry about that. But, the show must go on, the show can go on, should go on, might go on, and with any luck, will proceed without too much further interference, because now I have a dry roof and I have the right microphone this time. I've made sure of it. I can see the waveform that I'm looking at. It looks right. I mean, this is a video about the Godot engine, but more and more, this is a video about my own struggle against technology. I guess that's just how it is, though. It's tricky. I mean, what was I even talking about? I was talking about the icons in the Godot engine, which I do really like. Having a messed up microphone for nearly an hour, destroying the ears of all my listeners, and losing any ounce of respect that I had generated from the preceding 6. all that aside, the Godot engine still has very nice icons. I mean, the Node 2D icons are particularly quite good for this. I mean, the animated sprite is it's a sprite. I mean, it's the same icon for a sprite, but there's kind of three, kind of like an onion skin, like an animation. Like it's been moving from the top right down to the bottom left. I really like it. I don't really think I have to go into too much detail about all of the different icons. I know that there were efforts to change some of the icons in Godot 4. I can't remember why. I think it was again to do with the physics objects, which had been a little bit of controversy isn't the right word, but focus in community attention. But I mean, there are just a lot of nodes in the engine. I can start talking about the tile map, for instance. The tile map is a really good node. Now, this existed in Godot 2, and you could use it. But it was a bit of a pain. In fact, I remember the old workflow for the tile map was not good. The workflow for the tile map in Godot 2, which again is 2 versions out, it was not a good workflow. What you had to do was create a scene containing all of your tiles as sprite nodes. So every sprite node, you could either load it in from a tile set, you could load in the whole tile set into the sprite, and then you would use the region property to just display 1 tile worth, and then you would have to do that for every tile that you want. Every tile that you want would have to be its own sprite node, and then you would save that scene, and then you would do something which I don't even think you can do anymore in Godot 3 and 4, which is export your scene as a resource, specifically as a tile set. And obviously there was no way of knowing that is what you had to do when you get into the engine from nothing. It was arbitrary. It was very bad. It was I mean, I did do it for Masochist. I did do that. And all of the levels in Masochist were made using tile sets in this way, where I had each part of the grass, for instance, and each dirt tile was its own node 2D, and if you wanted your tile to collide, you would add maybe a static body with its collision shape under each tile. There were some ways in which I did quite like the equivalence of a tile with a node. And that's something I do kind of miss a bit, because in the current version of a tile map, a tile is not a node. In fact, I'm not even sure what a tile is anymore. A tile set is a resource, I know that much. Tiles are derived from the tile set, depending on how you implement them. So I'm just looking at it right now. I'm going to click through a few things. If you open your tile map, you have the option to, well, I suppose you could either load in a tile set if you have one saved, and by the way, there is a way to save it if you one of the lesser known aspects of the node inspector in the Godot engine is that the node inspector is also a resource editor. So if, like me, you've just created a tile map node and you have a tile set and you click on your tile set, the resource will open in the inspector and it'll show you some information about the resource. By default, this has very little in it if you don't actually have a tile set. I don't have a tile set to hand, so I won't be going too much into it, except for what I can dredge out of my memory. but you can save the tile set. You'll notice there's a little floppy disk save icon at the top of the inspector, which allows you to save the current resource. And equally, you can load an existing resource, or you can create an entirely new resource, and that'll give you a nice list, a nice tree of all of the different resources in the engine, and you can just create one and save it, and then you can load it at your discretion. And as I said, this is closer to what I did in the original Masochist, where I had resources actually saved on my disk, actually saved in my file system in the project folders, and then I would load those resources and I would plug them into the various properties in the nodes that needed them. So in that case, I would load a tile set and then I would set the tile set in the tile map. But in Godot 3, and this is closer to how it is in Godot 4, I don't know if there's been much of a change. I think there's been some improvement, but it's not been a complete redesign like it was. For Godot 3, you have your tile set. You get an option to load in an image, a texture, in fact. So you can actually load a texture resource if you want, but in general, you just need to load an image. And once you have that image, you get the option to either create a single tile out of it, or you can add a single tile to your tile set, or you can add an auto tile. Now, the single tile, there are similarities between the single tile and auto tile workflows. I'm not an expert in tile maps, really, but essentially what you do just for the single tile is you specify a region that the single tile exists in, so that would just be selecting which tile you want to add. When you press new single tile, you would select the region for that tile, and then you can select the collision, or you can create a collision object for that tile. That very conveniently, there's also there's snapping rules built into this tile set editor, which is very useful because it means you won't have like tiny sub-pixel imprecisions between your tiles. If they're always, your collision shape is always 0, 0 to 16, 16, then that is precise and it will be seamless when you have a row of those tiles all next to each other. And there's some other stuff as well. I believe you can have you can have additional editor sections for navigation if you want to add a navigation mesh to your tile, or if you want to add light occlusion. There might be some others. I'm going to very quickly add a random icon and add a single tile. But yeah, those are the main ones: collision, occlusion, and navigation. And that's for the single tile. Now the auto tile is a bit more ambitious if you want to get your head around it. It's still designed quite well if you can get your head around it, which is a big if, because there have been times, even after I've successfully done auto tiling like 2 or 3 times, I still frequently I can get right to the point this time. The issue is trying to figure out the bit mask. Now, if you don't know what a bit mask is, it's essentially the pattern of surrounding neighboring tiles which tells your auto tile which tile it should represent. So by contrast to the single tile, in your auto tile, you select the whole region for all of your tiles. You select all of them, because you're creating an auto tile, which is essentially a tile that can become any other tile based on the rules it's given. So you select all of the tiles that you want to include in this dynamic auto tile entity. And you can do all the same stuff, the collision, the occlusion, the navigation. Again, this is particular for each tile. But the bit mask is what tells your tile to become a specific tile. So actually, before I even get into it, there's two different types of bit mask. There's the 2x2, which for my purposes, and as far as I can tell, is essentially useless. I have no idea why you would have a 2x2 bit mask. But the main one that I use is a 3x3, which is a 3x3 grid on each of your tiles. That when the bit is set for each of those little squares in your 3x3 grid, it means that tile will appear if the surrounding tiles match your pattern of bits for that tile. I'm not explaining it very well, but let me explain it in a different way. If you have the very center bit, or the very center square set for your tile's bit mask, the very center square is set in your 3x3 grid. That means that tile will show up when there is a tile in its own location. As far as I can tell, if you want your tile to ever appear, you need that one to be set. Now, if you have a bit mask where you have the middle square set and the bottom center square set, that means that your tile will only appear if there is a tile directly below it. If there's a tile directly above it, it will not become that tile. If there is a tile directly below it and also diagonally to the bottom left, it will not become that tile. The bit mask is a very strict rule as far as I can tell. It will only become that tile when the bit mask matches the pattern of surrounding tiles. And trying to set that up, there are tile set templates which you can use, which I kind of recommend. They tell you what to set the bit mask for, and they give you what tiles you need to make. And as long as you do that, you will have a working auto tile every single time. I would recommend looking into that, because trying to puzzle out the bit mask is not a particularly easy endeavor. Sometimes you do want that tile to exist, even though you have one to the bottom right and the center bottom. How you can fix that, I'm not sure. Would you duplicate a tile, or would you just structure the whole thing in a different way? I'm not sure. I'm really not a tile set expert. But it gives you freedom for different types of tiles. Because if you're making a platformer, there may be a different set of bit mask rules that you want compared to if you're making an isometric top-down whatever. So it does give you freedom, and obviously, there's nothing wrong with trial and error. Although, if you make changes to your auto tile, it seems that the auto tiling only occurs on a tile that's being changed. So if you want to update your auto tile logic, you make the changes in your tile set editor, you save it or whatever. Then you have to go back to your tile map, and you have to delete them all and replace them, or you have to replace only some of them. I'm not sure, but it won't read in your changes automatically. But yeah, you should really look into this. There is a great documentation page that shows you everything you could possibly need to know about tile maps. And that includes what I said earlier about the preset bitmask maps, that kind of thing, where it gives you what tiles should be where and what the bitmasks should be, and you just have to make the right tiles and organize them in the right way, and then set the bitmasks as they should be, and that should pretty much do it. And yeah, so auto tiling, very, very powerful if you can get it to work, basically. And I have gotten it to work without even using the pre-made bit mask maps. I would do that now because they didn't exist when I first started using the auto tiling. But for Mushroom the Ruckus, that was essentially all created in an auto tile, several auto tiles, concurrently for things like fences and dirt patches and grass and everything else. And it was a really big time saver. It really, really helped. And not even just a time saver in terms that, it would have taken me longer to manually set up all the grass. I mean, it allowed me to try out different level designs as well, and rapidly move between prototypes, which I've said for the 10th time now is a very powerful aspect of the engine, and I mean it. It really is. The ability to play around with prototypes. Auto tiles allow you to try out different environments without having to mess around with placing multiple single tiles. Now, that being said, if you do get into a pretty fast workflow with any of it, even the single tiles, I believe you can press V to flip a tile horizontally or something like that. There's another button if you want to flip it vertically. I might be getting V mixed up with another button. B might be the other one. It allows you to still, place them very quickly. The auto tile is a time saver, but it all comes down to your own personal strengths and your own personal inclination to work out some of this stuff. Or if an auto tile maybe isn't even worth it at all, because if you want a peculiar set of tiles, maybe an auto tile would give you results that look too nice. It does take a little bit of freedom away from you when you tell your tile set to automatically adapt to its environment in a predetermined way, when maybe you want to set up the environment in a different way. One thing to note is that the bit mask only responds to tiles of the same auto tile. If you have a bit mask that sets, that's scanning for a tile directly to the center bottom, like what I mentioned just now, then it will not respond to a single tile placed in that location. If you have a single tile below it, it won't care. It won't think that that's a tile at all. So you do have to, make some decisions if that's what you want or not. Just because it's been staring at me, there's the two other important... There's z-index as well, which is somewhat important if you want to set the z-index for individual tiles, which you might. The priority section is quite interesting. This is particularly useful if you have multiple of the same tile type. So an example of this is in Mushroom the Ruckus. There's the grass tile, but there's actually, I think, 2 or 3 different types of grass tile. This is to create a little bit of variation, so that you don't just have a repeating texture, you have a series of textures which can all repeat between themselves, but it creates a much more heterogeneous environment. And priority essentially allows you to define the chance that that tile will be placed in response to a given bit mask. So if you have 2 tiles with an identical bit mask, it uses priority to figure out which one is more likely to be placed. And I don't think, unless you set one of the priorities to 0, it will always be probabilistic. So you can have maybe a 1 in 2 chance or a 1 in 6 chance, then the other one can have a 1 in 5 chance, 5 in 6 chance, and things like this. And then the very last property of the auto tile is the icon, because outside of your tile set editor, when you're just looking at the tile map, you'll get an option, you'll get this little pop-up on the side of the window, which will list all of the tiles that you have. So if you have an auto tile, you'll have just one tile which will obey the rules you set in the tileset editor. It'll become another type of tile. And yeah, you can set that. In fact, some neat keyboard shortcuts that I learned about for using this tile map is the shift key. If you hold down the shift key, you can draw a line of tiles, and this is quite useful. But more than that, if you hold down shift and control, you get a grid of tiles. And similarly, if you hold down shift and you right click, you will delete a line of tiles. And control shift and right click is to delete a square or a grid or a rectangle of tiles. And yeah, that's just some good information to have for your workflow. I mean, there's quite a lot that goes into the tile map, actually. I mean, there's the cell size, which allows you to set, maybe your tiles are 16 by 16, well, the default cell size for each tile is 64 by 64, so you need to make sure that your tile will actually fill up each cell, or it won't work. Now another thing that I briefly mentioned was the existence of the occlusion tab. I mean, collision, I've talked about collision. Navigation, maybe you can... I'll get to navigation in a little bit, but I might need another cup of coffee, because that one is... I need to brush up on my navigation. I truly haven't used it since Godot 2, and we are now, maybe 6 or 7 years on from that. I expect a few things have changed. But occlusion, I'm pretty sure is exactly how it always is. Occlusion is to do with light nodes. Now, if you don't know, the Godot Engine, it has a pretty good light node system. A light node creates a pretty decently, realistic is the right word even, but it has a way of producing a lighting effect. And usually the way that I do this is that I have a little circular gradient, which is my texture. And a circular gradient, you could imagine that already kind of resembles a, like a light source. If you just have a light bulb in the center of a room, you can see on the ceiling, it'll be a nice sort of circular gradient as it extends out from the light bulb. And this is what I put into my light 2D. So a light 2D will shine light from the center of the node outwards based on the texture. So white pixels in the texture represents the existence of light, and transparent is the absence of light. And in all of this, I mean, you can set a lot of properties about this. You can, do what you like, really. There's the color, there's the energy, there's the texture scale. You can scale up your texture if you want it big, lots of light. You can change the color of your light if you want to do a bit of a rave disco, whatever. You can change the energy. And in fact, changing the energy of the light allows you to... you can get a really nice sort of glowy, soft glowy effect if you do this with the circular gradient. I mean, I can't think of when I've used it. I'm pretty sure I used it in Warp Tech. Well, I did use light nodes quite a lot in Warp Tech. And it looked really good because you could very convincingly create, say, an explosion which shines light on other things. Now, I was going to talk about the occlusion, but I'll just brush up again on the range, which I know I did talk about decently recently, but it's important that you know exactly which objects your light is interacting with. And if you have multiple light nodes, you may or may not want them to all be interacting, because it can get expensive for your graphics card. So you have this range thing, and the item cull mask. And I mean, God, there's a lot of properties here that I don't really understand, but you know, you can play around with it and you can make sure that your light node is working as intended. In any case, the occlusion is very simple. Like I said, it draws light from the center of the node outwards. So your texture is kind of sitting on top of the center of the node. So your circular gradient will be, assuming the circular gradient is centered in the PNG file which you got it from, then it'll be extending from the center of that circular gradient outward. And what a light occlusion node is, or let me find the actual exact name, which is light occluder 2D. You can set a polygon which will occlude light. So if you have a light 2D shining light on something, your light occluder will prevent the light from going any further. And this allows you essentially to create a really good shadow effect. I don't know, there is a shadow setting in the light 2D node itself. I don't know if that means it'll draw a different color in response to a shadow, or in response to a light occluder. Because by default, a light occluder will just cause the light node to be completely transparent on the other side of the occluder. It won't be able to pass through at all, is the appearance, but it'll be transparent. I believe the shadow setting for the light 2D node allows you to say, instead of it being absolutely nothing, you could have the occluded part be bright red if you wanted it to be. Realistically, you would probably have this be like a grey, a dark sort of transparent grey colour, if you wanted to just drive a little bit of contrast between the illuminated areas and the darkened areas. But, I mean, you can absolutely do that. I mean, I don't use light occluders that often. I've played with them for game jam projects because they look really nice. And I mean, the occluder is not expensive at all. The light node is a little bit expensive. The occluder is completely cheap. And you can set this, like I said, in your tile maps and your level geometry. You can set all of your walls to occlude light so that they don't shine right through. This is quite a good idea. I know that in Godot 2, people were having fun writing their own methods of making light occlusion, because I'm not sure, maybe it was very expensive to do this, or maybe it was just a bit rudimentary. This has always been sufficient for me. I can't imagine a way that light occluder 2D isn't doing its job. It's doing a great job. So yeah, I mean, everybody say thank you to light occluder 2D. I really recommend that you do. Just, it's worth mentioning, I said that I don't really have any experience with the 3D side of the Godot engine. I can see there are 3 different light nodes in the Godot engine and a light map thing, baked light map. God knows what that is. Presumably that's something to do with calculating your light before runtime. So the light is calculated and then afterwards it's just read from the disk. That would be a nice way of doing it. But yeah, you can have your directional light, which presumably is directional. You can set the rotation of that. The omni light, now by the sound of it, that sounds like it's equivalent to running matte full bright in a source game where everything is just consistently illuminated, and maybe you would be using this to kind of no, it actually says omnidirectional. So directional light. Hold on. What am I even looking at? This is why I didn't get into the 3D side of things, because I don't understand it. Directional light from a distance. Okay, that's your directional light, such as from the sun. So directional light is like the sun. Omnidirectional light, they say, is like a light bulb or a candle. So it's not like matte full bright at all. It's just a light that extends outwards from a point. And then the spotlight is a spotlight. It just shines in a region. That's fair enough. Anyway, let me proceed to not discuss too much things that I don't understand, because I mean it can't possibly be a good listening experience just to have me confused and unknowing. I mean I'm really banking on quite a lot of luck that it's even a good listening experience for me to be vaguely sensed and knowing, but the 3D side is really quite intimidating. Let me see, is there a single 3D node which I know anything of? There's a portal node. Portal nodes are used to enable visibility between rooms. What the hell is a room? A room is used to group objects together locally for portal culling. Well, that's scary. What the hell is a portal? Is this to do with like loading things in chunks? So that you only load things in the room that you're in, and then you use a portal to move between rooms? That's my guess. I don't know. I don't know if I want to know. What insane madness must you need to be mired in order to get to the point where you're creating things like portals and rooms? Yeah, I'm just not gonna look at this. It scares me. The things that I will look at, I'll go back to my Node 2D. I mean, I was talking about the tile map. I can talk about the Raycast 2D, which is another very useful node. In fact, the Raycast is one of my major underrated nodes, along with the particles and what was the other one? The link button. I mean, I really like those two, the particles node and the link button node. I really like them. Well, another one that I really like is the Raycast node. Now, I think in Godot 4 there is a way of making what is essentially a disposable Raycast, I think, or there's a greater encouragement towards creating a Raycast in script and not necessarily spawning the whole node. I could be wrong about this. This may just be a convention which I learned about and I assumed that it was the new way of the world. But the Raycast 2D node essentially is a little line. It starts from wherever it's positioned, and then it has this cast to property, which is the relative dimensions of the line, of the ray. It goes in a direction, and then if it collides with something, either an area or a body, by default it only collides with bodies, but you can have it collide with areas as well. If it collides, it'll return a signal. I'm pretty sure. No, it actually doesn't return a signal. You have to ask it. You say something like get collider, or you can say if Raycast is colliding, then get collider, and that'll tell you what it's colliding with, and you can get the point of the collision along the Raycast, which is also very useful. So if there's something very close, you can see how far away it is. Now, this is very useful. I use this a lot for jumping in platformers. In the original Masochist, I used this. There was a Raycast. It would be pointing down towards the ground, and that would be how my character knew that he was on the ground. If the Raycast was intersecting with the ground, that meant you were close enough to be able to initiate a jump. Now, I didn't make this perfectly. I think that the raycast was a little bit too long at the time. And occasionally you will get like a super jump, especially if you have a little lag spike, because you can jump and you can move up by like a few pixels, but your raycast is still colliding with the ground. You might actually end up jumping maybe twice. And because I think my character in Masochist was a rigid body, that meant you would go very far into the air, which is kind of a strategy. I know that it is a strategy to jump against a corner or jump against an edge of the terrain, because as you jump up, the floor checking raycast would make sure that you leave the ground, but if you run at the correct angle, you would then once again, on your way up, be considered to be on the ground for this little corner that you encounter. And you could jump again, and then you could go very far, and that's a little bit more reliable. But anyway, that was just an anecdote about my shoddy code. The raycast in general is a very powerful tool. I know you can use it to see if there's a direct line of sight between you and something else, maybe between an enemy and an ally. If it's intersected by a wall, then you can say that there's no line of sight. And specifically, you can see where that intersection is along the wall. You might even be able to get information about the normal of the intersection with the raycast. I'm not too sure. I also don't know if this supports more than one collision. I think if it does, then maybe it's a setting in the properties that isn't being displayed in the inspector. But as far as I'm aware, I think it only supports one intersection at a time. But it's still a very useful tool. It's a very, very versatile node, and it has a lot of uses. Let me try and think. I use it for if I have a very fast-moving bullet. Sometimes I won't try to rely on the collision shape itself to give me the collision feedback. Sometimes I'll use a raycast or a combination of the collision and the raycast, because if it's moving fast enough, it'll essentially seem to teleport across the screen in increments. And you can have like a bullet flying through a wall or just straight up through an enemy, and this isn't very good. I think I use a raycast for certain laser attacks in Warp Tech. In ULTRAFUN there is a laser gun, but I use a very long. I'm not sure if I use a line segment or if I just use a very long rectangle. Either way, I'm not entirely sure why I did that and not a raycast. I think because this allows me to hit multiple things very reliably, and that was important for me. With Warp Tech, I think only being able to hit one thing that's in front of you was actually quite beneficial at the time, for whatever reason. A completely different node, which I don't think I mean, there's nothing to say about it, really. It's a very simple node, is a position 2D. And it's such a nothing node, but I get quite a lot of use out of it. All this thing is a node 2D with a gizmo attached to it. Now, if you don't know, let's drag this out so I can see. A gizmo is that little set of lines which helps to display the position of that node. And as far as I can tell, it has no other properties. But the position 2D, it has a custom icon, and it has a little gizmo that you can only see in the editor. And surprisingly, just the existence of this node, I mean, there's nothing stopping you from using a default node 2D They are exactly the same. All that's different is the icon and the gizmo only shows up in the editor. But just the fact that this node exists has changed some of the ways that I go about programming some things, particularly for, in the original Masochist, I used position 2D for enemy spawn points. So instead of spawning randomly, or, anything else, I would have a set of position 2Ds, which would delineate the exact locations of where I can spawn. I would have these organized underneath a node 2D that would be called something like spawn points. And then my spawn points node would have a set of position 2Ds as its children. And I would set these positions to all be a valid spawn point for an enemy. And then when I want to spawn an enemy, I would select a random node from my list of spawn points. I would see where it is, and then I would set it to that position. And it's really quite useful. I still use the position 2D if I'm trying to find what is the exact pixel coordinate of some arbitrary location across the screen, of some UI element, for instance. It's very useful for UI elements. I don't know if you will have noticed, it took me some time to notice, but there is actually a pixel ruler across the edges of the scene view, at least in the 2D view. So you can see that it goes from 0 to 1000 if that's your resolution, or whatever your resolution is. It shows you what the pixel coordinates are in in kind of a ruler view. And this is also quite useful. I mean, you could use this instead of the position 2D to be able to figure out where exactly things are. But it does speed things up a little bit if I can move my position 2D around, and then I can literally just look at the position of the node on the side. I mean, like I said, I called it a nothing node, which is kind of mean, but it is kind of true. It doesn't do anything, but it nonetheless really helps. And I mean, it's an example of something. I don't know if that kind of thing would even survive in a commercial game engine like the Unity engine. This is here because it really allows for a kind of workflow that's very colloquial, very casual in a way. It's I don't know, I like it. It's natural to me. Yeah, it's fantastic. I highly recommend, all of these nodes. They are very versatile. I mean, position 2D is just one it's so absent of any intended use case that no matter what you do with it, you're already thinking like, damn, that was a creative usage of the position 2D, because it literally is just a thing to be in a place, and in a very real way, aren't we all? But I mean, just moving on to the next node then, because I said I wouldn't be able to say that very much about the position 2D. I don't think that's changed. Another really nice one is the path 2D. And in fact, this is definitely a more substantial node. This is a node which is actually quite helpful. I have used path 2D quite considerably for cutscenes, for instance. Well, not cutscene. I don't use cutscenes very much, but it could be used for a cutscene. Essentially, what a path 2D is a way of defining a path, and a path is a line, pretty much. It's a set of vertices with a starting point and an ending point. There may even be an option to set it to be circular. I'm not sure. No, I don't think there is. The formal name for this kind of resource is a curve 2D. I'm not sure why it's called a curve when it is so obviously composed of straight lines, but that is the... Oh, there is a button you can use to close the curve. Today I learned. So your path can be circular if you want it to be. But the path 2D is only part of it. This is only a small part of the general Godot path experience, I suppose. The second thing that you need in a path 2D is a path follower 2D, or a path follow 2D. Really, it should be called a path follower. Path follow only makes a little bit of sense. But in any case, your path follow 2D is what actually samples points along your path. That's the thing which actually experiences your path, if you like. And the path follow, there's two important properties. There's the offset and the unit offset. Now, what this means is that your offset is the number of pixels that it travels along the path, and the unit offset is the percentage of the path that it has completed. So unit offset is always between 0 and 1. The offset is dependent on the actual physical length of your path. So whichever one of those is more suitable for your use case, it really depends. If you want, like a constant walk speed across all points of your path, or if you have a walk speed in mind that you've been using for other parts of your game and now you want to start following a path, you would use your offset, because offset is just the number of pixels. You want to walk 100 pixels a second, you can do that very easily with the offset. With your unit offset, that's if you have maybe some progress. You have a 0% and you have a 100%. And you just want to be able to get at some very precise proportion along your path. And that's also useful. I've used that for progress meters of some kind. There's other properties here. There's the H offset and the V offset, because, your path follow, you may want it to be a physical sprite attached to your path follow 2D. This is very common. You can either have your entity just sort of read from the path follow and move towards your path follow, or you can have your entity directly stuck underneath your path follow as a child, and at that point you may be looking into the offset along the path. Maybe your sprite is at the top is anchored to the top left, and you want to move it a little bit into the center. You can experiment with this stuff, and it's very simple. There's options for rotating and looping your path. I mentioned the curve 2D can be closed. I suppose if you have a looping path, then closing it is quite a good idea, because when it gets to the end, I know that if it's not closed, if it loops, and especially in code, if you're setting the offset, you're just increasing the offset all the time. Once it gets above the maximum offset, then it will loop. It'll set back to the beginning. So closing the curve allows you to make that happen without a significant amount of snapping. If your path is a straight line and it loops, you'll teleport back to the beginning. If you just sort of draw it close, real close, it may be good, or you might have a little bit of snapping, you might have some rotation issues, who knows. But it's a very, very useful node. I know I've seen it used for things like UI. If you have a panel which you want to appear in a particular way, you can set up a path and a path follow to get your UI item onto the screen in a sensible way. I know that it's used for, sometimes I have a little scripted character and I want him to walk up somewhere, stand there for 2 seconds, and then walk away. And I would use a path follow to be able to program exactly how I want him to move, because otherwise I'm going to be messing around with animation players or carefully timed and choreographed pieces of code if I'm just querying a path follow 2D, it saves me a massive amount of work, because I can literally just send him along a polygon that I can edit in the editor. I can drag the vertices around, I can add more vertices if I see fit. All of this stuff just works. I mean, I wanted to talk about that one for quite a while. It's a really good node, and I think it's quite underutilized as well. I mean, I kind of understand why, because the existence of the animation player does suit for most purposes. For many purposes, it is sufficient. I mean, if you want to just move something across the screen, most of the time, an animation player is simpler, because instead of querying this whole extra object, you can literally just set where you want the property to be adjusted. The thing that the Path 2D really benefits in is the ability to... It's kind of like a modular design thing, which again is part of its viability for prototyping. If you have a path that you can easily edit, then you can make changes to your game, and you don't have to worry about messing around in your animation player or trying to animate something going around a bend at a constant velocity. I can tell you from experience, it's the worst experience in the world. The Path 2D, however, a constant velocity is immensely easy to implement, and the path that it actually takes is completely editable. It's a way of allowing you a little bit of extra modular design if you want movement and the actual location of your movement to be different. I think I've spoken enough about the Path 2D though. I'm really just sort of running through these nodes right now. But I mean, they're good nodes. What do you want me to say? I could talk for quite a long time about any of them, but I have to also realize that not everybody is going to have a usage for a Path 2D in the first 1,000 hours of their game development endeavors. I think the first time I used a Path 2D was in a game jam project this year. No, it wasn't this year. It must have been last year at best. But still, I mean, that's quite recently. I was aware of it, but I never really had a use or a reason to use it. The closest thing that I did use to a Path 2D was a Line 2D. And a Line 2D is also a great node. And this is a really quite an underrated node as well. It's very versatile. I use the Line 2D for a lightning effect. Because, I mean, I said, talking about using the animation player, don't get me wrong, a very versatile node, a very useful node for anything that you want to do in the Godot engine. The animation player, I mean, it's got something, it's got a purpose in almost every situation, I should say. So the Line 2D is very similar to a Path 2D. It just takes in a set of points. In the case of the Line 2D, it looks like it's not actually a curve, it is just a list of points, which I thought was the case with a Path 2D, but actually it's not. A curve 2D is something different for the Path 2D. The Line 2D, you have a list of points. And this is actually not even a resource. This is a pool vector 2 array, which is a data type. So this is a very lightweight node. It's a very fast way of drawing a line, or optimized way of drawing a line. All you do is if you'll excuse the clicking for a minute, I'm busy drawing a line, thank you very much. Once you draw your points into the editor, you get a line which follows along those points, and then there's a lot of options to customize the way that line looks. So things like width, Now, when I was making my nice lightning effect, which I do use in ULTRAFUN, and I created it in WarpTech, and then I proceeded to reuse that code several times in many jam projects. I had a jam project, well actually I didn't even make it in WarpTech. During the development of WarpTech, I entered a game jam, and I made a game called Mult, which was an inside joke, because WarpTech used to be called Multitech, and I changed the name, but I still wanted to do something with the old part of the name, so I just made a game called Mult, and I created a lightning effect for it. And the lightning effect that I created, essentially, it takes in a starting point and an ending point, and then it draws a nice lightning animation. And it does this basically entirely with the line 2D. It animates the width of the line 2D, so it kind of has two flashes. It starts reasonably thick, and it shrinks, it gets very thin, and then it goes for another flash. It shoots up to being kind of thick, and then it thins out again, and then it dissolves. And it looks pretty good. I gotta say, I'm very happy with it. You can set the color as well, the fill. You can fill it with a gradient, apparently. I didn't even know that was something you could do, but you can. God, I wish I knew about that when I was making my lightning effect, and maybe I would have used it. I don't know if this is a new addition or not. You can fill it with a texture. Now, one good thing about the line 2D, which I have used as well, this feature, is the ability to change the capping mode, which is everything from joints. I mean, it's essentially about how the line behaves at the vertices. So that's, the beginning and the ending vertices, as well as all of the intermediate vertices. So I was about to say the joint mode is for the intermediate vertices. Between two other vertices, you can have a sharp joint mode, which creates a sharp effect between them. You can also have a bevel, which rounds it a bit, and then you have round, which is even rounder as far as I can tell. And you can have cap modes as well, which is, there are times when you want to adjust the cap mode. Sometimes you want it to round off at the first vertex. You want it to start off in a nice rounded line shape. This is particularly relevant if your line is quite thick or if it's quite wide. Alternatively, you can set it to box mode, which means that it has a very, very hard cut. So it's just a rectangle at the end. And I remember I used this. This was important when I was using, in one of the very early prototypes for ULTRAFUN, I was using a line 2D node as a wall texture. Now, it doesn't have any functionality as a collider, so it was just the texture. But I was feeding in the wall texture, as it were, into the fill category, and it would look like a wall. And then the cap mode, I think it was a box cap mode, because rounding would kind of distort the texture at the ends. So I had it just cut at the ends, and then I would put some little boulder on top of it. And this was quite a while ago. I don't have, actually the code is still in the game, but it was so long ago it's not utilized. But the line 2D, very versatile, very useful. One of the good things about the line 2D, I said earlier, it takes in a data type. It doesn't even use a curve 2D. It uses a pool vector to array, which is a very basic data type. A pool vector to array is literally just an array of vector 2s, two-dimensional vectors, coordinates. So if you have, for instance, a lightning effect, you know full well a lightning is not a straight line. Lightning has zigs and zags. It moves around. what you can do is sample, or you generate a list of points between the two locations you want your lightning to be, and then for each of those points you just sort of move them around in a random direction, in a random radius, and you get this very nice spiky, zigzaggy effect. And that's what I did. It does that once for the first shock, and then, like I said, it fades out, it gets thinner, and then it goes in for a second one, it gets very thick, and it regenerates the offsets for all the points. So the points, they have a different selection of zigs and zags the second time round, and then it does the same thing, it fades out. And this worked for me. If you want to have a kind of like a squirming border, you can do a similar thing where you just sort of slowly change the positions of each of those points. And you can do this because the line 2D will respond immediately. It's constantly drawing from those points, I imagine, because it's I don't know, it's a very good node. I like it. Yeah, I assume you may have heard of that one because it's very self-explanatory in what it does, but it's very good at what it does, and I gotta say, I like that. Well, guys, I gotta say, the wheels are coming off as we stumble across the finish line. My roof won't stop leaking, and as aforementioned, this is why I'm sitting at my computer desk. But I'm almost done. So if you can excuse the sound of dripping coming from the background, which will certainly be picked up slightly by my microphone, but I suppose I don't really have a choice. It's going to rain essentially for the rest of the week. So I'll just get into it, and I'll make the best of it that I can. Now you may be thinking, hey Alex, how are you not done talking about the Godot engine? You've elaborated on every single node, every single feature, every aspect of the engine, and you would be, it would be understandable why you would think that I have, because I have been talking for a really long time. But believe it or not, I have probably described, I would say, at a really liberal estimate, maybe 20% of the nodes in the engine. So this is an overestimate. I think a more sensible number might be 10%, and even that still would be an overestimate. And I mean, all of the features of the engine, the systems of the engine, I have hardly scratched the surface. I could keep talking about this for, I could make a part 2 of this video, but please don't hold me to that. But I've got a cup of coffee this time, and I'll just you know, I mean one of the issues with this being a one-sided video is that I can't ask you what you want to listen to or what you want to hear about. I pretty much just have to make the decision that I can talk about what I want to talk about. And I'll have you know that about a minute before I hit the record button, I was thinking, I'm going to talk about the navigation system. Essentially because the navigation system is not tricky to use, but I mean, I did have to learn how to use it, and I used it in Godot 2 with the original Masochist, and I used it in Godot 3 with Mushroom the Ruckus. Both of these use the navigation 2D system, and I believe it's mostly unchanged. There might be a few extra additions for convenience here and there, but essentially it's the same system. I think, and I don't imagine it would have changed much in Godot 4. But at its basic level, it has an odd structure. There's the essential navigation 2D node, which frankly doesn't do a lot on its own. It's kind of the center for the calculations for the algorithm. In fact, by the looks of it, I'm looking at this warning now in my edition of Godot 3, and it says that that navigation 2Ds are actually going to be deprecated. So this is Godot 3 knowledge. This is historical stuff. It's being replaced with a navigation 2D server, which is interesting. Now, just to make sure you still... I'm assuming the basic idea is still the same, where you can essentially draw out a navigation polygon. And from what I understand, a navigation polygon represents areas that your algorithm will not enter into, as far as I understand. When I started working on this, or when I first tried to learn how to use the navigation system, I was thinking that surely the navigation polygon, or the nav poly for short, is the region where you want to be able to move around in. But actually, I learned that it was the opposite. I think. I could definitely be wrong. I mean, I'm looking now at the navigation polygon instance. It looks like they have transformed the system a bit since I've last been here. And I'm seeing things about an enter cost and a travel cost. So these must be properties on the navigation polygon which help to determine how much an actor wants to go through these regions. I imagine an enter cost of 0 is fine. That's no cost at all. And then a travel cost, moving through this region to figure out how difficult it is to move through. Frankly, that's this stuff may have existed even all the way back. I'm just going to do a quick search for navigation. Yeah, there's the navigation agent as well, and the navigation obstacle, which is interesting. Maybe the obstacle is what I'm thinking of, and the polygon really is a region that you can walk around in. I mean, I suppose if the costs are relative, then it would be. If you just have the entire area have a travel cost of 1, and then the walls have a travel cost of 2, it would never really want to enter the walls, unless it really had to. So maybe you would have to do something with that. It actually gets quite complicated when you think about it. This is what I get for sort of jumping into a narration about the navigation stuff without really having a plan. I didn't expect it would have changed much at all. I'm seeing 2 nodes here, which I maybe have never seen before. The navigation agent, I kind of recognize this one. So the navigation agent, I believe that that's the one which physically goes through and is the agent which moves through the navigation mesh. I'm not sure I actually used it though, or if I did, I may have generated it dynamically in code. You might recognize, if you know anything about the original Masochist, that this is a platformer game, and the pathfinding node, from what I understand, works without respect to gravity or jumping functions or anything like that, so it could be quite tricky. You might be wondering, how did I do that? The way that I did it is relatively simple, which is that I drew I had my navigation poly set up, whether I was using the polygon as an obstacle or as an accessible area. I can't remember anymore. Hold on, let me sip my coffee. I truly cannot remember which one was which, but all I did was find the path through the navigation 2D node, which I did use this node. I used this node to get a path, which is a list of points, or a list of positions, or vector 2s, to the player. And all I did was access the next possible point. And the next possible point, even if you are in a platformer, if the next possible point is over a ledge, the enemies in that game will end up walking over the ledge. They won't get stuck because there's a little bit of an overshoot. I mean, they have some inertia, first of all. Not so much when they're walking, but if they're jumping, they have some inertia. And when they get to a ledge, about 10 pixels from a ledge, they jump. And what this meant is that before they actually reach the exact pixel point of the corner of the platform, they'll jump, won't be able to change direction, and they'll be fully underneath the ledge. Now, you might be reasonably recognizing here that this did also provide some level design constraints, because I mean, essentially, you can't have a hole in the terrain that's too small. Otherwise, they will just jump over it continuously, and they'll never be able to get down. One of the things that really worked in my favor was the fact that the movement was so unpredictable. I mean, you could say that it was poorly made, because it was buggy, and it did not necessarily work the way that I had intended it to work. But it worked in a suitably adjacent way, which was that sometimes it would do a very small rubbish jump. I'm not sure why. It may have had some friction with the ground. This was Godot 2, so who knows what the issue was. This is a very long time ago. But sometimes you could actually get into those tiny gaps. But there were a number of scenarios. I mean, I had to rigorously play test each level. You know, and there are 15 levels in that game, from what I remember. 20 levels, but only 15 of them got shipped. There used to be another environment, well, that's going a bit off topic. We're not talking about environment arts right now. We're talking about the Godot Engine and how I used the navigation system in the Godot Engine. And that's essentially what I did. I did a very similar thing in Mushroom the Ruckus, where I also used a navigation system with a navigation mesh. The difference is Mushroom the Ruckus is a top-down kind of game. So the navigation system worked very easily. And this was in Godot 3, so I'm not sure what nodes I was using for that. I may have used the navigation agent for that, I'm not certain. But I may have used the navigation agent for both, but I'm not sure if I spawned the node or not. In any case, in Mushroom the Ruckus, it was quite easier. I'm not sure how I solved the issue around corners. It's possible that I didn't. It's possible that all the enemies have a bit of a wobble as they move towards you, so they'll sort of randomly move up and down or perpendicular to the radius of the player. That sounds a bit sophisticated though, and maybe that's something that I would do now, but I don't actually think I did do that. I think maybe they just happened to slide along the sides, because I did some stuff with the physics material where they have zero friction. So when they get to a corner, they would slide along. Or maybe I was checking the next point in the path to see if the next point in the path was very close, and if it was, then get the next one. So you're never actually getting the next point, you're getting whichever point is maybe greater than 50 pixels away. That sounds plausible, like something I would have done. So there's a number of ways to go about it. I know that you do get a list of positions. That much is certain in my mind. I mean, as for the rest of it, evidently it's changed and I no longer know what's going on, but, you know. I have a vague recollection, and I can probably figure it out. The question I have now is whether this is any different in Godot 4. Because, I mean, if it's so different just in Godot 3 to the point that I barely recognize it, then I almost do think maybe it has some changes in Godot 4. Maybe it has some extra node, or it's a little bit more obvious in certain respects. Because, like I said, I'm a little bit confused. I mean, this is live user experience data of sorts. Somebody who hasn't used the system in genuinely maybe 5.5 years, 6 years. I haven't used it since Mushroom the Ruckus because it was a little bit of a pain to set up. So who knows? Who knows, really? Instead of going too far into that, I think I'm just going to quietly shift off into another node. And I'm looking at which ones we got here. I'm looking under the 2D nodes, and I'm seeing something which I haven't spoken about, which I can speak about, which is the audio stream player 2D. Now, I have spoken about the audio stream player briefly, and I think under the umbrella of another topic. But I have spoken about the audio stream player. It's quite simple. You get to load in an audio file, a stream, and you get to play the audio file at a specific volume, at a specific pitch, and you send it to a bus, and the bus has sound effects. Or I mean, essentially, yeah, it has effects. You can have a phaser or a reverb, or, you know, equalizer or a high pass filter. These kinds of things. You can add them on the bus if you want to, and you can create new buses, and you can set the volume and the panning on each bus. And it's a pretty good system, I gotta say. And then there's the plugin, the Godot XFXR, if that's what it's called. It's called something like that, which allows you to directly integrate sound effect generation into the Godot engine, which is really cool, by the way, because I use SFXR for everything anyway. It's a really versatile, powerful tool, and there's a plugin which lets you just have that in the editor. So what is the audio stream player 2D then? Well, it's what I was using in Masochist. And you might be thinking, it must be useful. No, it was a mistake. I didn't realize what I was doing. Audio stream player 2D plays positional sound. So, I mean, this makes some sense if you think about it. Audio, you know, does it come from a place? The only way you can localize audio is by messing with the panning. Or if you have some fancy surround sound setup, you can do that. But as far as I'm aware, in Godot, most of the time you're going to be dealing with left and right panning. And what this means is that if you are using an audio stream player 2D because you're thinking, I'm making a 2D game, all of your sounds will be relative to the camera's position. And I haven't used this node. Well, actually, I have used this node. I think I used this node in ULTRAFUN, because now I know how to use this node. There are some times where you do want the audio to be panned positionally. For instance, with enemies, if you're destroying a lot of enemies on one side of the screen, maybe you want there to be a very slight panning effect to give it a positional quality, so you know which side it's coming from. And that's a valid usage of it. A non-valid usage of it is to put your music into an audio stream player 2D. Of course, excluding if you have like a radio in the game. I'm thinking about background music, which should be playing pretty uniformly, but inexplicably, for a long time in the original Masochist, was coming from just wherever 00 was on the screen, because I was using an audio stream player 2D to figure out how to do the background music, and it was always just initialized to the center of to the origin point. And that isn't great. Now I do use it for, there's a lot of options here. There's attenuation as well. So obviously as you get further away from a sound, the quieter it gets. You don't get this effect with a default audio stream player. You need an audio stream player 2D to get this effect. The attenuation, it actually has a position, so you can calculate the distance from that node, and the attenuation, so the way that the audio changes over time, or over distance I should say. If it starts very loud and it stays loud and then it suddenly drops off as you get far away, or if it drops off quite quickly but you can hear it very quietly still when you're a little bit further away. Aside from that, it's the exact same node, but I just felt like I would mention it because it's a 2D node, and you gotta make sure you do it right. Even when I'm making the background music singleton, I mentioned earlier about how it's possible to make a singleton to handle all of your background music. The audio stream player, you have a script, and your script extends audio stream player. Sometimes I'll have a typo and I'll end up auto-completing audio stream player 2D, and I'll notice either my background music effectively doesn't play because it's way too far away from the camera, or it's very quiet because it's been attenuated. Now there is another way to... I've mentioned a camera being the listener for the audio stream player 2D, but there is another way to do it, which is to use the listener 2D. Now I'm just looking at this. The description, it says it overrides the location sounds are heard from, which should be fairly self-explanatory. Much like a camera, you get to set whether it's current and it has a position. And best of all, you're going to have to look this up because it's kind of worth it. The icon has a little picture of an ear. Maybe that isn't impressive, but I like it. It's a little ear. It got a little earlobe. Somebody took the time to trace out an earlobe. And you really don't get that from anywhere. It's good. Okay, now let me make something clear. There's a significant amount about the engine that I do not know. Yes, I've used it for 3,500 hours. Most of that time is spent doing the same few things. So, I'm looking here, I'm seeing a pretty cool node. Skeleton 2D. And I know automatically, I've never used a Skeleton 2D, ever, in my life. And maybe I never will. I mean, I kind of hope that I do, but I don't end up having complex characters. You see, the skeleton 2D is part of a kind of a different kind of Godot workflow, which is very foreign to me. If you've seen my games, I usually make pixel art sprites. I usually make a character, and it's very self-contained. And that works for me. For what I need to do and for my abilities, it really does work for me. However, I'm also looking at a different kind of workflow right now, which is caused by the skeleton 2D. If you ever heard of a skeleton for a character, you might see different parts of a character sprite. Maybe an arm is separate to a hand, and is separate to the upper arm, is separate to the body. Essentially, you get to pose all of these pieces like you're playing with an action figure. And this, I believe, is called a skeleton. So I suppose that the skeleton 2D, just when I spawn it in, nothing different really seems to be about it. It has no warning symbol saying it needs something. It has no properties. I'm just going to check real quick. Maybe it has some signals. Well, it has a bone setup changed signal, but that's not really that informative. I suppose the bones are the different parts of the character. And like I said, I've never had a very complex character that's had separate bones. Usually it's just a sprite made out of a few pixels. But if you have like a nice looking character and a complex animation pipeline, if you want something like this, anything with inverse kinematics, you would need to use this kind of thing. And you can create really nice effects with it. I'm looking here, there's different kinds of joints. There's 3 different types of joints. There's the pin joint, which seems obvious to me. It looks like it just pins a sprite onto another sprite under a skeleton. So if you have a hand which can rotate freely at the end of a wrist, you would pin the hand to the wrist and it would be able to rotate. Now there's this one, which is a groove joint. I'm not sure what that one is. The icon, it almost looks immobile. So I'm not sure what that is, if it has a restricted axis of movement maybe. I don't know though. I could spawn it and I could see if I get any clues while it's talking to me about lengths and offsets and the nodes that it's pinning for the joints. A lot of this is very complicated to me, and it looks like it connects physics bodies in particular. I wonder, does the other one connect physics bodies? Yes, it looks like they all connect physics bodies, which is quite interesting. Maybe this is not strictly the animation-focused, sprite-developing, game-making thing that I thought that it was, and this is a bit more about physics. I mean, joints. Maybe skeleton is unrelated to joints, and I've just made a huge assumption, because skeletons have such visible and lustrous joints. I see there's the damped spring joint, which is a very, very physics kind of thing. And once again, it's asking for physics bodies, which is quite interesting. So it looks like I am completely out of my depth with most of this stuff. I know I could open the documentation for the skeleton 2D, and it looks like, yes, I was a bit incorrect. The joints are not to do with the skeleton. The skeleton has bones, and yeah, you could figure that out. That's not that complicated or surprising, but the skeleton has bones. And I think this is the animation-focused kind of thing that I was thinking of. I'm not sure how you can organize this to coordinate different different parts of a character. I see that it's got some properties, but I'm looking at a weird kind of matrix thing. I'm looking at let's see what a bone can do. It has a resting transform. I'm not sure what a strange matrix transform thing that is. I'm a little bit scared to find out, but I don't know. I know that it does. I've seen people using this with the equally mysterious, at least to me, the equally mysterious node known as the animation tree, or the animation tree player. Well, the animation tree player is actually deprecated by now. So just the animation tree, which is used in blending animations. By the looks of it, this also works with an animation player. So there seems to be a bit of a hierarchy here. I mean, I'm learning live what this stuff does. There's the animation player, which contains animations and all of the animation information. Then there's the animation tree, which contains, essentially, animation player stuff. What this looks like, I don't know. I have no idea how to even... Does it just take in one animation player? Maybe it does. Animation player... It's got the tree root. I have no idea what that is. This is seriously mysterious. If I create an animation, it still gives me this confusing thing. The tree root. What does that mean? Can I load an animation? No. The tree root is some kind of of resource. I'm seeing an animation node blend tree. Animation node animation. What's a blend tree? This is the one which I think I've seen people use. Which is... Let's see, it's telling me the animation tree is inactive. Activate it to enable playback. That's great. There's a little mini map. This is almost like the visual coding thing, but I just have no idea what this even is. I'm adding an animation. I'm seeing the output, which by the looks of it is the net exertion of this animation tree to control properties of other nodes. I'm seeing there's an animation. I can select the animation, and I can add sort of intermediate things. I can have this animation blend potentially with another animation. And now I think I get the idea. If you have, for instance, two competing animations, maybe you have like a walking cycle and a jump, and I may be wrong about this. If this is a valid use case, this is just an idea that came to me, having had no prior experience using this node. You could have these two animations blend together in some proportion, and then they'll have a net output. Maybe there's a way to normalize these. Maybe there's not. I don't know. It looks like that it's possible to add yet another blend tree. I have no idea what the hell most of this means. But this is something to play around with, I guess, later on. Let me see. Yeah, it is really dripping on my floor right now, but I suppose I must power through. So that's essentially everything that I can work out about the animation tree for right now. I mean, you could definitely get a more in-depth expedition into these features if you were actually trying to make something. For the moment, I'm just looking at it and seeing what it tells me on the surface, which frankly is not very much. It seems, maybe it's a very versatile thing, which I expect it is. I mean, you can blend animations. How useful is that? There's a series of other so-called nodes you can add to this animation tree, visual scripting kind of thing. Blend spaces, state machines, time scale. Who knows what that means? I mean, definitely to do with the animation, but still, it's nice. But anyway, I don't really need to spend too much time because I really just have to play around with that. I need a reason to play around with that, which is the really hard thing. I think if I was looking at, I don't know if maybe this is what you would go to for something like inverse kinematics. I'm beginning to think it might actually not be an inverse kinematics kind of thing. But, maybe that's some really hardcore code that isn't strictly, under the... this looks like pre-made animations, right? Anyway, I don't need to talk about that for a very long time. I think maybe, I'm gonna be honest, this time I'm gonna be taking a little break. Gonna be making some more coffee, wiping up the water that's unloading itself onto my floor. And I'll be back and I'll talk about some control nodes. Because I did get into them a little bit, but I got very sidetracked. I did not give control nodes the proper attention that they deserve. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, well for you it's been a matter of seconds, and for me it's been maybe 3 minutes. I put a pot down, which, now again, I mentioned earlier that the drips will be picked up by my microphone. You will now be observing 2 categories of drips. There will be the drips onto a pile of wet t-shirts, and there will be drips into a metal pot. The metal pot is further away, but it's louder, and in a little while it will become... Right now it's just kind of hitting the base metal of the pot, and it's not reverberating very much. When it turns into a little puddle of water in the pot, that's when you will really begin to hear it. So really sorry about that, but it's the best that I can do right now. Feel free to write letters to my landlord. Anyway, let's get into the control nodes. Now, the control nodes, I have gotten into them a little bit, and I'm just going to recollect. I have spoken about some of them. Quite notably, I talked about the buttons. And I talked about a little bit about the theming of the buttons. They kind of make this pleasant grey, soft rectangle kind of shape. And this is okay for many purposes, and especially in debugging, it's very unobtrusive, and it looks completely suitable. If you just need a button here and there, it's perfectly fine with me. And then there are things that you can do to remove the button look, the grey square, or maybe the text if you want to. You can remove that entirely using the themes editor, or you can add text. You can use a link button, which I really like the link buttons. Please don't forget about the link buttons. They're very good, and they do not get enough attention, seriously. And then there's the texture buttons, where you can specify your own texture. And in fact, there's several subtypes of buttons, because the UI toolkit you get given in Godot is quite, what's the word, powerful. I feel like I've said that 20,000 times, but it is true. The UI toolkit is versatile, it's powerful. It does a lot of things, but rather than go through all of those buttons, I kind of get a sense that most of those button types are there because they are integrated into other parts of the whole control node system. So let's just take it from the top. I mean, the first one I'm looking at here, I'm wondering, do I want to start with the pop-up node of all things, the humble pop-up node? I don't see any reason why not. There's a few types of pop-up nodes, and these are all these are different from your standard os.popup, which you can do in the Godot engine, I should add. You can have just a solid os.popup that'll show up in something that your operating system deals with. In a one game, a side project which I've got going, the Land of Artificial Jellies, there's a pop-up which is from your operating system. Now one of it's called an alert, actually, and one of the things with the alert, which you call out of the operating system functions, is that it'll pause your game. Essentially, it'll stop it in its tracks. I don't know if this is through the Godot's own pausing system, or if this is from maybe some kind of thread stopping, process manipulating thing. I just don't know. But no, the Godot pop-ups are nothing to do with this. Essentially, they have a little bit of logic to make themselves appear. I believe that there's a little bit. I'm just going to check the documentation now. As the video game goes on, my production value slightly depreciates, and I begin to be okay with using my mouse and looking at things in the background. But yes, by default, the pop-ups are invisible. I don't know if they are set to invisible by default every time, or if it's just when you add the node to the scene tree, but they are set to invisible. And then there's a method which allows you, which is just called pop-up, which tells you how where to. Doesn't tell you anything. Essentially, what pop-up does is that it makes your pop-up display in a certain location at a certain size. And there's a number of ways you can do this. I don't know why there are so many. There's pop-up, which is just the basic vanilla pop-up method, which is the one that I've used, which just takes in, I mean, it's a rect2, so it's the whole transform. That's the origin, so where it's actually positioned, and also the size. There's pop-up centered, which just takes in the size, which makes sense, and no matter if you know how big your pop-up is supposed to be, then it'll automatically figure out how to place it in the center of the screen. There's others as well. I don't really have to go into them. There's centered ratio, which actually sounds kind of cool. Maybe that's a percentage of the screen that it takes up, or a percentage along an axis that it takes up. I don't know. You'd have to do some testing with that to get it to a comfortable level. And there's some signals, and these signals, I believe I may have even used these signals, maybe in a project that I've released or not. I'm thinking I can think of a project I didn't release, which was for a game jam that just never panned out for some reason, where I did use the about to show signal, which, I mean, it just looks like a nice signal when you call your pop-up method and it's about to appear. It'll show up. It'll emit this signal. Well, it'll emit the signal before it shows up, but it will do both of those things. There's also another method. Well, it's not a method as such, it's a property, which is about its exclusivity. Now, if it's... I'm not sure why it's called exclusive exactly, because this is to do with how the pop-up gets hidden. So if you click outside of the pop-up, by default it'll close the pop-up. Or if you use a certain action event, like I mentioned much earlier, the input map in Godot, it allows you to define different action events, so different key presses. One of these is the UI_cancel event, which is the name given to things which the UI could interpret as a cancelling event, so something like a spacebar, or maybe an escape. I think it would be the escape key more than the spacebar. Maybe a backspace or something like that, but you can have multiple keyboard events which correspond to the same action. When this one receives a UI cancel action event, it will close unless pop-up exclusive, or in the editor it's just called exclusive, is true. If that's true, it will not close. It'll still respond to cancel buttons, but it won't close. So that's a little bit interesting. By the looks of it, the base pop-up class has pretty much nothing going on for it. It's empty. There's a few types of pop-ups. I'm looking now, there's a very deeply nested tree of window dialog, except dialog, which by the looks of it has a button attached to it, and yes, it has a button attached to it. I think maybe that's the one that I used. There's the confirmation dialog, which my guess is that the confirmation dialog contains a yes and a no button. Let me verify that one. Yes, it has an OK and a cancel, so it's a confirmation. Then there's the file dialog, and the file dialog is the first example of one of just the really nice pre-made Godot things. Now, this is actually a really complex dialogue. This is got functionality for you to type in stuff. There's buttons. It's a file directory browser. I mean, I can't open it right now because of the way that I've done this in my project, but presumably it gives you a list of files in your file structure, and this is, like I said, the first example that we have of Godot having, just from its own nodes, a really quite complex function. So by default, this looks like it's about saving a file. And I don't know what this is like in Godot 4. What I'm looking at in Godot 3 is a file directory browser with the option to create a folder and to name a file and to filter which files are shown. It looks like there's a little property which takes in a list of filters. I mean, that's quite end user of it. I mean, that's really not leaving a whole lot to the developers here. I mean, this is one node. This is not broken apart into a drop-down menu. This is not broken apart into, like 5 or 6 buttons. This is just all one node. So there's a series of properties here. I mean, this is really... I don't need to go too far into this. Everybody knows you can have open file or files, open a folder, open anything. You can access resources. Now, one of the things which I can mention at this point is something about how the Godot engine handles files on the disk. So there's 2 main ones which you would be interfacing with. There's the resources. So when you have a file path, that's res://. This is built into your project. These are resources. These are things which cannot be edited. And essentially, these are things like if you're loading a prefab from your disk, if you're loading a scene, it's relative to your project directory. And you can see this in your actual file system tab in the editor. The first folder isn't called whatever the name of your project folder is. The first folder has a code name, which is res://. And one of the major things to note about this is that you cannot save or you cannot edit resources. And trust me, this is important to know, because when I was first starting out working with Godot's save file system, I was saving it in my project folder. I was thinking, that makes sense, I'll save it with the game, It made intuitive sense to me, but it was impossible. It was a completely wrong way to do it. I think now that kind of thing will raise an error. At the time, it may have just silently failed, which is never good. But now I believe it raises an error. If you try to save to a resource path, what'll happen is that it'll work in the editor, I think, but then as soon as you export the game, when you have your PCK and your exe, or your PCK and your .x86_64, you won't be able to actually edit those files. It'll crash, or it'll just not work. You won't be loading things, you won't be saving things. And I should make a note to mention the save system, if I have time, that is, because there's a lot of control nodes here. But the save system in Godot is really good. It's very straightforward, and I really enjoy using it. I have a little bit of experience with using saving in JavaScript for the Phaser framework, because I did look into how to store stuff in local storage, and this makes a cookie and there's stuff like that, but I never really got into it as such. I think it's not too different, but I like the Godot system. Usually I just have a singleton called something like data, and in my singleton I have a configuration file, or a config file. Now I think may or may not be different in Godot 4, but a config file, I suppose it was originally intended for soft editable configurations, because this generates usually an unencrypted plain text file which you can edit if you want. But what you do, you get your config file. Once you've created your config file, which you need to do every time you start up the game, you create your config file, then you tell your config file to load from a certain file path. Now, as I said, you can't load from the resource part of your game directory. It just doesn't make any sense to do that. So instead, what you have to do, you load from the user data section, which is user : / And if you heard a click just then, it was me clicking over in my file dialog node to access user data instead. And very conveniently, this lists out my exact user directory, just as it is. That's one node, one very complicated, composite, multifactorial node, which allows you to save and load things from your user data folder. Now, I said that you could have config files in your user data folder. Truly, you can have anything in there. You can have folders, you can have screenshots if you want to. You can save junk data if you just really want to use up your player's hard drive. I don't recommend doing that, but you could do that. So I guess I'll finish talking about the config file very quickly. So I'll get sidetracked again, but trust me, this is worth it. Once you've loaded things from your user data, and this file doesn't have to exist. If it doesn't exist, it just won't load anything, which is why I said that it'll silently fail back in Godot 2 if you try to load from your resources, is that it just won't realize that you're loading something which can't be loaded, and it'll break. One thing which, actually, I don't know if loading is actually permitted, because I know you can't edit anything, but I see no reason why you couldn't load. So maybe if you want to store a default save file, if you want to store maybe a pre-made save file, you could put those in your resources directory, and then you could load them as you please. That's actually kind of a cool idea. But I guess I'll leave that to you to figure out how to make that into something playable. Anyway, once you load, the first thing the only thing you need to do after that is actually interface with the data. So you've created your config file, you've loaded your configuration file into your config file, and after that you need to load the data from the file into variables. Now, there are a number of ways that you can do this. I do this in a way which is essentially bulk loading my entire config file into variables as soon as the game opens. And I think this is a sensible way to do it, because these variables could be changing all the time, and I need the up-to-date ones. I see no reason to stagger it out so that you're loading this one, and you're waiting until you need it to load this one. I say just load them all at the start, and then it's done. That makes sense to me. So that's what I'm going to be describing here. But yeah, so I would load, if I have something like the time played, I would have time played, and I would access my config file. So my config file is stored in a variable. Let's say the variable is called save file. I would probably call that data as well. So either one of those, my config file. And I would do .get value. And here is one of the really nice things about the Godot config file system. It's a little bit like JSON for dummies, which is great, because it's not that I don't understand JSON, but sometimes, it's nice to, I don't always need it to have nested dictionaries and nested keys and values, which you could, in theory, do anyway if you just save a dictionary. But what you have in the Godot config file, the structure of it, is that you have a section followed by a key, and then the value. And your sections, in each section you can have multiple keys. You can have as many keys as you want in a section, but each key has one value. So if I have a section called something like, stats, to differentiate it from, maybe I'm saving characters to the disk, and they have you know, their own complex behaviors, and a lot of variables go into that kind of thing. Let me sip my coffee 1 second. And this is my second cup of coffee today, so please bear with me. And my flat is damp and horrible, so that's why I have a cough. Anyway, let me figure out where I even was. Yeah, so you have a section. If I have my time played, you know, my section by convention, I start it with a capital letter, so it looks nice. I'd have something like stats, statistics, and then the actual key would be time played. Usually, I make the time played, or I make the key, the name of the key, identical to the variable which I save in my singleton. So I have my data singleton, I have my config file, I would have a variable in my singleton called something like time played, and then I would match that in my config file to the key called time played. And another quite nice thing about the config file class, I suppose, is that you get to set a default value. And trust me, you need this. I didn't realize what that actually meant for the longest time, which is quite embarrassing. You can see it if you read the documentation. But the default value for time played is 0. Is just not having played. So essentially what that means is that if your file doesn't exist and your key doesn't exist or anything like that, you'll just load in 0 to your variable instead of some weird undefined mess. And it works perfectly, you know, pretty much every time. And the reverse operation is very simple as well. You have maybe... if you want to save, you would just do, you know, your config file. So I called it, what did I call it? Save file. Save file dot set value. And it's the exact same structure. It's the section name, so statistics, your key name, time played, and then the actual value. And as far as I can tell, Godot is very good at inferring the value that you wrote versus, you know, the value that you read it. If you read it from a text file, Godot has to figure out, you know, by default this is maybe a string, perhaps, and it has to figure out what value, what data type it should be. For integers and floats, it works very well. I think even for the lists and dictionaries, it works very well. In fact, I've never had an issue with it. I've never tried to save a whole object, but I'm sure you could figure out a way. In any case, you know, the last entry, instead of being your default value, is now the actual value. So if you've been playing for 120 seconds, you would just save your time played value in there, and it would update in the config file. Now be aware, it's updating in the config file. This is not your disk, this is the config file. This is an object which your Godot engine has created, and it is nothing to do with the file on your disk. If you want to save to the file on your disk, you have to do one more thing, which is, again, it completely mirrors the loading operation. You type savefile.save, and then you type in the directory that you want to save into, the file that you want to save into. Usually this is the same file that you loaded from. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the whole save file system. Usually, you know, I mean, I'm talking, my save file in my game is unreasonably huge. And when I say unreasonably huge, I really do mean it. It's very long. It contains a massive amount of data about every single entity. It contains, I would not be surprised to find it at 20 kilobytes. So that doesn't sound like a lot, but it ends up being quite a lot of text if I want to scroll through it. And this is, well, actually, it's split across multiple files. I'm just going to do a bit of live debugging. And this, you should know, is nothing to do with the engine. This is my decision. Yes, my main save file is 200 kilobytes, which is a lot of plain text. And trust me, there are reasons for this which I can't really get around. Maybe if I was a little bit smarter with my data compression, I could get it down. But essentially this means that I get a small, very small lag spike every time I save, which is a really big issue. There was a point where I was saving every 0.1 seconds, and I was pushing up maybe 30 to 40 frames a second, like just constantly, and it was not good. It was not very good. Now I save maybe every 5 seconds, and it's considerably better. It has almost the same experience, but a lag spike every 5 seconds, first of all, on my machine, it's only detectable by the debugger, which shows my process time spiking from maybe 18 milliseconds to 30 milliseconds every 5 seconds. In the game, I don't seem to notice this at all, which is really good. Like I said, if I wanted to cut down on this, I would probably be looking for some kind of data compression, because I am saving a massive library of essentially just 1,000 things, which, I mean, it just takes a very long time to write all that data to the disk. And you could argue most of it does not need to be written to the disk every so often. What I would do more reasonably is split the config files yet again. So if I do need to make a change to that massive library, or if I want to leave it open to the user to change or to make changes in that massive library, then they can do that. But that library won't be saved every 5 seconds. Only the stuff which is likely to change very quickly will save every 5 seconds. And that would be maybe no more than maybe 3 or 4 kilobytes of data. And that would make a big difference. That's something I gotta write down, actually, is to fix my save file organization. But you can see, or maybe you can even imagine, that it would be a very simple operation to do this, even in how I've structured my code, which is notoriously quite bad. It would be very simple to just create a second config file, and you just do everything like you did before. But it's such a simple system, you really can just have multiple. I mean, even as it is, I do have 3 different save files, for this reason, essentially, so I can split things away from the massive amount of configuration data which I'm ultimately keeping track of. So yeah, that's a little exposition about the saving system. Yeah, let me sip my coffee. So anyway, yeah, I've talked about pop-ups. I mean, most of these I don't really need to get into. I'm looking here. What's a pop-up menu? This looks like a list of things. Yeah. I mean, you can tell what it is by the icons, usually. I mentioned earlier, Godot has really good icons, and I mean it. I mean, you can see exactly what these things are. If the name of the node isn't informative, then the icon is. Well, anyway, this wouldn't be a proper Godot video without trying to explain the next node that I see on my list, which is the container node. Now this is, whether you like containers or not, and I believe that this is a fairly controversial opinion between me and everybody else, who uses the engine, which is that I think containers are kind of weird and not very fun to use. Most of the time I find myself re-implementing logic, which I could easily implement in a container, with respect to resizing nodes and positioning nodes. I re-implement most of these things in GD script, and I try to sidestep entirely the issue of having to figure out how to use containers. Now, to a large degree, this is my own incompetence. I don't know how to use a container. Well, I do know how to use a container, but I have to work it out each time. It's not intuitive. And I know that in general, people tend to like containers. People do use them. I know that I was mentioning earlier about how the Godot anchors and margins system, and a little bit about how size flags as well. And I even mentioned at the time that I don't understand how to use size flags in any way that isn't very trial and error. And size flags are some of the more important parts of organizing things in containers. But regardless, I mean, altogether it is a very powerful suite of things which you can use, particularly for situations like mobile games where you don't have one screen resolution, but in fact you have several, and they may all be slightly different, and you want things to look relatively sensible. But despite that, there are certain types of container which I do use very often. So it's not all bad. I get confused when I have to use them. I have a vague intuition of what a container is. As you might be able to guess, the idea of a container is that it will contain nodes, control nodes in particular. So I don't think I've ever used the base container class. I'm not sure. Presumably there is some kind of use case for it, but I've never encountered it. And frankly, I hope that I never do. There's a lot of types of containers, though, and many of these implement some kind of helpful logic. At its core, the idea of a container is to contain nodes. So if you have a node that is a child of a container, usually you will sacrifice the ability to move your node or to edit the transform and position and scale size of, not so much scale but size of your node, and it'll all be organized by the container. In fact, if you have a container and then you have a control node as a child of your container, you'll get a little warning sign somewhere. It might be on the node itself, or it might be somewhere nearby the transform, I'm not entirely sure, but it'll let you know that you cannot position a node that's a child of a container. It has its position and its size determined by its behavior in the container. And this is kind of where the size flags come in. So if I just pull up a control node real quick, there's 4 kinds of size flags. And I dropped the pen that I was messing with. This is how disoriented and confused and almost delirious I get even being exposed to the size flag menu. Anyway, I've got it now. So there are 4 types of size flags that it gives you, and it gives you the option to set any of these 4 for either the horizontal or the vertical axis. So I mean, it doesn't really matter looking horizontally or vertically. There are 4 types of size flag. There's fill, there's expand, there's shrink center, and there's shrink end. Now, what these do, I could not quite tell you. Expand, I could guess, causes the node to expand. The existence of shrink end without shrink begin confuses me. I don't know what that does. It sounds like it will naturally shrink itself to the end of wherever it's of the node. So maybe that's the extents of the size. I don't know how this works. Shrink center is also mysterious. Fill is the one that's set by default, and it's the most neutral of them. As far as I can tell, this one means it will just fill empty space. It won't. Maybe expand implies some kind of priority. I don't know. I try not to touch this stuff ever, and I've been doing fine. I did once hear, and I don't know if this is true, but this is very shaky information from an unknown origin somewhere on Reddit, that in fact size flags can be completely superseded by anchors and margins if you know what you're doing. Frankly, I have always used anchors and margins, and I've only used very simple container behavior. In fact, I'm looking at it right now, by the way. The container actually doesn't do anything. The base class for a container is only operational with a script that configures the placement of the container. So yeah, essentially that's what I was thinking. I really hope I never have to use a container just as the base class, because I mean, good lord, could you imagine what I would even be doing to do that? I have no idea. But like I said, there are some useful types of container. I'm looking at it right now. I see the aspect ratio container. I have no... Well, it says it's a container that preserves its child control's aspect ratio. Maybe that's something that you could use potentially. I have no idea how or why. It's quite strange. There's one to keep the child nodes centered. And I could see this one being potentially useful. A center container. If this works the way that I just imagined that it might work. I know that I mentioned earlier the way that I use link buttons. And particularly, one of the major genuine downsides with using a link button is that you cannot automatically center the text. The text by default is in the top left corner no matter what you do. So if you do want to center a link button, you have to write some code. Now, the way that I might use a container to my advantage in this situation, and this is just an idea that I had moments ago, is that you might, what I was doing before, I would set the text in my link button. I would shrink down the link button to the smallest size it can go, so I would just set the rect size to 00. It won't actually become 00 because it has a minimum size that's based on the size of the text in the link button. And what I was doing before was then doing a bit of math to work out how to position my link button. And that still may be justified, but in a center container, if it really does work the way that I think it does, all you would have to do is make sure that the size of your link button is set appropriately, so that your text is actually in the center of its own node. and then the center container would automatically position this node in the center of where it is. And this could be really quite useful, actually, now that I think about it. I've never really looked at this node before. You know, you can resize a center container, and maybe it resizes some stuff with it. If I just have a look to make sure that's true, it looks like it's true. I just resized my center container, and it perfectly adequately took my empty control node with it. So yeah, actually that's a nice little improvement in my own workflow, which I just discovered right then. So yeah, great. Although I've never actually used the center container, and it's not one of the really helpful ones. I mean, just to get it out of the way, I have no idea what a graph node is. And I'm really curious what a graph node is. It looks terrifying and awful though, so I'm not going to worry about the graph node. It has a lot of strange things. It has some signals. This may be some very deep UI design stuff that I do not have the brain cells to really comprehend. But I am fairly confident I'm never ever going to use a graph node. And I am going to maintain that position for forever. Just some other nodes which I will probably never use. The panel container. From what I understand, that's just a container with a panel attached to it, which is not especially helpful. A panel is another type of control node, which you can freely move however you like. I don't need a panel container, that doesn't sound helpful. A margin container as well, this seems confusing. Maybe it could be useful in certain situations, but I guess that one's somewhat of a borderline case, because, you know, sometimes I do want to preserve a margin. In fact, I come to think of it, I may actually be using this node somewhere. In ULTRAFUN, I think in a menu or a list, where I did want to preserve a margin for my elements to display just a little bit offset to the side. It's definitely not the first one that I think of though. And then there's the viewport container, which I've seen for quite a while. And I don't know, I haven't got a lot of experience in really manipulating viewports. I guess I should get into this a little bit later, or I have vaguely mentioned a viewport. I know that what it represents is the window into your screen, or into your game world, and then it can be drawn to a texture, or it can be interacted with from a camera, all of these things. How it would interact with a container, I'm not entirely sure. I'm a little bit frightened to find out, really, but I probably won't find out for quite some time, because I don't really do anything weird with a viewport. It's possible that the viewport container was used in the minimap implementation, which I mentioned some time ago, which is that somehow I know that it's possible to use viewports to create a minimap. By having a really big view of your map, you can then shrink it down and you get a minimap very easily, because it's literally just the entire massive macroscopic view of your map, but pixelated. Perhaps you could use a shader to make it look a little clean, but yeah, I've seen this. It may even be an add-on or an asset somewhere in the asset store or the asset library to have this mini-map, and it may be based on the viewport container, but I don't know. That's kind of a conjecture there. As far as I can tell, this isn't anything to do with actually drawing the viewport, so So really, who knows what it is? I don't know why you would use a viewport container and not just any other kind of container. It's a mystery to me. I don't know. But with those out of the way, I think most of the rest of these I do use fairly regularly, you know? Containers are very helpful. They organize your nodes for you, and sometimes, especially when it's a really simple thing that you need, it can be massively beneficial. I know that in the what would you say, in the very latest versions of Godot 3, this was not even present in the early versions of Godot 3. Godot 3.0 did not have the flow containers. Now, a flow container is quite an interesting one. It tries to organize nodes in kind of a wrapping list, which, I mean, it sounds very cool. I don't know if it automatically resizes them to fit a line, like you would have, you know, certain text justification methods. What would you call it? Align or expand or something like that. This particular method of text justification, where it changes the spacing between the letters and the words to try to fill out and make a perfectly nice, smooth paragraph edge. Maybe that's a setting, I'm not sure. Frankly, I've never used this node, but I think it's quite cool. I could definitely imagine situations if you have a lot of buttons. I know that there are idle games on my phone which I play, which occasionally they will just have a list of buttons, or I'm thinking the kind of UI layout you might have in a game like Sandcastle Builder, which does just have like a torrent of buttons, and you know, they are organized in kind of what a flow container would do. When it gets to the end of the, say, the horizontal axis of the container, it'll start placing the buttons on the next line. And it's a really cool idea. You can presumably resize them, and I think it just helps out if you want that kind of thing. Again, I've never used it though. Another one which I just don't really recognize is the split container, which looks somewhat like it would split between two control nodes, and there's a split offset thing, and it says split offset is the initial offset of the splitting between the two control nodes, and 0 is the end of the first control node. So essentially this looks to me like a way to split between two control nodes. I've never had to use this personally because I have other solutions for doing that kind of thing, but I mean, it looks very helpful. If you just want to know, you know, maybe you have a player stats control node and you have an enemy stats control node, and you want them to be, you know, adjacent to each other, either horizontally or vertically, depending on which node you want to go for or what layout you want. And you could use a split container to just separate those two, and then you could presumably adapt the split offset to change which is expanded a bit more. Another example I could think of is in a menu. If you have a list of options, maybe you want to use a split container for the menu and the content. Now I should suggest a caveat for that, which is that I think there's a better way to do menus with content bodies, which is, I guess, the first control node which I do use. You know, I use not regularly this one, but I have used it and I will probably use it again. I can foresee myself using it again. is the tab container. Now the tab container is actually quite a sophisticated type of node. It's a it essentially has tabs on the top, and if you actually spawn this node, you can see it comes with tabs, and it comes with a body. Well, actually, it wouldn't come with tabs, but it comes with a body and a space for tabs. And each of the nodes that are children of the tab container are represented as a tab. So the tab text will actually be the name of each node under your tab. So essentially what you can do, another feature or aspect of this which is worth mentioning just for explanatory purposes, is that the node or the tab that's selected will be the node that is visible. So the way it's structured is you have your tab container, and you have a list of children, which are nodes, and each of those children are on the first, your children can have children, but they're just components of your tab. Each child of the tab container corresponds to one tab. So if you have a tab, say File and Edit and View, you can have a File control node, which contains all of your file content. You can have an Edit control node, which contains all of your edit content, so buttons and labels and whatever else you want. And then a View tab, which has all of the view settings you want to have in there. And they'll all be hidden except for the one that's active. So when you click on a tab, it'll automatically show you that tab. When you click on the File tab, it'll show you the stuff you have in File, and the same for any of the others. Now by default, the tab container has the default Godot theme, which is this kind of grey blob kind of looking stuff. And it's completely adequate. It shows you which tab is active by bringing it to the foreground, and the inactive tabs are their content is hidden, and the tab itself is kind of faded and grayed out and slightly lowered. But if you're making a proper game, you probably want to change this stuff, and this is where you go back into the theme editor, which I mentioned earlier, and it's a little bit awkward to figure it out, but essentially all you need to do is add an override for your tab container, and then you'll get a list of properties which you can edit to see which one which one you want to override. So you can just set all the background panels to be invisible, and you can change the text to be a different font if you want to. And it's very simple to do that, and that's what I've done. I have nodes in my game right now which are based on the tab container. In addition to that, you have a series of properties to edit your tab container, where the tabs are aligned, whether you can rearrange the tabs, anything you like, really. Now that being said, it is also, this is a very simple node. You can re-implement the tab container very simply if you want to. I have done that for ULTRAFUN, my settings menu. For a split second I thought that it was a tab container, because everything I've described that the tab container can do is something that my settings menu does, pretty much identically. The difference is that my settings menu is entirely implemented in GDScript. I didn't use the tab container for that. However, I know that in various prototypes, I've used the tab container, you know, at least 5 times, you know, because sometimes you do have stats you want to go through, you know, or sections to a shop that you want to go through. And I use the tab container for these things. And it works very well. I do think the tab container is really, really good to have. It's quite a complex node. It almost stretches the definition of what a container is, because it does organize the positions of your nodes, but it doesn't do it like any other container. It creates tabs. It shows and it hides them based on interactions with the tabs, which are buttons. I suppose it does position them in some sense by stretching them over the body of the tab container so that your content can be displayed. But yeah, it's unlike any other container, really. And there's a couple of quite unique ones I'll get onto in a bit. Another one which I use quite frequently is the scroll container. Now the scroll container is actually really good. I use this one very frequently. Essentially all it does, your scroll container has one node as its child, only one, or it kind of gets a bit weird, and it'll try to resize this one if it can, and this may be a situation where size flags and things like this come in handy. I haven't ever worked that out, so what I normally do is have a scroll container, a single control node, plain control node, as a child of the scroll container, and then I set the minimum rect size to make sure that my scroll container doesn't try to shrink my stuff. And that's worked every time, because you can dynamically change the minimum rect size if you like. And I've never had any bugs, it's been easy enough. But basically the scroll container itself has a size, and you set that size. And then the content, which is a child of the scroll container, will get clipped into that size. It'll only display in the areas where your scroll container is. And if your content, if that single control node, which is a child of your scroll container, is bigger than your scroll container, you'll get a scroll bar. And this works for either axis, either vertically or horizontally, assuming you have them both enabled. You can disable either one. Normally I disable the horizontal scrolling, because most of the time I only need vertical scrolling. And yeah, it creates a scroll bar for you to scroll up and down your content. And that's essentially it. It's very simple to use, very easy. I rarely have issues with it. The only issue I have is the actual visual behavior of the scroll bar. So the scroll bar is actually its own button. It's called, for the sake of simplicity, I'm talking about the vertical scroll bar. So the one that is on like the far right hand side of your node. It's a V scroll bar, so a vertical scroll bar, and by default this simply goes with the default Godot theming. And if you've been paying attention, if you have a situation where you want to change something from the default Godot theming, you have to use the theme editor. The thing is, normally when I do this, I have to click around a bit to get it to work. Quite often, I don't just set it to invisible. If you set it to invisible essentially your button will have a size of 0. I'm talking about setting an empty style box, and it won't be clickable. You won't be able to interact with it, which obviously is not really what you want. I mean, the scroll wheel on my mouse is breaking. It usually doesn't scroll very well, or sometimes I'll scroll downwards and it'll scroll upwards and it's a mess. So it's quite important for me to have a visible, clickable, grabbable V scroll bar. And you can do this if you have a flat style box. You can do this. You set the color, and I believe that there is some way to set the margins and the sizes, and it is quite customizable. You can put a texture in there as well if you want to, but I've never been quite that brave. And obviously any of this you could re-implement in GDScript quite simply, but I haven't been brave enough. All you really need is a control node that has clip content enabled, which just means it'll only draw its children within its own boundaries, and you just need a little way to determine where the scroll bar is. That's easy enough. That's straightforward game programming stuff, and you need to move your content up and down, and that'll do it. So I use the scroll container really, really frequently, and this trick with theming the V scroll bar or the H scroll bar, if you're so inclined, it does work. There is one other thing I wanted to mention about this though, which is not strictly in the context of Godot. Well, it is absolutely in the context of Godot. I just wanted to say I have an add-on which is called Smooth Scroll Container, and I really like this add-on. I think it's maybe designed for mobile devices, because when you scroll with it, first of all, it scrolls very smoothly, so even discrete mouse wheel events, instead of just snapping to the new scroll offset, it'll have a very smooth interpolation, and when you get to the end or the beginning, there'll be a little bit of an overshoot. It'll kind of bounce. And this is very, you can be scrolling on any app really these days, and you can scroll to the bottom quite quickly. It'll give a bit of a momentous overshoot. And that's what the smooth scroll container allows you to do. I don't use it for mobile devices though. I use it because it feels nice to have a really nice smooth scroll bar. I don't know if something like this is going to be merged into the main Godot engine. I would be quite happy if it was, because it feels really nice to use. And luckily, it's an add-on. It has loads of properties, and it's MIT licensed, so I recommend, if you're interested in using a scroll container, you should use a smooth scroll container. The only one issue I have with it, because I don't think I've ever had any bugs or any behavioral differences between the smooth scroll and the normal scroll container. The one issue I have is the icon. The icon for the smooth scroll container is ever so slightly taller than any other icon, and I have no idea why they would do this. It means that in your scene tree, the smooth scroll container takes up maybe 10 pixels, 20 pixels more space. And it's just dreadful. It's horrible. I mean, it looks fine if you collapse the tree and everything like that, but it's a mildly irksome thing, and there's just no reason for it. I don't know why they did that. I mean, apart from that, it's an amazing add-on. Please don't let that stop you from getting it, because it works perfectly. But I thought I would mention that because every time I look at it, I'm reminded that it's not a default Godot thing, and it is just a community add-on, and it really should be just merged. And as far as I'm aware, I haven't done any rigorous bug testing with it, and it should be given an updated icon, because the icon is a bit unclear anyway. Although it does fit with the general Godot style guide, it looks like it's a diamond with 3 arrows just below it, which is strange. I don't know what that really means, and it's in a weirdly rounded border, which is also peculiar because all of the containers have quite sharp angular. There's a little bit of a bevel, but they're generally squares or straight lines and things like that. So I would really like to see the smooth scroll container get a little bit of attention. So there you go. There's a shout out for the smooth scroll container, because I really like it, and also just a tip, a heads up that you can use this if you're looking to smoothly interpolate your scroll container. But in any case, that is pretty much it for the scroll containers. They're very useful, and I use them very frequently. But I think my all-time most used type of container are the box containers. Now, there are 2 types of box container, and I'm going to ignore the 3rd type of box container, and I will mention this in a second because it's going to be very surprising. There are 2 types of box container, the H box container and the V box container. Now essentially what these guys do is they position their children like a good standard container would do, in a particular way. So a V-box creates kind of a vertical list of its children, and a H-box creates a horizontal list of its children. They go sequentially, either horizontally or vertically. Now, a V-box container, for every time I have a list, and you would be surprised, there's a lot of lists in my games, a V-box container is what I use, because it positions them very nicely. It just stacks them one on top of the other in my V-box container, and I essentially don't have to worry about it. There's an option to change the separation between adjacent elements, which is also very useful. You can tweak this and have some fun with it. It's also invisible. It doesn't have any UI or paneling at all. Unlike my scroll containers, the VBox container is purely behavioral. It's functional. And better still, you can have, if you want to create almost like a spreadsheet design, and I know there is another node which you may want to use instead of this, but my first thought and what I've done before when I'm creating this kind of layout is you can use a VBox container which is full of HBox containers. And what this means is that you have a vertical list of elements which have multiple horizontal elements of their own. So if you have multiple entries, and every entry it has a name and a picture and some XP points and some stats, each of those is its own HBox container, and then each of those is placed into a VBox container. Now, once again, size flags come back to haunt me here, and I don't know how to use them still. And truly, I've mentioned so many issues where I don't know how to use a size flag that you may be thinking it would just be easier for me to learn how to use a size flag. You'd be absolutely right, I should just learn how to use a size flag, this is stupid. However, I haven't and I won't, so an issue that I have with VBox containers is that they will by default shrink your nodes right down to their minimum size. Which means if you have anything in those nodes, they won't display properly. Sometimes this is okay. If you set the separation, it doesn't really matter if they are all crunched down into their smallest forms. If your elements don't mind that their parent control node is being squished down to the minimum rect size, then you just set the separation constant and it doesn't make a difference. However, if you have some kind of clipping control node, or you have HBox containers which may respond strangely if they're being crunched, then you do need to set the minimum rect size. And again, this has never really caused me an issue. You just set the minimum rect size big enough to cover the content in the nodes you want to be stacking, and your VBox container won't be able to squish them down any smaller than that. And that's what I've always done, and essentially that's what has always worked. I do the same thing for a HBox container, and for many of these container nodes, that's what I would do. I would use the minimum rect size as somewhat of a crutch to keep me from having to learn how size flags works. Now, I did mention a moment ago there's a third kind of box container, and that it would surprise you. And I'll tell you what is the third kind of box container. It's the color picker. Now, why is a color picker a type of box container? Truly, I have no idea. I could not tell you. I have absolutely no possible idea. But it is. It's possible that the color picker itself is vaguely box-shaped, and it was simple to do it that way, but that's a guess, and I have absolutely no idea. So the color picker is exactly what it sounds like. It's a very complex node, and it may be equally as complex as, or maybe even more complex than the file browser node. I can't remember what it was called now. The file, what was it? When was I even talking about that? The file dialog, which is a type of pop-up. It may be even more complex than the file dialog. And I say this because it gives you a complete set of color picking tools just built into one node, one single unitary non-composite node. That's everything from, the main sort of color picking space where you have this nice continuous blend across various aspects of your color, the lightness and the dark and the actual value. You have a hue bar to the side, which is the hue. You have a little eyedropper tool, which allows you to pick a color from anywhere, which is wild. That's of serious functionality. And as far as I'm aware, even that eyedropper tool is not its own node anywhere. It only exists within this color picker node, which is really quite surprising. You'd think maybe a color picker node would at least be worthy, or an eyedropper tool node would at least be worthy of its own node, but apparently not. It's all part of the same thing. In addition to that, there's the 4 channel values, numbers for each of them, 0 to 255, or if you don't really like that, you go to the settings and you press raw mode, and it actually flips a button that's displayed in your color picker to set these between 0 and 1. I believe that's what it does. I think that's what it does. And yeah, there's these 2 buttons at the bottom. There's if you don't like RGB, you can change it to HSV, which is hue, saturation, and value. And again, these are accessible by buttons. These are properties which are apparently so important to the user experience that they are actually embedded into the node itself, into the menu. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I'm sure you could remove them somehow, but I don't know how off the top of my head. I would personally just put a panel over it, or maybe I would crop the thing somehow. I would put it underneath a bigger control node or a smaller control node with clip content, and I would just clip that bottom part out. But I mean, it's very useful. And it also, obviously, it has the, you can type in a hexadecimal code, and it'll put that color in. Again, massively useful. And finally, it has what is maybe to me the most surprising part of a built-in node, is the presets section. If you select a color, you can press this little plus button, and it'll actually add that color as a preset. It's like what you have in Microsoft Paint, where you select a color and you can add it into your palette. And this is all built into your color picker node. This is a massive amount of functionality which the Godot engine just implements. I mean, it's good for prototyping and debugging and going through things fast. What I would really like to see from this is that some of these features could be removed. I think the main head of the color picker node is the hue bar and the main sort of color gradient, and the box that shows the current color that you've got selected. All of the rest of it you should be at least given an option to hide and show it. Presets, what they call presets, also like the palette stuff I just described. It does give you an option to enable those, to make those visible or not. I think the buttons, which give you the option to switch between HSV mode and RAW mode and anything like that, and RGB mode, should be also showable on demand and not just always there. But I mean, that's just a personal preference. That's just how I would do it if I had the option. So yeah, I mean, that's a massive amount of functionality for one node. And obviously you can go into the theming settings and you can change everything about how this thing looks. It has a massive number of overridable properties, and it'll adapt to any of these that you override. I know that I did have a version of this node in one of the prototypes for my game, and I did essentially just that. I changed the way that the hexadecimal part looked. I did manage to hide the buttons. I think I may be wrong about that. I certainly tried, because they're a bit intense for what I really needed, and I changed the way that the what would you call them, even the sliders looked, and all the text and all the background and the up and down buttons that you have next to the actual numbers for each of the color channels. There's quite a lot that goes into just this one node, and this is a box container. This is a type of box container. It's not a type of box container that I would use very much, just because it has so much already in it, and I definitely don't want to be fighting with excess functionality that I don't need. But it is in that node. I think the last type of container that I would really talk about, in fact I may have spoken about every single one of these by now, except for the grid container. Now, if you just asked me, I would have assumed a grid container is a type of box container, but in fact it's not. A box container will automatically fill your items into a specific number of columns and rows. Now, strangely, only columns is actually a property. This is because it'll work out the number of rows you need based on the number of elements that you have. So each element is kind of one entry in the grid container, and it'll depending on how many columns you have, it'll tile them horizontally, one item in each column, and if it gets to the end and it runs out of columns, it'll go back around onto row 2 and it'll start filling up again. And it's a bit niche. I don't see it used that often, but I have used it for maybe a bit of a suspect usage of it, but I used it in Land of Artificial Jellies, when I have a grid of buttons, essentially. I used a grid container to organize all of these, and to make it so that they will automatically be in a grid shape, and I can click on somewhere in the grid, and it'll get to a button. I say it's a bit suspect because I could also be just setting the positions of these buttons with code, or putting the buttons in the clickable entities instead of just on a anomalous kind of mysterious board thing. What would you even call it? Construct. But that's how I did it, and it works perfectly. It organized them well. I could see it being really useful if you have a changing number of columns, or if you have a changing board size. Then you could change the number of columns and the number of buttons, and it would adapt very easily without you having to manually change the shape of the entire board. So I think with regards to the container nodes, that's pretty much everything that there is to know. I mean, again, excluding the size flags thing, which I should really know by now, but it just doesn't make any sense. Truly, if somebody can explain size flags to me in a comment, it would be more than helpful, because I know there's resources out there, but I know myself, I'm not going to go look for them. I mean, I could definitely see them being useful. I've outlined vaguely what I think that they do and how they're especially useful in containers. And containers are really useful. I mean, they underpin so much of the UI system. Not all of it, but they are a significant and useful part. I mean, even just for the existence of the scroll container and the VBox and the HBox containers, those are probably the containers I use. I mean, I use those containers more than a lot of nodes in general. But there are a lot of nodes, so I think we can get into talking about some of these other control nodes, because I had a thought like, damn, now that we're all done talking about the containers, what's gonna be left? It turns out that the container is only one of like 12 nodes, or however many. In fact, I can count right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 different nodes which derive from the base control node. Now, most of these are not quite as versatile as scroll containers. I'm even calling them scroll containers because that's probably the one that I use the most. No, I use the VBox container the most by far, but my point is that there's a lot of other nodes here. And they all have a purpose. I guess I'll just start talking about one which I do use also very often, which is the color rect. Now, if you don't know what a color rect is, It's very simple. It's exactly what it sounds like. It is a rectangle with a color, and it's a control node. So essentially this allows you to do pretty much, I mean it's really good if you just want to have like a flat background, if you want to create a little clickable button area. I've used it with buttons to replace the grey Godot UI theme. Obviously there's a lot of ways of doing that, but one of the ways that you can do that is by using a color rect. If you really wanted to. I don't think I do that anymore because adding another control node, you're going to have mouse filtering issues. So I mentioned much earlier about the need to have the mouse filter set so that you can click on things and not click on unclickable things, blocking your clickable things. The color rect is essentially an unclickable thing, and if you put that on top of a button and the mouse filter is set to stop, then you will not be able to click on the button. So anyway, that's a really minor thing. I use color rects mostly for fade in effects or fade out effects. So for instance, if I'm transferring to a new scene, then I could have a little bit of a fade in from black, and I would use a color rect. I would have a black color rect, and then I would use an animation player to reduce the opacity of that color rect. And obviously, because it's covering the entire screen, you would need to set the mouse filter to ignore that color rect. But that's what I would use it for, and it works fine. I mean, as I said, the animation player has a lot of settings to be able to modulate the way that looks. So you can have a really slow fade in, over maybe 2 seconds is probably the slowest I'd go for. Unless I was doing something really, really slow, maybe like 15 seconds. But normally 2 seconds is the maximum for any kind of like between scene transitions. I think most commonly I've been going for about 0.5 seconds lately, because it's still very noticeable, and it helps to disguise a little bit of the freezing that happens when you switch from one scene to another. So when you do switch from one scene to another, it takes time for the engine to carry out all of the operations involved in actually moving over to this next scene. So that I mean, I said before, it removes the current scene, which can take some time, then it loads the next scene, and then it adds it as a child, and altogether, if you're moving into a really complex scene, it can lag a little bit, and you'll notice the game kinda it'll freeze, unless you have a solution for it, it'll freeze. So what I like to do is I use a color rect to kind of in the the old scene, I would put a color rect and I have it be transparent, and it's just waiting for this event to happen. So the player clicks a button and they're about to be launched into the game, say from the menu. On the menu, I would have the color rect fade, or it would materialize into a nice full black square. And then when the animation player is finished and there's a signal which you can connect, it's something like on animation player animation finished, or I think that's what it's called, and it passes the name of the animation, so you can make sure that is the animation that you want to be reacting to. And at the end of that animation, all you do is you change the scene then when the screen is black, and if you're changing into another scene that starts off with a black color rect over the whole thing, the player just sees a very seamless fade to black, maybe stays there for a second or so, and then it fades back in. because you've animated these color rects on either side of the transition. Now, I know that there is actually another way of doing this that I'm not very knowledgeable about. It's a technique called lazy loading, which is where you can transfer to a loading screen, and you can have a progress bar of some kind, or you can have something going on. Now, I don't know how to do this. I don't know if this is related to multi-threading. It might be. But I know that there is a class, at least in Godot 3, called something like Resource Loader, which allows you to desynchronously, or asynchronously, I don't know, load the next scene. And you can avoid a kind of freezing effect. You should look this up. I should look this up, frankly, because it's a good technique and it does make a difference to the way that your game plays. But I haven't, so I don't know too much more about that. Yeah, it's called lazy loading, and it's something to do with the resource loader. I think that's what it's called. I may be getting confused with another name, but that's what I think. Right, well, in any case, just to go down the list a bit, because the color rect, it is simple. And one of the good things about a simple node is that means it's a versatile node, and it is a versatile node. There are, even for debugging purposes, I've made games, jam games, not proper games, where all of the graphics are based on the color rect, because it's either that or the Godot icon.png, which I also, think is really cool, but you can only use icon.png for some things before it gets to be just too much icon.png. Color rect, on the other hand, it's got a color property, so you can shift that. You can do a hue shifting effect if you like. You can change the color in any way you can imagine. I think for warp tech, in the background color, one of the major key points of warp tech is that the background shifts color pretty much constantly throughout the game. And the way that I did that, I believe, is I had a parallax background, which is, well, I've already described a little bit what a parallax background is, but you have these layers, in case you weren't paying attention several hours ago. You have various layers, and they move at different speeds. And at the very, very furthest back layer, which is also the layer that actually doesn't move at all, it's a static background, I used a color rect over the entire screen. And the good thing about that is that you can just, you could resize it if you wanted to, very easily. There would be no issue. Be no issue with filtering or anything like that, because it is literally a sharp rectangle. And you can change the color very easily. It has a color property. Now, you could accomplish the exact same thing with a white sprite and a modulate property. If you wanted to, it would be entirely the same, I think. However, with a sprite, you need that texture to exist in your project files, and it'll take up maybe like no more of, if you literally just wanted a white square, you could have a 1x1 pixel, and then you could just scale up the sprite massively, and as long as the filtering is set to be nearest neighbor, or filtering is disabled or something like that, it will be the exact same result. You just scale up the sprite and you can set the modulate. But the color rect doesn't require a texture to exist on the disk. And also, when you're looking at the scene tree, and this is also very important, when you're looking at the scene tree, you can tell exactly what it is. If you see a sprite in the scene tree, that can be almost anything. A color rect is a rectangle, which is a color, and that's all that it is. And it's very straightforward. So you can see it, in your parallax background. You just know that that is a flat color because that's all it can be. So anyway, that's why I chose to use the color rect. But yeah, color rect. Truly, that's another. Would I say that that's on the same level as the link button or the particles node? I think I would, to be honest. It's a really good node. Something about it is just very very essential to the engine. The engine wouldn't be the same without a color rect. None of my games would work without color rects, really. I mean, physically they would. I would have a workaround for it, but I would be interested to see what my games looked like without the color rect, because I do use it so ubiquitously. Even if you want a bit of environment art, I don't know if it's strictly proper to use a color rect in a sort of Node 2D drawing kind of place, but I don't know. It's definitely an option if that's something you want to do. So yes. Anyway, I think the next kind of good control node. Let me just sip my coffee for a second. So the next kind of useful node, which is another one which I definitely use sometimes, are the various. Well, it's a whole category, really. It's the range nodes. It's the things like the scroll bars, the sliders, the progress bars. In fact, I'm not sure which of these I can talk about first. I mean, I can get the scroll bars out of the way. I've never used one of these on its own. I'm sure that it has a perfectly valid use case on its own, but I've only ever seen this in the context of a scroll container, which is fine. I mean, it absolutely does the job. But the really interesting nodes are not really the scroll bar. Actually, come to think of it, could you use a slider completely interchangeably with a scroll bar? I don't know what the difference is. It seems like in both scenarios you still have something which you're just grabbing and moving back and forth or up and down. Anyway, it doesn't really matter that much. I have used sliders, especially in some of my earlier projects, but there's no, at least in Godot 3, there isn't any texture slider option. If you want to use a slider, essentially your only option is to use the Godot theming tools to change what your slider looks like. And that's absolutely possible. I mean, you can replace any of it with a texture using the theme tools. I think there's a stylebox texture. I think that's the one that you can use to replace it with a texture. But I haven't really been bothered to do that. Or I have used the theming tools to reskin a slider before. I think that's what I did in Warp Tech, is that I used... Oh yeah, I would have had a... No, you know what I did in Warp Tech? I did a weird hack. I did a really strange thing. I did use a slider, but it was an invisible slider. The graphical part was actually the main sort of star of the range class, which was the texture progress. Now, I mean, the basic idea of a progress bar, I think everybody is familiar with. It's a bar that fills up, usually to denote some kind of progress. And the default progress bar, it looks fine. As I said, the theming editor, you can change pretty much everything about it. It's very versatile. But I like using the texture progress. And there is actually a reason for that, because I believe, let me just check here, the texture progress, it has certain features which the normal progress bar does not have. and I'm just confirming this right now. I see the texture progress. I mean, it has the ability to use textures instead of the default Godot theming, but the really good part of the texture progress is the fill mode. Now, if you don't know what fill mode means, you can think about what it looks like when your progress bar or your texture progress is actually filling up. By default, it goes from left to right, like all progress bars tend to do in Windows, in any Linux. Usually it's a left to right progress bar, but there's a range of other ones. I mean, there's obviously right to left, which is just weird. I don't know why you would do that. It must have some uses for maybe, I'm thinking of like a fighting game where you have two different, you have two different players, one of them on each side of the screen, and the one on the left has a left to right health bar, say, and then the one on the right can have a right to left health bar. I suppose that's one use for it. But anyway, I mean, there's all the others, top to bottom and bottom to top, very simple. And there's also kind of the weird ones. There's clockwise and counterclockwise, in case you want to have maybe a timer filling up or counting down. I use clockwise and counterclockwise texture progress. I'm not sure which one actually. It may be either one of those, for the power-up bar later on in ULTRAFUN. And then there's also, I mean, there's the very strange ones. There's bilinear, left to right, and also bilinear. Bilinear is probably not the way to pronounce it. Bilinear, by where it starts in the middle and it expands from the middle outwards. And I've also used this one in ULTRAFUN. I can't remember if it's still in the game at this point, but I definitely have used the bilinear setting. And essentially this allows a lot more versatility and freedom to create really different and interesting UI elements, progress bars, and even things that aren't progress bars. I mean, there's probably a way to do this in shaders, but if you wanted something, maybe you have a countdown, and it's a really flashy, fun countdown, and you want each number to kind of do a radial wipe into the screen. I'm sure you could do that with a shader, but if you're like me and you're somewhere between lazy and incompetent, you can use clockwise or counterclockwise texture progress, and you'll be able to just increase the progress on that, and it'll wipe your texture into the screen. I mean, that's just one example of what you can do with it. But it's very useful, and I really like it. And there's some extra settings about the radial fill options. I just went into an example use case for how you can use radial fill, which is the clockwise and counterclockwise. There's also, not to be confused with the clockwise setting and the counterclockwise setting, there's also the clockwise and clockwise and counterclockwise setting. I don't even know what that does. I've never used it. I imagine maybe it starts at a particular angle, say right at the top, and then it kind of swoops down on both edges. Maybe, I don't know. You'd have to experiment with that. I've never used it though. But yeah, plenty of options for the radial fill, and obviously all of the textures themselves. One of the good things about the texture progress, and again, unlike the default progress bar, is that the texture progress, it takes in each of these textures, the underneath texture, the on top texture, and both of these terms are relative to the progress part of the progress bar. So the progress part is always kind of in the middle, and then you can have a texture that you want to go underneath it or on top of it. And you can change the modulate, well, here they call it a tint, but it's the same thing. It's a color filter applied to the texture, and you can change them individually. And that's something that you can't really do with a progress bar, as far as I'm aware. I don't even know if it's possible to do that with a theme, because maybe changing theme settings at runtime will produce unexpected behavior. That's a random conjecture that I have that may not have any bearing on reality. But I do know that you can, I mean, if you want maybe a rainbow progress bar, I'm sure I've had one of those at some point in something I've made, and you would be able to do that by changing the tint of the progress bar. Maybe you want the progress bar to change from green when it's completely fine and big, then down to yellow when it's getting a bit risky, and then down to red when it's in the critical region. You can do this with the tint option in your texture progress. And yeah, it's one of those things, you look at it and you may not realize, if you don't have a lot of experience with the engine, how much versatility that it gives you. And it really does give you a lot of options. Now, I haven't actually got into one of the really nice things about the texture progress is that it has this 9-patch stretch option. And especially if you haven't gotten very deep into UI design or UI development specifically, you might be wondering what a 9-patch is. A 9-patch is essentially a resizable window texture. So you can imagine a 9-patch is a 3x3 grid, and the top row you can have your toolbar, the two corners and then the middle bit, and then the center part is just the main body of your window, and then there's the same on the edges. You have the left and the right and the bottom edge pieces, and the corners. And the 9-patch is good because it allows you to change the dimensions of the 9-patch, and it'll scale the edges and the centerpiece in some way to create a nice looking, consistently styled window at any size you can think of. Now, just to get this out of the way, I make extensive use of 9-patches. I'd say the 9-patch easily competes with the link button for my favorite node out of all of them. It's quite, if you don't know how to use it, if you're a little bit new to it, you have to specify some aspects of it, because a 9-patch, I said it's a 3x3 grid. Well, there's no rule that says that every part of that grid, every tile in that grid, has to be the same size. You might have a really narrow toolbar and then a really big middle area just in your source texture. I mean, the options are really quite limitless, but what you have to do is set the margins for each of the edges. Now, this is a little bit of a tricky concept, but you can think of a 3x3 grid as a set of 4 lines, almost like a tic-tac-toe board. You have 4 lines and it creates a 3x3 grid, and each of those lines is relative to one of the edges of the window. So your left margin is the leftmost line, which is parallel with the left edge of your window. And what the margin actually is numerically is the number of pixels that line should be away from the left edge. And it's the same for all of the other margins. And this is essentially a way of defining the layout of your 9-patch. I mean, it works fine. If you know, most of the time, to save myself a bit of an issue, I do make the grid completely regular. Usually I would have something like 16 pixels in each part of my square. I would have a corner piece, and there's only going to be one corner piece, and that corner piece is not going to scale at all, it's just going to move around. That would be a 16 by 16 part of my 9-patch texture. Then I would have the top edge, which can either repeat or scale depending on what settings you have. For the texture progress, it looks like it only supports the stretching mode. And essentially what it's using is that it's just creating a 9-patch out of any of the textures that you have, so that's your under and your over and your progress textures. It'll create a 9-patch out of them. I guess really what I'm talking about is the more versatile 9-patch rect node, which is its own node, and you can see from the icon exactly what it is. It's a grid, a 3x3 grid with 4 corners, 4 edges, and a centerpiece. But anyway, what I was saying is that the texture progress only supports stretching. So it'll just elongate the texture, and sometimes that's what you want. But the 9-patch rect node itself, which, like I said, is a completely different node, which is a very good node, also allows you to tile your pieces. So if you expand your 9-patch rect, it'll tile your window. It'll tile maybe the top edge piece. If you're elongating it horizontally, it'll tile it one after the other, and you'll have it that way, and it won't be stretched. There's also this thing called tile fit, which I think does a little bit of both, where it stretches them in a small amount, but if it stretches them too much, it'll just create another tile, so that it won't stretch any of them too much. I think that's what tile fit does. But the 9-patch rect is very useful if you're doing, in fact, most of UI. Really, I was going to say dialog boxes is a really good one to use with your 9-patch rect. Dialog boxes, if you just want, I mean, with dialogue, one of the things is that you want a certain degree of freedom to make it any amount of text. You can have maybe 2 words, or you can have maybe 50 words, depending on your game. And sometimes you want to be able to have your window that the text is sitting in, you want it to be able to respond to the length of the text. And one of the ways which you can do that, and which I do that, and which I have done that, is by using a 9-patch rect. So it'll scale the window to, I mean, you can scale it to whatever size you like. It does act a bit weird if you scale it very small. It'll try to shrink a little bit until it gets to a certain size, and it'll not let you shrink it any further. But usually it works just fine. I have I think it's a 6x6 pixel 9-patch texture somewhere in my game code, which is just a white border, a white pixel border with a black background. And this is immensely versatile because it's a white pixel border with a black background, so you can set the modulate of the 9-patch to whatever color you like. And it's only it's a very small texture, so you can make it quite small. If you start off with a very large texture, you won't be able to get it that small. you'll run into, it's not quite the minimum rect size thing. It'll try to shrink your texture a bit, and if you're running at a lower resolution like I have been in ULTRAFUN, then you'll notice that part of your 9-patch rect, certain pixels will be kind of between coordinates in the screen sampling. It'll be shrunk and it'll be scaled weirdly, and the only way to fix that is by drawing a smaller texture, which is fine to be able to support that size. But yeah, I suppose that's a relatively niche concern. I mean, that's only a concern if you are doing a lot of heavy resizing of your 9-patch rect. I mean, I use it in Warp Tech I use it in a lot of my games for menus. What I was doing in the original Masochist, and I think even to this day, it doesn't use any 9-patch rects because I just didn't know how to use those. I didn't understand it. I was looking at it and I was like, I don't even know what this does. So it never occurred to me that I could use it to help me speed up my prototyping. Every single window in the original Masochist I had measured, and I would draw it out in a Sprite and I would save it as a file, which is not efficient for file size. And it was a pain to change anything, really. If I wanted to remove a button, for instance, then I would have to redraw the background because the window would be a different size. With a 9-patch rect, you just have to draw in your window style once, and as long as you draw it in a sensible way, which isn't very difficult, if you just draw it at the minimum size it can be represented, then you just put it into a 9-patch and you get to edit and change whatever you like. So if you haven't used 9-patch rects, I imagine there's a corollary in pretty much every other UI development toolkit. There's gotta be, because it's such a useful tool. And I mean, it is an immensely useful tool. You should get to grips with it. Because, as I said, one of the greatest strengths of Godot is its ability for you to, or is its capacity for quick prototyping. And the 9-patch carries a lot of that on its back because it's very easy to set up. If you know the parameters, if you're just drawing out a 48 by 48 grid, that's all you need. Each of the squares is 16 by 16. That makes each of your patch margins 16 pixels. It's super simple. And then you have a window design that you can play with and you can do whatever you want. But yeah, I imagine that's got to be present in every engine. So if you have yet to get your head around it, I highly recommend you check it out. It's seriously one of my favorite nodes. Top 5, maybe top 3. I can't really think of others I would put in my top 3. I would definitely have my particles 2D, and I think I would have my link button in there too. So to the 9-patch, the particles, and the link button are my top 3 nodes. Truly learning about any of those will be really cool. Maybe the link button's a little bit niche to my personal tastes, but the others are very versatile and definitely worth learning. Yeah, let me just sip my coffee again and we'll get into some of these others. I mean, I gotta say, I'm having a pretty good time just looking over all these things. I haven't really been thinking very hard about the specifics of the node types in the Godot engine for a long time. One of the nice things about the Godot engine is that because it's so usable and good for prototyping and all of these things I've said, is that to a large degree it becomes muscle memory. Which of these that I use at any given time. I don't even have to think about it. You just add the node and you just know it's going to do what you want it to do. Even when I'm thinking, about my possibilities. I know that my fundamental ingredients, the substrate of my abilities, are in these nodes, and fortunately, very fortunately, I am thrilled with this. It's great. There are so many things you can do with them. It's unbelievable. And if there's something that you want to do that you can't do with one of these, you can just make your own. But one thing to be aware of is that there is a trap to fall into. As much as I have praised and I don't even know the right word, but generally spoken highly of the Godot engine, when I say that my game design thought patterns and everything is comprised of the fundamental units of these nodes, I mean it. I mean that when I'm thinking about what is possible with software, I'm thinking about what is possible with these nodes. What is possible for me to create. I'm thinking about what is possible for me to create with these nodes. There's to a certain degree, that's, if not a limitation strictly, it's a certain confining factor. It's a constraint, Even if you are an expert in the Godot engine, you're not going to get anything after maybe, hour 3000 or maybe even hour 2,500. If you're still using all of the same nodes to do all of the same things, you may not be learning anything. This is something which I've been realizing lately, because, as I said, I have a lot of hours spent using this engine, and many of them are not even recorded on Steam. So God knows how many hours I have in the actual thing. But one of the most vital things you can have as not just a Godot engine developer, but as a game developer, is resources, tools. And sometimes it's worth trying new tools. Sometimes, even though the Godot engine is capable of making anything that you want to make reasonably, if I have an idea, no matter what the idea is, I could probably figure out a way to make it with the Godot engine nodes. But even with that in mind, if I'm only making things with Godot engine nodes, there's no way around it. It's going to place a constraint on the ideas that I can have. So, I suppose at this point in the video, for the first and probably only time ever, I'm going to suggest learn a different engine. Any other engine. It doesn't even have to be a good engine. I mean, if it's not Godot, it's probably not going to be as good of an engine. But that's kind of the point. I mean, I genuinely believe Godot is just the best. It's amazing. But maybe you want to learn the Unity engine. I mean, the Unity engine can do things that Godot can't do. Exporting to Nintendo consoles, for instance, is a bit tricky on Godot, although it is possible, so maybe that wasn't the best example. But the point isn't what the tools can do. It's what you can do with the tools. And one of the ways to expand your horizon in what is possible, just from your own volition, is to learn about different tools. Some of it will be the same, probably a lot of it will be the same, but not all of it will be the same. You need experiences to be able to be a good game developer. and that's my opinion. However, my second caveat here is that I'm probably not going to learn a different engine. That's a whole lot of work. I'm happy where I am. I got Godot Engine. I use it and I think it's fun. And you know, when I really want to test myself, I know what I'm going to do. I'll switch to the 3D side, which I truly haven't even delved into a little bit. I mean, I delved into it for maybe 2 hours at most over the past 7 years. But you know what? I got that waiting for me. And I'm not in a rush because I know, even on top of that, Godot 4 is coming out. It's a rapidly evolving technology. When the changes are coming so quickly, when every update brings a massive quality of life change, huge new features, new optimizations, why would I jump out of the stream now? There's too much going on, you know? So I'm quite happy to just keep using the Godot engine. If you just turned the video off 3 minutes ago, sorry. I guess maybe gdevelop is good, maybe Bevy is good. Construct I've wanted to learn for quite a while, but I just can't be bothered really, so maybe that'll be the next one on my list. But anyway, I suppose I'll just get back into talking about the nice nodes, you know? I was mostly just surprised, thinking about all the things you can do with these nodes. They're really, really versatile. Hold on, let me sip my coffee and then I'm gonna be quiet for a minute. Okay, that'll do for me. So I'm just going down the list of control nodes, which I recognize is not the most sophisticated way of doing this, but I think it's quite nice. This is the alphabetical way that they are arranged, so I don't have much of an issue with it. One thing I do see right now is the separator nodes. And truly, I haven't ever used one of these, but I know how I would use it. I mentioned earlier the H-box and the V-box nodes, and how you just have a list of objects. Sometimes maybe you want that list to be separated. I mean, if you think about on Windows, the context menus, when you right click and it opens a little dialog with a list of buttons, and those buttons are grouped between thin grey lines. These are separators. The H-box container, maybe you want to have a couple of items and then you want to separate it. You could use the separator node to do that. Now the weird thing is, I mean, the separator, as far as I'm aware, is just a vaguely Godot-themed line. The weird thing is, you could remake this very easily just by adding an empty control node. You could use that, and then you would set the minimum rect size to make sure that it has some space, some separating space. I don't know what it looks like in the theming side of things, if you can change the way that the separators look, but I would probably just use something like a control node with a sprite in it with my separator, or a control node with a line 2D in it if I was feeling really crazy, or maybe a color rect if I was feeling a bit more sensible. I don't really think I would personally ever use one of these separator functions, but you can if you want. I know that a lot of people who use the Godot engine are not strictly using it for game development. They're using it for general application development, and in these applications, you might not mind if your program looks soft and rounded and grey. It may make sense for you to have a separator there that just looks consistent with the Godot theme. So I think that's probably the main use case for these. I can't think of any example. I'm not a real, big software development kind of guy, really, but there are uses for it, and it's good to have, because it means that you don't have to re-implement that. It means that even in the Godot engine itself, I'm looking at a list of, well, I don't really know if this uses separators. It may or may not. I don't think it does. I was looking at the list of recently created nodes in my list here. In order to see the node scene tree, I've got the create new node dialog open. And I'm looking at my list of nodes, and there's these faint grey lines between each node, and I was wondering, maybe those are separators. I don't know. But I don't think that they are. I think they may be built into the VBox here. I don't know. But I'm sure there's an example of this kind of node in the engine. If you've watched this far into the video and you happen to know of the location of a separator node anywhere in the Godot engine, please let me know. I would be curious, because I don't know what it looks like in a nice, sophisticated design environment. But anyway. Now this node is quite strange. It's called item list. And you know what? I don't even need to talk about item list, because I have no idea what the hell that is, and it's way less interesting than one of the really nice nodes here, called label. And label is a nice node. I'm telling you, label is a really, really nice node. It's very essential to many, many things. It's gonna be one of the first nodes that you learn about if you're following a tutorial, or if you're learning about the engine for the first time. It's going to be one of the first nodes that you see, that you come across. The label allows you to type text into your game. Now by default it has the normal kind of Godot font, and the Godot font, it does look fine, especially at a 1:1 normal resolution, unlike what I've been working with for the past several years. And I've described before how it's entirely possible to change the font. I was talking about a button, I think. You can go into theme overrides, and you can change the font. You can create a new dynamic font, and you can load in the font resource into that font, and it'll apply to the label. And it's very quick, it's very simple, and it's very easy to do that. One of the things that the label also has, which buttons do not, which link buttons do not for some reason, is the ability to add shadows and outlines. For a link button, I mentioned before, if you want to have a shadow on a link button, you need to spawn a label and either place it behind your link button with a little bit of an offset, or place it exactly at the same coordinate as your link button, but then give that one a shadow. You can do it either way, it doesn't really matter. In general, the label is a much more sophisticated way of presenting text to the screen than is a link button. That makes some intuitive sense, because a link button is really only there to be a button. A label is there to present text to the screen, and because of that, the label has a lot of features that the link button doesn't. So that includes stuff like the aligning tools. In labels, you can align it left, up, down, center, in any orientation. And as I said in when I was describing the link buttons, you can't really do that without a little bit of coding and logic. You in order to center a link button, you have to be changing the size, maybe, and you have to be setting the position. With a label, you can set the position of the text just based on the align and v-align flags. Another thing which is quite unique to the label is the ability to auto-wrap your text, which essentially is that when your text gets to the end of the line, it goes to the next line, so you don't have just one very long line. You have a series of lines separated by line breaks, etc. Anyway, this is very simple. It's you can almost imagine the kinds of things which a label would have. Strangely, I'm just looking at the label now, and I'm seeing it also has this uppercase flag, which, fine, you might expect an alignment setting and an auto-wrap setting, but if you want to, you can set all of this text to be displayed as uppercase. To me, that's a little bit unusual. There's no lowercase property, and there's no title property. I know that if you feel very strongly about it, you can set the text itself. There are methods to call on the string in your label, because the text is just stored as a string in a property. You can just do, get your label node and you write .text, and then you've got your string, and then you can do anything you like with that string. One of the things you can do with it is turn it to uppercase. You can also set it to lowercase, and I believe there's a way to make it so that the first letter is uppercase and the rest of it is lowercase. I know that there is in Python. I'm pretty sure that there is in GDScript as well. Well, anyway, yeah, it's very useful, very good to have. And obviously, well, yeah, I've discussed a little bit about the things you can do with the font, the shadows, the offsets. You can have some line spacing, which is quite good to alter if you like. You can have an outline, which is also quite good. Every so often, I like to do a little. You can have a font. Whatever your font is, it's usually a custom font when I'm using it. You can set the actual font color to be black or blend in with your background, and then you set a nice colorful outline, and you just have like a nice kind of outline text just for doing that. I don't know, it's a random little effect which made me think of it. And I believe I'm starting to doubt my own memory now. It's been so long into this video. I think I've already talked about the %visible and the visible characters properties, but just in case I haven't, I'll describe more or less what they do. Yes, because I was talking about Cinderbox, and one of the things which Cinderbox does is it creates a very pleasant text scrolling in kind of function. And I didn't know how to do this with the built-in things in the Godot engine. It turns out you can do this kind of sequential one character after the other scroll-in function. I was trying to do it by actually interpolating the text property itself. So when I was doing this, what you would get is just the characters would kind of appear in a random order. The string would grow from a size of 0 to the completed string, but you would get maybe character number 3 first, and then number 17 would appear right next to it, and then you'd have number 6 pop in the middle, and this would happen very quickly. And it would, I mean, you would get a text appearing effect, but it isn't an effect which is conducive to reading something in a left to right way. Generally, I didn't really like it, so I used Cinderbox because I could get one character after the other. And I thought about implementing it myself, even using code to hold the string to be, and then you just add one character after the other sequentially to the actual displayed label. It turns out that none of that was necessary because there are properties, the ones which I mentioned, visible characters and %visible, which appear to me as being pretty much designed for making this effect. If you have visible characters, is essentially the number of characters relative to the first one which are visible. So all you have to do is increase that number at maybe a constant rate of 5 characters a second or something like that, and it'll scroll in your text from left to right exactly as I wanted it, and exactly what I was using Cinderbox for. Similarly, if you want the whole thing to be done in a relatively set time, you want to have maybe 20% of the string shown every second, then you can use %visible, which will allow you to do the same thing, but between 0 and 1, where 1 is the completed string and then 0 is none of the string. So anyway, I'm pretty sure I already mentioned that actually, but it bears repeating because it's a really nice thing and it's not immediately obvious. At least to me it wasn't, because I know that this property has existed in the engine for a very long time, and for whatever reason my attention just skipped over it for so long. Anyway, yeah, so there's some other stuff here as well. There's this lines skipped property and lines visible, and I'm not sure what the hell that means. Why would you want to skip lines from the beginning of the text? If I could see maybe max lines visible, this is, by the looks of it, the number of lines which are visible in your string. If it works anything like the others, maybe you could have this for a kind of terminal appearance, where you have one command or one string being outputted to the screen at a time, instead of having to mess around with precise numbers of characters all appearing in discrete blocks. Maybe you could have lines visible, one after the other, and then you just increment that variable to print the next line. I don't know. I still can't work out a usage for lines skipped, but I'm sure there must be one. Maybe this is one of those properties which is used somewhere in the engine, and it doesn't have an obvious use case. Again, I've solicited comments several times, but this is another time that I'm going to. If you can think of a usage for lines skipped, let me know, because I can't really think of any. Yeah, I'm just looking down the thing now, the various properties in this node. One of the things to note, actually, which I should have noted when I was first kind of talking about the theming for any of the control nodes, and how there's this theme property, or this theme section, although it is also a property, where you can set a theme and then you can override specific parts of the default Godot theme to match what you want your node to look like. In Godot 3, maybe even in the later versions of Godot 3, I'm not 100% sure, there's actually a slightly more sophisticated way. Well, I don't think it's any more or less sophisticated, but it's an easier, somewhat more convenient way. There's a section called theme overrides, And this essentially exposes a few properties which you might be likely to want to override. So this is different for every node, really. Some nodes won't have a theme override section if they either don't have any UI or they don't have any UI that is likely to be altered in any way. But the label, it does have a theme overrides section. It has it has a few sections. It has sections for the font. Many nodes that take in a font will have the font theme overrides. To save you from having to use the theme editor every time, you can just go into the theme overrides, and it'll already be there, so you don't have to click as many buttons. Hold on a second. Coffee sipped. But yeah, and then there's some others as well. There's font color, which is obviously very useful. There's a modulate setting for the font outline, which can be useful, maybe. I mean, if you have a strange font color, you wouldn't be able to just use the modulate for that. Normally what I would do is I would set one of these to white, and then I would use the modulate property because it's a little bit easier to... It takes fewer keystrokes to access modulate as opposed to the color settings. Last time I checked, in order to edit the color, well, this may be different actually, but in order to access the color in these theme overrides, you needed to either get the property in the theme, or you needed to get the font itself, and it takes a few commands, and it's definitely not obvious how to do this. I need to look it up every time because it's slightly different between different nodes if they structure their stuff a little bit differently. This might be cleaned up a little bit in Godot 4. I kind of hope it is, and I kind of think it is, because I have memories of doing something like, I don't know, it's a bit like with the shaders. I haven't really gotten into shaders very much, or materials is the more broad term, which refers to everything that edits the visibility of a node, really. Edits the appearance of a node. This is especially for Node 2Ds, which support materials. I wondered, actually, yeah, any canvas item will support a material, so it's not just Node 2Ds, it's control nodes as well. The two types of canvas item, Node 2Ds and control nodes, they both support materials, and just looking at it, there's two different types of material. There's canvas item material, which I truly have never used, and I may well never use it in my lifetime. I'm not even sure what it does, if it's useful for anything. By the looks of it, it says blend mode, light mode, particles, animation, render priority. So this may be used, this may be a type of resource which is used to, maybe it's something is based on it elsewhere. It says something about particles. Maybe particles come into play somewhere deep down in the machinations of the Godot engine, but I have never used canvas item material for anything, and I don't really foresee that changing. The main one is the shader material, which allows you to create a shader, and then you open the nice kind of shader editor. And shaders, I mean, you probably already know, and especially if you're even the kind of person who would watch this far into a video about the Godot engine, I'm sure that you know that that shaders are pretty damn powerful. I mean, you can do a lot of things with them. I'm not very good at shader programming. It's a little bit, you know, it's just out of my depth. I mean, I don't really have I have used shaders and I have made shaders, but it's tricky. It's a lot of heavy duty mathematics, lots of quite creative uses of things like trigonometry and linear algebra. Maybe I don't know, but yeah, you can do some really impressive things with it. I know some people. I'm looking. I mean, I can remember things on Shader Toy, which is this website where people upload and then share web implementations of shaders, and people can create out of essentially scratch some really complex, like 3D animated scrolling visual effects. And I mean, I could definitely not do that. If you look at the code, it's all full of 2-letter variable names and complex mathematical operations, and I just have no idea how they even start with that kind of thing. It's kind of amazing. But insofar as my shader programming skills, I can just about make like a wavy texture or a wavy shader. If you want a shader where it just kind of like just waves, it's just like a sine wave applied to offset the UV or whatever it is. I can usually do that with a little bit of trial and error. And it's been very useful. There are early prototypes of ULTRAFUN before it was even called ULTRAFUN, before it was even called the thing that it was called before ULTRAFUN. I was using shaders to create an environmental effect. There was you could have a little patch of natural environment and to signal essentially leaves or vegetation that was kind of drifting in the wind. You could have a shader placed on these textures to just give it a little bit of waving, and this really worked because of the pixel scaling. It only had to be a very gentle waving effect, and it barely even looked like waving. It looked like the rustling of independently moving parts. And yeah, so shaders are very powerful, and you can apply them to any canvas item. I know that you can use shaders to create text effects. It's a little bit complicated. I'm not sure if I've ever successfully done this. I think that I have, but I remember a tricky bug, something about the way that fonts render. If you kind of just put the texture onto the screen in the straightforward way, you'll get a set of white squares. And I don't know what I was doing to get this result, but I do remember that being a bug, and then there was some caveat to what I was doing, that I needed to access maybe the font data. Maybe I needed to apply a property, which I didn't need to apply when I was writing shaders for a sprite. But I mean, nowadays, I'm pleased to announce a solution to pretty much all of my woes here, which is the wonderful website known as Godot Shaders, godotshaders.com. And when I say wonderful website, I mean it. It's just a list. It's a directory of just a lot of community contributed, usually open source, usually MIT licensed shaders, which are just automatically compatible with Godot. You just copy and paste them in, and it works, and it's great. I think I have used shaders from this website in ULTRAFUN. Obviously, I check the licensing and everything first. I've only used MIT license stuff. Don't get on my back. But I mean, it's a really useful website, even if you aren't quite as lazy as me and you're just taking shaders from the website and putting them in the game wholesale. Now I think of it, I don't think I even did that, to be honest. not in the version that's being released, but you can look at the shader code, and it's very informative for how to program shaders in Godot, because they, Godot Engine, much like GDScript, it does kind of have its own shader language. I don't think it's too far off from the general stuff you see on ShaderToy, which is GLSL, as far as I'm aware. I think much like how GDScript is very similar to Python, the Godot shading language is very similar to GLSL. But because it's in Godot, and because it's integrated with Godot, there are certain functions and properties and things like this which are named one thing in Godot shading language and another thing in GLSL. Anyway, that's a relatively small tangent, but it's worth mentioning. Usually, what maybe my biggest issue with the Godot shading language is that it doesn't have a good name. I mean, GDScript has a name, you can say that and you know exactly what's going on. Godot shading language would be like calling GDScript Godot scripting language. It just doesn't do it for me. It's not good. I don't like it. Maybe at some point they're gonna name Godot shading language something like, I don't know, GD shader. That would be also kind of bad, but I don't know. Somebody more creative can come up with a name for it. But yeah, I can't remember what I was talking about now. I've been going on this huge tangent about shaders. Ah yes, there's also, in case the shading language is a bit scary to you, there's also the visual shading language. And I think this has been upgraded in Godot 4. Visual programming is definitely not something which I have a strong point in. I've never really used it because I just learned normal text programming first, and at that point I never really had a reason to learn the visual programming. But for things like shaders, I could definitely see it being more useful, because unlike in text shading languages, you can see the list of all the things at your disposal, all the properties. I have it on my screen and I'm looking at it, and I have various outputs. I have outputs to color, to alpha, normal maps. I wouldn't know necessarily what things were available. Usually I would just output to the color variable, and I would hope for the best. This is particularly in the fragment mode, and there's also the vertex shader mode, which I have used a little bit. Truly, I have no idea what the light shader node is, and I'm very scared of going into the light shader mode because my god, light nodes are already kind of tricky to set up, and when you're talking about blending the different color modes, I mean, I'm not really much of a specialist in graphical art. If you give me Photoshop, maybe I can draw a smiley face, but I'm not going to be able to do very much, and I'm definitely not going to be able to do any fancy Photoshop kind of things or any kind of really useful skills with it. So when I'm looking at the light shader, that's kind of I don't even know what that would be used for. Maybe some kind of light computation, but my god, how complicated could it be? I don't know. Seems fairly straightforward. I don't see why that needs to have its own shader mode. But anyway, yeah, so there's the whole visual scripting thing. By the looks of it, this is actually built in the graph node, which is another thing, it's another node which is freely spawnable into your game in the engine. The graph node creates a dialogue that looks very similar to the visual shader stuff. And it also looks very similar to the animation tree player stuff. But that's just a random observation that I can see right here. So yeah, shaders are very useful. I know you can use them for text animations as well. However, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned the rich text label, which is easily top 5 node. Really a big fan of the rich text label. I'm pretty sure I have gone into extensive detail about the BB code, and about the custom effects, and about the various theme overrides to some degree. I don't think I had necessarily invoked the term theme overrides at that point, but in some way I've run through the rich text label. And I mean, once again, it's just a really good node. You can define your own custom effects, character by character, putting it how you like. There's a big collections online. There are big collections online of various custom effects that people have written that you can literally copy and paste into your project, and it'll just work. I mean, we're talking fade-in effects, like glitch effects. There's one which kind of transposes heart emojis into random characters in your text. It's some really, really nice stuff. And I think one of the really good things, if you happen to write a custom effect, please share it online. There's a GitHub repository full of custom effects for the rich text label somewhere out there on the internet. I don't know if you can submit custom effects to that repository, but you should, because building up this kind of toolkit of community resources is one of the major strengths of the engine. It's something which the Unity engine has. It has an asset store, but it's not. It's different because the Godot engine and all of this other stuff is open source. You can use these custom effects in check the license first, but you can use these custom effects in some random software that integrates with a washing machine. You might see it there one day. You never know. And also, just for my benefit, because I've never written a custom effect. I read the documentation page, so I have kind of seen, the process of writing a custom effect, and it doesn't seem that tricky. I think compared to writing a shader, which can be really almost arbitrarily complicated and really quite heavy duty, writing a custom effect for a rich text label, I think the proper name now is rich text effect, is relatively straightforward. It's relatively simple, and I do really recommend taking a look at that if you're interested, because maybe even just reading through the documentation, just reading the tutorial and seeing what's possible, you might get an idea for something. You can never really exclude that. I said before, just reading through these nodes has given me ideas, and I just never really would have thought about that. I mean, it's great. You just need to be interfacing with your tools, and that's kind of half the battle. Well, anyway, I'm aware that not that long ago I already went into a very long, not quite Godot-related tangent, so I think probably the best thing for me to do right now is to just, relatively, somewhat stay on topic, just a little bit. I don't have that many more control nodes to really talk about. I mean, there's a couple here. I'm looking at this one reference rect, and I don't even know if this comes with the engine or not. I see it has one derivative, which is Cinderbox. Reference rect may or may not exist in your default Godot installation. I don't know. I guess if it does, let me know. I mean, the icon looks reasonably professional and reasonably Godot-ish, so it may or may not be there. But yeah, like I said, I'm running out of of nodes to talk about now, which is fine because there's still many aspects of the engine which are nothing to do with, or completely independent of nodes. I haven't even gotten into, the whole editor settings panel. I mean, my God, there's lots of stuff to talk about. Let me know if you want a part 2 of this video, but yeah, there's still a few nodes to talk about. So I can just go into that. The next one that's staring at me is the line edit, which is a useful node, which is really a useful node. The line edit is essentially it's a one-line control node that allows you to enter text, and you can think this is very useful. I'm struggling to find what to say about it, really. I mean, really, what can you say about the line edit? I don't tend to use it extensively. I tend to, if I want the user to be able to place text into my game, usually I'm not looking for a very complicated experience for them. I want it to be as simple as possible. I want essentially I want them to be able to click in a part of the screen, put down their text, and then get out, or press the enter key and then have it be doing something. But when I actually look at the node, I see there's a massive amount of options. And these are important because as soon as you have a text field where you're expecting the user to be able to place essentially any character, you open up to a lot of really weird and random things that can happen. I'll just look at a few of them. The main one that I'm looking at right now is the align text feature, which is very self-explanatory. There's a max length feature, which is very useful, and I have used this one. Again, not in any shipped games, but I have used it. There's also settings for whether you want to make it editable or not. Maybe sometimes you want a line edit and you only want it to be editable sometimes. Maybe when the player enters text, the text align edit, it stays there, but it becomes no longer editable. And there's actually a lot. You can also have it kind of behave like a password field, where every character is replaced by maybe an asterisk, and you can configure what that character is. It's the secret character property. You can really have it be anything. One of the real useful things about the line edit as well, which I quite like, is the placeholder options. You can have a placeholder text, so something that just appears in a little bit of a transparent or a little bit of a faded out background, to tell you maybe what should be in that field, or to give you a suggestion. And I do use that one in ULTRAFUN as it is. And there's other settings for the caret. Is that how you pronounce it? Just to rhyme with carrot? I don't know. But the little reticle that shows you where you've selected in the text, there's settings for that, whether it blinks, how fast it blinks, what position in the text that it is. Maybe there's a reason for you to be moving the caret around sometimes. I don't know. And then there's other things, virtual keyboards, shortcut keys, middle mouse button paste, which, as far as I'm aware, is only available on Linux. Windows does not have a middle mouse button paste in it, but Linux does, and out of everything on Linux, that took me the longest to get used to. Sometimes I would just be using my computer, and text would appear copied from a random place and I would have no idea why. Well, if you're in that position right now, I can tell you it's the middle mouse button, and apparently there's an option to enable or disable that functionality right in the point of the line edit. Now, I use the line edit fairly ubiquitously for text entry. I don't think I use any other nodes, and the reason I bring up other nodes is because there's another node you can use to edit text, and that is the text edit node. Now we have a line edit and we have text edit, and by comparison, just looking at the number of properties and the number of checkboxes, text edit has a ridiculous number of these. I think the benefit of the text edit is that it allows you to edit multiple lines worth of text. As you might be able to guess just from the names of the nodes, line edit is only one line that you can edit. By contrast, text edit, you can edit multiple lines. You can have several lines of text in there, which is very, very useful, you know. So, I mean, personally, I haven't found a usage for it. I'm sure it can be useful. I mean, my God, I'm not even going to try getting to grips with all of these properties here. It seems generally just a little bit more complex. However, the reason that I don't use the text edit, because it seems fine and should be a straight upgrade from the line edit, it's just better, right? The reason that I don't use the text edit is because of the signals. If you actually look in the signals section under your node properties, you'll see they don't really share any signals in common. The text edit, it has these things breakpoint toggled. I think perhaps a lot of the functionality now comes from the fact that the GD script editor is based on the text edit node. And really most of the extended text editing stuff in the engine is going to be based on the text edit node. Even that text property in your rich text label, where it gives you a box and you can type as many lines as you want, that would be based on on your text edit. So really you can have anything from that tiny little box for text entry, or the complete script editor. And both of these are supported by the text edit, which should tell you something about how immensely versatile it is. And maybe in your games there is an actual use case for that. I mean, there may be, I don't know. But the signals are completely different. I mean, there's signals for maybe text changed. You know, maybe that could be useful, but the really good signals for me in the line edit are text entered. That's the really good one. And there is text changed as well, you know, but text entered is the main one, because this is the one where if your player is typing in the text and they have their reticle, their focus is in the text, and then they hit, well, the way I'm thinking about it is that they hit the enter key. In the engine, I imagine this is the UI select action, but I'm not sure if you can really edit that or not. It doesn't look like there's any setting to edit that. But the enter key for sure emits this text entered signal. And this is what I use for processing the text. You could re-implement this in the text edit. It would be completely possible. But the existence of that signal being there and being so easy for me to wrap my head around, I don't have to worry about input handling because there is already some kind of input handling in the line edit. I just have to connect my signal from the line edit to some kind of behavior that I want to execute as a result of the text. Now obviously I would have maybe multiple input sources going to this. I don't think I would leave it to an invisible enter key instruction, although that's exactly what I did in ULTRAFUN, so sue me, I guess. But I would usually, if I was making a game in a sensible way, I would really be connecting multiple input methods to submitting the text. But for a very quick run through, for a prototype even, for just to get the basic behavior down, the text entered signal works perfectly, and it's immensely easy to use. The only thing that I do consistently have to do is change the default theming so that you can't see the little grey background in the line edit. But after that, I mean, you can change the font as well to have your line edit come into a particular font. You can, I mean, all of the font options, that's the color, that's maybe the shadow, maybe, I don't know if that's supported. There's just a lot of options. By contrast, I mean, your text edit, it has options for showing line numbers and syntax highlighting, and highlighting the current line. I mean, to me, this looks like a set of checkboxes which you can tick to create the Godot script editor right in your game if you wanted to. And this is kind of the corollary. You know, it's kind of the opposite relationship to what I was talking about in the very start of the video. I was talking about how the fact that all the nodes that you learn for game development, all of the game development nodes, are also used for Godot Engine purposes, to develop the actual engine itself. That means that you can transfer from game development into engine development relatively easily. And this is absolutely true. You really can, because if you know what the nodes do, and you know what node it is that you're trying to adapt, if you've been developing a video game with that node in GDScript, it's not that tricky to then make adjustments to that same node with all of the same properties and all of the same behaviors in C++, even though you've never used C++. Now, the opposite relationship which I'm describing here is that as the developers of the engine develop the engine, and you know, even something like creating a sophisticated script editor, they need to implement behavior into nodes, which then expands the usability of those nodes for game development. I mean, I don't know what kind of game you would be making where you need a script editor, but those kinds of games exist. Maybe you do need a script editor. You know, hacking simulators and that kind of thing. Even Doom 3 had some kind of terminal sections, although it wouldn't really be related to this node. But, you know, there's options. But that being said, I've never used a text edit node. Maybe that'll be one of my new goals in game development, is to try to work in a text edit node somewhere. I think that would be nice. But I can't think of any super convenient uses for it off the bat. But anyway, to just go down the list a little bit again, because I'm really kind of running out of time now. I know that the YouTube maximum upload length is only 12 hours, which is kind of I mean, I could make another 3 or 4 videos this length. I mean, let me know if you want another one. But the text direct is nobody wants another one. The text direct is essentially a control node which allows you to place a texture on the screen, and you might be thinking that's exactly what a sprite is. That's no different to a sprite, and you wouldn't be correct, but you would be essentially correct, because it does just place a texture on the screen. It's exactly what a sprite does. But there are a few things that the texture-ect can be used for that a sprite isn't as ideal for. One of the things with sprites, and the Node 2Ds in general, is that they have a very different sort of transform section. So everything to do with their location and position is just in one property, which is position, which is just where the node is. And then everything about the node is drawn relative to that position. This is different from control nodes. Every control node is built as a rect, which means it has a position, but it also has a size. A Node 2D, a sprite, does not have a size. It has a scale, which is only useful if you know the dimensions of the thing you're scaling, and maybe that's a texture. You know, maybe you would need to get to the texture, then get the texture's size, and then figure out the number of pixels from the scale, or just count it on the screen. I mean, it could be a bit tricky. The reason the texture-ect is used is if you have a texture and you know exactly what kind of scale that you want your texture to have. You know, there's a lot of different settings for stretching it as well. Maybe you want it to scale, or maybe you want it to just center itself. If you want a sprite to be centered inside of a control node, I mean, the sprites don't have anchors and margins. You'll have to position them manually. And this is not very complicated with GDScript. It is what I usually do, is just use a sprite instead of a texture-ect. But a texture-ect can simplify this process by allowing you to scale or tile or whatever you like to this texture. Well, yeah, anyway, I can't really think of any specific use cases for the texture-ect, to be honest. It's relatively self-explanatory or straightforward what it does, and everything I mentioned about why a sprite is important, a texture-ect is also important. Some people will have a preference for using a texture-ect in certain locations, maybe for an icon, or a text, or a sprite that you want to stay relevant or relative to the general control node organization which you've got set up elsewhere. That could be really useful. Anyway, I suppose that's pretty much all I have to say about the texture-ect. Let me just continue just scrolling down this list. The tree, I'm not even going to mention that. I have no idea what the tree does, and like I said, I'm a little bit wary of the time right now. So I suppose the very last control node, which I'm even going to be mentioning, is the video player. Now, the video player node is... I have used it in Godot 2 when it was not functional, so I was not especially pleased with it. I assume that it is functional now. I assume that it does work. At least I really hope it does. Essentially it is what it says on the tin. You get to load in, much like the audio stream player, which streams audio from the disk. The video player will stream a video from a disk, and as far as I'm aware, it only supports .webm and .ogv. OGV is the video equivalent to OGVorbis, I think. But normally I would just use WebM because it's the one that I know how it works. I've seen WebMs before. But yeah, very simple. It should just be able to play a video, and with any luck, you know, maybe you can use this for for pre-rendered cutscenes. Maybe you can place a video player if you have like a very complicated animation that you can't really sort out with just an animated sprite or an animation player. I kind of mixed those two up for a second. Then you can use a video player and a video file, and you can just do that. I think one of the things with playing videos in a game is that a video can be a very, very large file. And I gotta say, this is especially relevant to me right now because I'm kind of running out of disk space. I'm going to have to delete a lot of stuff just to be able to render this bad boy, but I'll do my best. So anyway, yeah, that's the video player. That's pretty much it. In terms of the control nodes, I've mentioned only the ones which I really am familiar with, and a few of the ones that I'm not. I know that there's a lot of control nodes, and even all of the things that you can do with your control nodes, I haven't even scratched the surface. I think if you really want to get into this, if you're really serious about learning how to use the Godot engine, you need to just play around with these control nodes and try to figure out, what you can do with them, because they're immensely versatile. You can make anything from a complete, UI application as a front end for some other completely non-game application. I mean, they say that Godot is a game engine. What they don't realize is that Godot is not just a game engine, it's a complete, experiential software engine. I mean, I could see somebody making a video editor in Godot. I could see somebody making important software with Godot, and it's completely possible. I mean, I've mentioned everything about GD native and GD extensions, whatever the difference is, if that second one even exists, I don't know. GD native allows you to integrate with other libraries that you can source from pretty much anywhere. They can be in any language as long as they're compiled into libraries. You can integrate them into your Godot engine behavior. You'll be able to load those libraries and call functions from them. And I mean, God knows there's a lot of libraries out there. As I said, I don't know. I'm not really a hardcore programmer myself, and I don't have a lot of the skills that are needed to really get into a lot of it, to really get into commercial software development. I just don't have that skill, and that's okay. That's not something which I want to do. I am first and foremost a game developer, and the Godot engine, it allows me to create games, even though I only have, admittedly, a fairly superficial understanding of what computers are actually doing when they're running this stuff. But it allows me to create design decisions. It allows me to create games and to create experiences, create narratives, and that's what I want. And if I do at some point in my life, which hopefully I'll be a little bit adventurous, if I do decide to explore other languages, maybe I want to try C# for a while. Maybe I want to go into GD native and I'll write a library to integrate with something else. Maybe I want to contribute to the engine itself and I'll get into C++ and I'll start writing algorithms. I don't know about that, but there's a possibility, And like I said, the way that the engine is structured is that it's all very streamlined. No matter which way you're going, from game developer to engine developer, from game developer to software developer, and, in any way in between, it's very streamlined. I think one of the worst things for the Godot engine is that it's currently kind of restricted to being, it's a video game engine. And like I said, I'm not saying it should really be pushed for washing machine firmware or something like that, but a video game is a very small subset of the types of software that you can create, of the types of graphical software, narrative software, experiential software that you can create. The Godot engine gives you the tools to do this, and unlike its competitors, it does this completely free of limitations, insofar as it may be licensing, or the source code is open, and open source code is open information flow. It's very, it is, in my opinion, the perfect engine. And I haven't even used Godot 4. Who knows, maybe I'll be so disappointed in it that I swear off the engine forever. Probably not, but I haven't even used Godot 4. I've got really high hopes for it. I've seen a lot of optimizations. I've seen a lot of usability improvements, things like multiple window docks. Just being able to have the script editor in a different window is amazing, And one thing about Godot 4 is that I don't think it sacrificed any of its inclination towards prototyping. I have a fear that as the engine grows, as it gets more complex, as features begin to become more entrenched in their in the epitome of their own usability, it could create complexity which takes it away from its inclination to prototyping. And that would be a really bad thing, for a very serious reason. The Godot engine, it needs, game development in general, game design, one of the major things, this field, the creative industry, maybe it's existed for 30 years, maybe 40 years if you want to get really technical. But internet-enabled game development, the Steam era of games, which is most of them really, that's only been maybe 20 years. That's only been about 20 years. People don't know what's really fun yet. People don't know what the point of a game is. They just don't know. The only way to find out is to try things. You can get, there's not a lot of game design textbooks. There's a lot of game theory textbooks, but that's not really anything related to game design, in my opinion. Even people who go to GDC and they talk about what they think is fun, that only hits the mark sometimes. Quite often it means nothing. They think explosions are fun. Back in the Vlambeer days, the cultural zeitgeist said that explosions were fun, screen shake is fun, coins were fun. Well, I don't find that fun at this point. I find it okay. I find it fine, but it doesn't engage me like it used to. It doesn't engage the wider audience like it used to. The medium is evolving so fast. It's evolving alongside the audience. The only way that you can progress is by prototyping things and finding for yourself, not even just for playtesters, but finding for yourself what is fun, and what is engaging, and what is worth making something that deserves to exist. That's not an easy thing to do. That's a very serious judgment. But like I said, the Godot engine is predisposed to prototyping. You get to just try stuff. You throw stuff at the wall. At a certain point, it's a numbers game. You just get to run. You just get to do whatever, play with it, change it. Save this as that, and then load it here, and then put 1,000 of them in one place and see what happens. It's a really, really good engine, and I really, really am running out of time now. Let me try and do the math for a second. I have about 15 minutes left, give or take. So I'm one thing I really wanted to mention from quite a while ago actually is the fact that the Godot engine works really well with Git for collaboration. For collaborating with other developers, the Godot engine uniquely works very well with Git. I've recently, in the past 12 months, I've started backing up my project on GitLab, and it's really good. One of the things about the way that scenes are saved, I said earlier, it's a .tscn file. TSCN files are text files. They are essentially lists of the nodes that they contain with the properties of those nodes just in text. And if you know anything about Git, my preferred Git client is Sublime Merge, which I really am quite attached to, and it shows you line by line the kinds of things that you're changing. Now, maybe in another engine, you wouldn't be able to look at the commit history, where you see that a property has been changed. You wouldn't be able to know what that property is just going through the commit history. Since the Godot stuff is all saved in text files, clear text files with readable names, you can see, okay, well, visible is set to false on this one. The text is updated to that in that one. And even going one step further, although this isn't an issue for me with my very small solo developer projects, you even get to a point where uploading the changes, pushing the changes to your remote repository is very quick. It's very easy. It just works. You can have conflicts, which, one of the reasons I use Git is so that I can synchronize my changes between Windows and Linux, because I have a dual booting system. And sometimes there will be a conflict and I'll have to merge the two. I don't know how this would work in something like Unity or Unreal. Maybe there is a way. Maybe it works exactly the same. I don't know. But in Godot Engine, I know solving these conflicts is supremely easy. It's very straightforward because you can see exactly which one is which. Another really good thing about Git with Godot is the fact that the Godot engine itself manages to they have an example .gitignore file, which essentially tells you which files can be ignored from the Git tracking changes. So these are all of the import files, really, and there's a whole directory of .import, which just saves all of the import settings. This can change between operating systems, between individual installations of your engine and your project. So you can ignore those, and it just works completely fine. In addition to, I know you can get plugins which integrate Git into the engine directly. I haven't been that brave. I think that it can be useful. I haven't really had a reason to do that because I just have Sublime Merge, which is very straightforward. And since I'm a little bit inexperienced with Git, I find it quite helpful to be able to see a graphical representation of all the branches and everything in the engine. So yeah, it's quite good. I mean, that's essentially all I have to say about Git. I suppose I could have taken a bit longer, but we're really hurtling towards the end now. It's maybe 10 minutes left of this whole thing. Just looking through my notes. Multiplayer. My god. So much to talk about the multiplayer system. The Godot Engine, I haven't... multiplayer, no matter what you do, no matter what engine you're using, is gonna be kind of tricky. I know that this system is developed a little bit further in Godot 4, is the multiplayer system. But, okay, I really have to keep an eye on the time because I don't want to have to truncate myself anytime soon. But essentially, the multiplayer system is good. It's got a way for you to synchronize scenes. It's got a way for you to keep track of what player owns what in the scene. What player is allowed to make decisions about what other kind of thing. It's got functionality to send data from peer to the server or peer to peer to get information about any of the players in your server. I really don't know too much about the multiplayer. Is a problem. I have looked into it quite seriously at times, but I've never gotten very far with it. I think because I'm not a very heavy-duty programmer, and it's the kind of thing, rather than trying to shove it into an existing game, I really need to make a game which from the get-go is multiplayer based, and then you somewhat have an issue with, I mean, there's ports, there's what would you say, there's security even. The Godot Engine is very good with security. As far as I can tell, it has a lot of features to make sure that only the things which are supposed to happen can happen, and even the things that are supposed to happen, I find myself, much like you would be with any programming language, struggling to let the computer accept what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I don't really know how much detail to go into it. I know there's three different ways of dealing with the multiplayer. If I just quickly open the documentation, I believe there's three different kinds of interfaces. There's the ENet interface, there's the WebRTC interface, and there's the WebSocket interface. Now again, I don't know really what these do, because these things are abstracted a little bit further into peers and servers, and there's a way to initialize the servers. Even the server is a type of peer. It's very complicated. I'm not sure how it's different in any other engine. This may even be one of the weaknesses of Godot, just because I personally couldn't get my head around it, but I don't really see it being any different. I think I'm just a somewhat C-grade programmer, which I'm relatively comfortable with. I just wish that I could make a multiplayer game sometime. But I'll have to read the documentation more carefully and maybe try some other things. One of the things which I did have an idea for, which I suppose is now a free idea for the people who made it to the end, to the final 10 minutes of this video, is a way to try to sidestep all of this kind of synchronous multiplayer thing, and instead to relay everything through an IRC server. Now obviously this would not allow for most of the things. You couldn't have like a 16-player deathmatch really, but a game where using a plugin based on the HTTP functionalities of Godot Engine. You can send messages and receive messages from an IRC server. Maybe you can send a message, and that message spawns as an enemy in the other player's world. That's an option, that's an option. It's something which I've wanted to play with for a while, is trying to make these multiplayer experiences. So I really would like to try to play with these Godot Engine multiplayer functionalities. I just I need to learn. I need to sit down and learn. One of the things with multiplayer as well is that the Steam API implements multiplayer. If you're playing with Godot Steam, which has the Steam API integrated into it, then how am I doing for time? About 6 minutes left. Then you need you need to. God, I'm really worried about the time now. It's been so long. This has been such a long video. I don't want to stop talking. I really am gonna have to make a part 2. But Godot Steam, the Steam API offers its own kind of networking, packet sending thing. So I was looking at that and how to make that work, and the advantage there is that you get to use the Steam community, Steam servers, Steam friends lists, Steam server browsers, and that's a massive amount of functionality. Just a server browser alone is a big deal. I suppose that's also something you could maybe accomplish with a Raspberry Pi sitting in the corner of your room, but the Steam API has a lot of benefits. Beyond that, it's all of the ease of use for your players, but I don't know how this relates to the Godot Engine's own multiplayer system. It's possible it's a complete replacement. I think it might be. When I was looking at it, I was treating it that way. But then I got to think about what about the whole thing with Godot's RPCs, remote procedure calls, to synchronize behaviors across all instances of that node and all versions of that game. It's a very kind of wishy-washy concept in my head. I don't know, the server, I suppose, owns the game, but then players own individual nodes on the server. So the server doesn't own those. Those players make decisions about what they're doing. They send that information to the server. Maybe they send a request to the server, and then the server makes an authoritative decision about the behavior of those players. Well, that means that the server just owns those players, and what do the players own? Maybe they don't own anything. Maybe that's a valid structure. All they get to do is make requests, and they don't actually get an authoritative decision because it would allow them to. Maybe they would have infinite health if they just used Cheat Engine or something like that. Is there a way to protect against that? So there's a lot of moving parts just in the multiplayer stuff, but and then dedicated servers is another thing. It's amazing to me that a dedicated server is such a different concept. A server where there isn't a player, a server which is only designed to send things outwards, to receive and process information. To my mind, a dedicated server should be the default behavior. That's the one that makes sense. If you want a server and a player instance, then run the server and run the player. Don't have it be, the server player and also players, because then you have kind of in my mind a duplication for the player code. But that's just my intuition. Now I'm going to spend a moment to I have 38 seconds. Let's see, 6 minutes, 38 seconds, 40 minutes, 30. Yeah, okay. So I'm pretty much gonna just wrap it up now. I have less than 3 minutes, just about 3 minutes if my math is correct. But if you've watched this far into the video. My God, thank you. That's really nice of you. I hope it's been somewhat pleasing or entertaining. I really, the one thing to take away from this video, if nothing else, because I don't really want to stand too hard behind the truthfulness of my claims or the accuracy of my claims, the main thing to take away is that I really, really like this engine. And I think that you would probably like this engine, you know, if you're just a game developer, if you're looking for any kind of experiential software development, you would probably really like this engine. Even if you've never done anything like this, you've never considered it before, you might still really like this engine. I am really grateful to the entire community because they made this possible. People like you and I made this possible. I mean, I've fixed tiny bits and pieces in the engine, you know, a little bit of text alignment here and there, 3 pixels at a time, but that's nothing compared to the sum efforts of everybody doing those kinds of things, doing things more complicated than I'm even able to do, and doing it, you know, largely just because they care about the open source community, because they care about the direction that this software is going in, and what this software can do for people, you know. I think it's only a matter of time, really, before the Godot engine gets to be a lot bigger than anybody could have foreseen. Yeah. That's essentially all it is. I'm gonna keep this last minute pretty sparse because I don't know if I'm gonna have to truncate it. Gonna get as close to 12 hours as I can because I think it looks cool, but any of this may cut out at any point. At any point. I don't know how long the final thing is gonna be. I'm just looking at the seconds counting up. And a big thank you, not just to the Godot community for doing all this, but a big thank you to you for watching this video, because that makes me happy. I don't know if it's strictly helpful to the Godot community for you to watch this video, but I mean it's a good thing, and the Godot engine, hopefully you at least recognize a little bit about why I like this engine so much.